Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Transformers Prime. Very fragile but hard to kill. Part 1. After a sudden, dizzying spin, a Cybertron fembot landed head first with a thud. When she woke up, she found that the scenery around her had changed. She stood up in confusion to look around. Her name was Rosa, and she was, well, half a Cybertronian. Though she wasn't actually sure if that counted. A pitch black night, desolate ruins, ground without ice or snow, this was not where she had been a moment ago. She had transmigrated. This was definitely not near her home. It didn't look like human city ruins because everything was too large. Instead, it looked more like something built specifically for creatures of her and her father's stature. There wasn't even any oxygen here. Carbon-based lifeforms couldn't survive here, and there was no ice or snow either. She crawled up and decided to walk around a bit more. Before she arrived here, she had been planning to go home for dinner. Although she wasn't sure where she was, the priority now was to find oil or energon or something similar. She didn't want her core to overheat and cause her to explode. She hadn't walked far before she saw several pitch-black machines ahead. They were, how to put it, like three brothers, because they looked exactly the same, as if cast from the same mold. Rosa wasn't very sure if those machines in front of her would have oil or energon, because before this, she had never seen any robots as tall as herself and her father. They looked like trouble, that was her thought. But on second thought, perhaps they would know where to find something to eat. Perhaps she should look around a little to see if there was anything else to eat before asking. Thinking this, Rosa spread her wings and flew into the ruins. After circling around for a bit and searching through the ruins, she determined there was almost no food here, so she prepared to leave. When she returned to the scene where she had seen the people earlier, she heard a sound. It was the sound of an engine. Another identical black vehicle came driving along the ground, arriving at the place she had just left. After a few sounds, the vehicle underwent transformation into a humanoid form, and the group chatted together. She could faintly hear those quadruplets, seemingly speaking in Cybertronian. Not found. Unknown creature. Can fly. Now she was certain, they must also be Cybertronians, and this might very well be Cybertron, her father's home. Not sure if they had seen her, Rosa felt it was better to leave quickly. She didn't want to invite trouble. She suddenly remembered what her father had said. His home was on Cybertron, in another world. It was chaotic there, a war was breaking out on Cybertron, and the people had almost entirely split into two factions. One side was the Autobots, and the other was the Decepticons. Moreover, the language those people had just been speaking was the Cybertronian language her father had taught her when she was young. War. Rosa couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. A scout passed by here and discovered signs of a fight. Several Decepticon soldiers had various degrees of wounds on them, and a large amount of energon that didn't belong to them was splattered on their armor. From the scene, it looked like the opponent had resisted fiercely and had even managed to kill these three Decepticons, but they had likely sustained very serious injuries themselves. This was the conclusion reached by an orange and white Autobots after arriving to investigate following the scout's report. This Autobots touched the energon, confirming that they definitely couldn't have gone far, and since they were injured, their movement speed would definitely be greatly reduced. There was a clear trail of energon extending from the spot where the several Decepticons had fallen. They shouldn't be able to run far. A red and blue figure looked at the clean ground. The one who got attacked was likely an Autobots. Although there were no tire tracks on the ground, the possibility that their transformation form was an aerial unit could not be ruled out. Of course, it was also possible that their transformation form was a ground unit, but they were injured and unable to transform, so they could only run. However, it's best not to hold any high expectations, the orange and white machine spoke up. With this amount of blood loss, unless they are some kind of monster, it's looking grim. Saying this, he underwent transformation into a ratchet and followed the large truck that the blue and red machine had transformed into, driving along the trail of energon. Rosa had indeed taken a hit, that blade had been thrust into her shoulder. She realized her speed and strength were greater than other Cybertronians because of the solver, making it easy to deal with those guys, but she didn't want to use the solver directly. Her body was running a bit hot, and she needed to save energon wherever she could. After consuming those few Decepticons, she chose to leave. The pool of energon traces was indeed hers, but she quickly repaired it directly using the solver. Besides, she knew very well that her father's home world definitely didn't have things like the solver. She didn't want to become a conspicuous existence in this war, she had to keep a low profile. After all, if she were discovered, it would likely be a case of join or die. Or, if she refused to join a faction, she'd be swarmed by that faction's numbers until she was dead. She didn't want to experience either, so she had to manually take care of those fellow countrymen who wanted to attack her. Fortunately, she was frequently trained by her father and would occasionally go out to deal with other murder drones, so she had plenty of experience. However, it had been a long time since she'd fought other robots of a similar size, so naturally, she'd taken some damage. Rosa placed her hand over her core. A moment ago, one blade had been aimed directly at her core. Although the wound had completely vanished by now, even leaving no trace, that lingering fear remained. When she was young and just starting out with little experience, she was often injured by other murder drones, and there were times when they would specifically stab at her core. But that was many years ago. Fortunately, aside from the energon spent on repairs, nothing else happened. After all, a simple stab wouldn't kill a solver, but if she didn't find something to eat soon, she might really die once her core overheated. So, having just escaped, Rosa began to think about how she was going to find food. Eating people was actually an option, but she usually just consumed energon and oil. It had been so long since she'd eaten a person that, truth be told, she couldn't adapt to it right away. Especially now that she was dealing with ones of a similar size to her, it had been a long time since she'd encountered a robot of her size other than her father. After all, the only TF she encountered at home daily was her own father. But if she really couldn't find energon here, and it came down to having to kill a TF to eat, then she'd have no choice. Rosa began to think about how to find food. It would be best to get a long-term meal ticket. Those machines she'd killed must have had a base, right? Maybe she should go and look for it. She decided to try risking it by tailing the machines, then hiding in their base to mooch off their food and drink. Well, how to put it? In reality, her maternal side was inherently skilled at mimicry and disguise. So, for Rosa, who possessed half of that maternal bloodline in the solver, hiding wasn't difficult at all. Soon, she quietly circled back to the place from before and tried to hide herself while walking. Disconnected. On the other side, the Autobots followed the intermittent trail of blood forward, but they saw nothing. On the metal floor, that conspicuous pool of blue liquid disappeared completely, leaving no further traces. From the large patches of energon at the beginning, the visible amount of bleeding had rapidly decreased. This isn't scientific at all. The orange and white machine stepped forward, staring at the energon that was now reduced to just a few droplets before vanishing entirely. Refusing to believe it, he searched the nearby area again. There were no parts dropped on the ground, no drag marks, no signs of falling, and no tire tracks. With this amount of bleeding, even I haven't been able to weld it that quickly. And they were able to weld while running. The blue and red machine looked up at the surroundings. This place was like a large plaza. The vast open space allowed one to see if anyone was around at a glance. He had also seen the amount of bleeding earlier. How could someone who was seriously injured and hadn't left long ago just vanish into thin air? I'm telling you, Optimus Prime, don't you think this is a bit eerie? Optimus Prime looked at the plaza. It is indeed eerie. I will search the perimeter once more. Rosa successfully found their stronghold, or rather, it should be called a base. It was very tall, very large, had several levels, and was surrounded by countless patrolling soldiers, with Cybertronians constantly moving things inside. She adopted the most unpretentious method, using a projection to hide herself, and then following. Of course, after seeing the target, she didn't dare get too close because there were too many people nearby. The projection only covered her optically, she still had a physical form. If she were accidentally touched, it would be over. Fearing the soldier might notice, she didn't walk. Instead, she extended several tentacles to gently touch the ground, keeping her feet suspended in the air as she followed behind the soldier into the base. Rosa watched the bustling hall. Everything here had a dark purple hue, from the walls to the floors. And, whether to save energy or for some other reason, the lights were kept extremely dim, which made it easier for Rosa to move around the base. Her core pounded. Arriving at a camera blind spot with no one around, she activated the absolute solver, extending her entire body into thin tentacles and reaching into the ventilation ducts. Once her entire body had entered, she began trying to move quickly through the ducts without making a sound. The next step was to familiarize herself with this place and memorize some camera positions. It would be best if she could silently snatch a few people away. She decided that when the time came, she would use a projection to imitate the machine she had captured, but the prerequisite was to read the other party's memory files. This way, she could use the projection to openly check those camera locations. Then, she would go and take the soldiers' supplies. In the surveillance blind spot closest to the supply room, she would extend a portion of her body and then use a projection to hide her entire form. On the surface, she would look like a normal Decepticon soldier. Even if you shook hands with her, you wouldn't find any issues because inside was her extended body, it was physical. However, if she did that, the projection could only walk along the wall. But for the body to move, it was best to have the body connected, so there was still a physical form, invisible, but tangible. If she were directly on the ground, someone might accidentally step on her and immediately realize. If she chose the ceiling and wasn't careful, a flicker in the projection would be too obvious. How about trying to keep the connection point on the wall and walking along the edge? That's what she would do. To ensure no machines here noticed anything amiss, she extended her body throughout the ducts and placed something that looked a bit like a surveillance camera, capable of eavesdropping, at every ventilation point. The purpose was to know if anything suspicious was detected. If she were discovered, she would just use the supplies she had already moved and then stop. Otherwise, if someone asked about it next time, she would be exposed. Rosa decided to live in the ventilation ducts of the Decepticon base for a while. During this period, as soon as there was any sign of trouble or if she discovered that someone had gone missing, she would immediately discard that person's projection and turn to look for the next lucky winner. However, Rosa was also pondering a question. Could this group of soldiers really tell who was who? If they couldn't tell the difference, could she just kill one person and be done with it? So, to be safe, she decided to kill a few first and test things out slowly. Of course, the ideal was beautiful, but reality was harsh. When Rosa, feeling incredibly nervous, intended to kill a soldier, she was almost discovered. The reason was that her gaze, which had been fixed on him, was too obvious. Although the soldier looked up and saw nothing, Rosa, due to her nervousness, caused the projection to flicker, which directly revealed a huge scythe growing inside the ventilation duct. Fortunately, she was fast, finished him off, and dragged him away. She specifically enlarged the ventilation opening a bit and then covered it with a projection. Then, she forcefully stuffed the person inside, binding them tightly to ensure they absolutely wouldn't make a sound. She also dismantled their receivers and communication devices. No calls for help were allowed. Just when Rosa thought she had knocked one out and that using the projection of the captured soldier to lure another soldier over would be easier, another twist occurred. She didn't know if it was because it was strange for someone to inexplicably beckon them over during duty hours, or what, but the other soldier was a bit vigilant. Seeing the soldier projected by Rosa beckoning him over, he hesitated and didn't step forward, but instead looked left and right, discovering that this was a visual blind spot. It made sense, if they were checking posts and found someone missing, only to turn around a moment later and find the AWOL machine beckoning them over, it would seem strange no matter how you thought about it. In short, he stood too far away, and she missed. He was only standing at the edge of the surveillance blind spot at the time, and could run to be under the surveillance in a few steps. If the person monitoring the cameras saw clearly what strange thing killed the person, they might conduct a thorough investigation into what it was. In desperation, Rosa directly used the solver to control the camera, turning it to the left to face the wall. Nothing was captured, but the camera moving on its own was an anomaly that definitely couldn't be ignored. Even the personnel who were about to go missing a second ago had walked past. Hey, why not just break out and run away? Or there was another way. First, don't let him go missing. After reading his memory, use his projection to pretend to be active in the base. Once the time of his death had passed, and it was about right, stop using this projection. This would blur the time of death while letting him go missing on the Decepticon roster. No, wait, perhaps there was another way. These soldiers didn't show their faces, why not put on a soldier's skin and mooch off their food and drink? She didn't know that the action of the camera suddenly turning on its own had already been noticed by the soldier on duty in the surveillance room. The soldier had originally been drowsy, but seeing the camera suddenly turn on its own, he immediately woke up. He rubbed his optical sensors and looked again, unsure. By this time, the person had already been snatched away by tentacles, and the camera view had been restored. So he saw nothing, just like an illusion. He decided to tell his buddies when he went off shift, but the buddy who was taking over his shift would probably be in trouble in a while. The reason was simple, because Rosa's extended body had already reached the ventilation ducts of the surveillance room, and she had a genius plan. Since a person suddenly going missing would alarm them and make them pay more attention to the missing one, wouldn't people going missing frequently muddy the waters so they wouldn't notice? If anyone could go missing, then one wouldn't know if the machine in front of them had actually gone missing or not. She just had to be careful to run away after a while to prevent the matter from escalating to higher ups and resulting in a search warrant so detailed that even the ventilation ducts would be searched. Ooh, perhaps she could randomly select a lucky winner, obtain their memory, and replace them directly by wearing their skin. Of course, first, she had to take out the communication devices of these two captured people, she couldn't let them contact outside help. Rosa's 5 days and 5 nights harem, Bushy. X. Recently, I don't know why, but strange things have been circulating around the base. X. It seems there are all these weird rules. If you see a security camera turning toward a corner for no reason, please try not to stay in the monitoring room, and please tell other bots coming for their shift. XX. Yeah, and what else? If you find that a camera is suddenly facing the corner after you walk past, turn around and leave immediately. If you're late, you won't be able to get out. XXX. You guys heard about that too. They say a lot of bots have gone missing lately. X. It's not exactly missing. They still show up at the supply point on time, but they only go when there are very few people. Who goes to get supplies during charging time, and they aren't even on the night shift. It's making the Decepticons in charge of the supply point panic. After saying this, the black bot took a bite of the supplies in their hand. XX. Don't even mention the bots in charge of the supply point. The bots on patrol during charging time are scared too. Those who come to pick up supplies are all those who have gone missing or are about to be declared missing. I'm really afraid of seeing a bot who has been missing for days walk past me in the middle of the night, and then I'll be the next one. Rosa did not know about the conversation among these Decepticons, because after Rosa heard a little bit of news, she directly chose a recruit who was a non-transformer that no one knew, killed them, and successfully replaced them by wearing their skin. Of course, she ate the others, but she was afraid they would talk about her, so she simply silenced them. So, in the middle of the night, Rosa quickly stole a bunch of mops and extended a bunch of hands to start cleaning. Afterward, she also fixed the ventilation ducts. No one knew that several people had been stuffed in there. In short, when the Decepticon management started to thoroughly investigate the base, they found nothing, and those few people, because they disappeared suddenly and no bodies were found, were just determined by the higher-ups to be missing. After the higher-ups finished their investigation, they only mentioned that a few Decepticons had gone missing, which made the lower-level soldiers even more panicked, because by this time the news had already spread, including the fact that soldiers who had disappeared for 2 days and could not be contacted suddenly appeared at the supply point and then disappeared again, and the cameras suddenly turned directions. And the last person caught on camera had already gone missing. The spread of the news was becoming increasingly intense, to the point that even another base knew that a certain Decepticon base was experiencing a cyber ghost, and for a time, everyone felt insecure. As for Rosa, she had been prepared before the investigation. By now, Rosa had run far away. She was sent out. She had thought it through. They, the solvers, really had the ability to mimic voices, personality deduction, every detail could be imitated. So she felt that killing Transformers was too easy to be discovered, and once discovered, she had a chance of being caught, so it was better to be honest and just get a meal. But there was a fatal problem. She wanted to imitate a soldier to replace their identity, but she could not undergo transformation. In other words, she could only be a non-transformer, which is said to be a disability among Transformers, just like having a broken foot. Transformation is also a very important ability on Cybertron. This is why Rosa didn't immediately replace a lucky person after thinking it through, but investigated before replacing them. After all, not being able to transform is a big problem. So she secretly hid her camera to camp out, finally determined the location of the recruit files, the password, and whether there was surveillance during the terminal usage process. Just like that, Rosa successfully disguised herself as a Decepticon soldier, and she specifically chose a non-transformer, but she could only hide herself with a projection. After all, she didn't look like that herself. To prevent the projection from failing, she had to carefully use the projection at all times while extending metal internally to prevent anything from being discovered if she were touched. And so, she hid among a bunch of Decepticons and even joined the Decepticon communication channel. She was sent to the recruit training camp. Getting off the spaceship, she and the other recruits were immediately assigned to dormitories, and then training and learning began. It was a very, very long period of learning, so long that she even thought she would stay here from then on. First, there was all kinds of etiquette for superiors, then physical combat, and other things. However, what made Rosa strange was that she heard that when they, the recruits, were training, there should be higher-ranking Decepticon commanders coming to inspect, but she hadn't seen any. Next was another long period of learning. Relying on the excellent mimicry ability of her mother's race, she learned exceptionally well and was an outstanding existence among this batch of recruits. Although, when they found out she was a non-transformer, they seemed to suddenly start sighing and isolating her, and some even openly mocked her. It's a bit terrifying, isn't it? Behind the projection is a whole heap of things resembling cameras, along with a bunch of eerie, countless mechanical arms filling the space within the projection. No one would know that the soldier is just a projection. Everyone would only focus on the fact that this is a non-transformation individual. Her original form looks shorter than the other soldiers, but her strength is by no means small. A solver with only its core remaining can swat away an intact individual of the same type. In Murder Drones, the protagonist's mother could still swat the protagonist away even when only her core remained. The trajectory of being swatted away is a straight line. How is this not considered a form of power enhancement from the solver? Then, she beat up every Decepticon who provoked her. I'm telling you, you really have to hand it to him. The combat skills her dad taught her were actually useful. Combined with the strength enhanced by the solver, she could even farm some reputation points on the side. But this was never a long-term solution. After all, it's a projection. Once the projection is turned off, everything would be exposed. Besides, there are many parts that are hollow, with no physical substance inside. So, she thought of another method. Kill a soldier and use their outer armor. She discovered that soldiers sometimes didn't even recognize each other, so she could indeed do this. She just needed to dismantle some of the other's armor and prop it up from the inside with her extended body. For the parts where the inside was exposed, she would still use the projection. Although this would still be exposed the moment she was scanned, at least she wouldn't be found out within minutes if she encountered an evenly matched opponent. Like, for example, if they were fighting and they suddenly thought, why didn't I feel anything when I hit this part of you? Then it would be over. So, Rosa still had to find a way to obtain a physical shell, but she couldn't do it inside the base. If she really had to, she'd have to find somewhere empty. No, that's not right. She could do it inside the base, but it had to be in a location without surveillance, and she herself had to be under the noses of others, though, of course, that doesn't mean doing it right under their noses. Rather, she would place her current Decepticon-looking projection in a crowded area, preferably near a ventilation duct under surveillance. She herself would go find someone alone, also near the ventilation ducts, because this is the body used for the projection. If it were disconnected, the projection would flicker, and problems would definitely be discovered. Furthermore, since there was no physical entity inside, it couldn't be touched. Therefore, to be safe, she had to stuff some of her extended body into the projection to act as a physical substance. So, the next step was to find an opportunity to randomly take a lucky individual. And this opportunity was soon decided by her, because the commander who had remained unseen until now finally appeared. According to regulations, during Decepticon training, there would be a high-ranking Decepticon commander or someone specifically in charge of training recruits to periodically inspect the results of the Decepticon soldiers. They would take away the Decepticons they favored or deemed talented for further training, while those who weren't selected would either become the lowest-ranking grunts after graduation and slowly climb their way up, or die in some battle. Headcanon. Then, regardless of who was chosen, they would gather all the recruits for a party, presumably to celebrate someone being selected and to congratulate the high-ranking commander on finding a promising recruit to their liking. The high-ranking commander who arrived now was a jet. He had red optics, slender limbs, and, high heels. He looked at the data and various test scores in his hand, and to his left was a long line of soldiers, including herself. With just one glance at the data, he knew the first soldier in line wouldn't amount to much. Then, with the next glance, while continuing to look at the data, he would glance at the next soldier standing straight, and then move on to the next. The look in his eyes when he saw every soldier was like looking at trash. He glanced at Rosa, then walked straight past. After passing a few more, his footsteps suddenly paused. He turned back to look at Rosa again, his expression this time showing some surprise. He is not bad, only such results are worthy. He seemed to have seen something and paused again. Pity, a bit defective, hard to keep up with the pace of your great commander Starscream. As he spoke, he left again. Rosa clearly heard the surrounding Decepticons laughing at the fact that this guy, who had always stood over them, meaning pressing them into the ground and beating them, was being looked down upon as a non-transformation cripple. But Rosa didn't care about any of this. Because the opportunity she was waiting for was coming. According to regulations, during the inspection by a high-ranking Decepticon commander, one Decepticon must be taken away. Afterwards, the training base would hold a party, gathering all the trainees to celebrate the Decepticon who was taken away. During this time, perhaps there would be someone alone in some corner, and this would be Rosa's opportunity. Thinking of this, the corner of her mouth under the projection curled up. As soon as the instructor announced dismissal, she immediately grabbed those few soldiers who had just snickered at her and rubbed them all into the ground for a fierce beating. The notoriety of her beating people spread once again, but what did that matter? This way, they wouldn't dare to provoke her, and the situation of them discovering something wrong after being punched wouldn't happen. Although she basically never truly sparred with them, it was all direct suppression using the strength enhanced by the solver, but this way they also didn't discover that some corners of her outer armor were empty. But there are always accidents, aren't there? If they got hit and discovered that their hand went right through that spot, wouldn't she be exposed? She wasn't afraid of someone strong enough to suppress her in one hit, because they wouldn't have the chance to discover it. She only feared encountering an evenly matched opponent where, if the fight dragged on, they would eventually discover the problem. That was why she was thinking of acting quickly during this period. Originally, she thought she would continue to stay in the Decepticon recruit training camp until graduation to become a grunt. But that high-ranking commander still chose her. It was very strange, perhaps there really was no one else to choose. But that was fine, too. This way, the probability of her being noticed at the party was even higher, and she would definitely have an alibi. Thus, when the party started, Rosa sat in a corner the whole time, appearing unpopular, while in reality, she was extending most of her body into the ventilation ducts, searching for a lucky individual who was alone. She was very certain that absolutely no one would come over to talk to her. After all, the notoriety of her beating people and being irritable was right there. Excuse me, do you know how to leave this place? A fembot who looked thinner than other civilian bots said to a somewhat dejected soldier at the end of the corridor. The party had just begun, but for some reason, this soldier had left the venue. Perhaps he ran out of money, or perhaps for some other reason. Anyway, he saw Rosa's projection and was stunned for a moment, completely dumbstruck. Please, can you take me away? I'm scared. The soldier snapped back to his senses, approached Rosa, and asked what her name was. I'm called L. Rosa became increasingly excited because the other party would soon have nowhere to run. A little further. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's the spot. She knew that the soldier in front of her must have been blinded by lust to approach her. After all, it was completely abnormal for a civilian bot to suddenly appear here, in the Decepticons recruit training camp, far away from the residential area. He crept closer and closer until he was only a few meters away. He looked at her and said, I will take you away, but first, I want to take you to experience paradise. Is that so? That is truly a pity, the fembot said. With a pop, the light above the fembot's head suddenly went out. She was instantly enveloped in darkness, with only a pair of blue eyes glowing with a faint, eerie light in the shadows. Suddenly, the position of those blue optical sensors dropped rapidly, twisted to the right, flipped upside down, and then immediately twisted back to the left. It was as if, while she was crouching down, her head had spun a full 360 degrees. Soon, something even more terrifying to the recruit happened. A page, also glowing with blue light, appeared behind the fembot lying on the ground, covered in text he could not understand. Then, he vaguely saw something, illuminated by the faint light of that blue page, frantically extending out from the fembot's back. He realized that the thing in front of him might not be a transformer. A whole bunch of glowing dots appeared around her, and for a moment, he thought of some indescribable horror. Those couldn't be eyes, could they? He wanted to run, but he discovered that his transformation cog was no longer responding. The shock was too great, and only his legs were barely functional. With his optical sensors wide open, he turned around and ran, trembling. He struggled to run, while the lights behind him exploded one by one at an incredible speed. He glanced back halfway, and that one look made him run even faster. Countless things resembling cameras, emitting a faint blue light, kept protruding from the darkness. Countless mechanical hands crawled all over the walls, tentacles kept extending along the ceiling and walls, snuffing out the lights. Scythes, pliers, and all sorts of weapons were also constantly emerging. That is not a person. Absolutely not. He was frantically trying to remember how to use his transformation cog. How do you use it? How? Cuckoo ka. He successfully transformed. The small car had just finished transforming, and before he could even feel relieved, he realized his rear wheels were lifting into the air. No matter how fast his wheels spun, he wouldn't move forward. No matter how panicked he was or how much he wanted to escape, all he felt was the sensation of being top-heavy, along with a dragging feeling under the car. He was caught. Extreme panic surged into his spark. He panicked and tried to transform again, wanting to kick away whatever was grabbing him from behind. But the moment the transformation completed, several tentacles wrapped around his legs. No matter how much he struggled, it was useless. Countless cold hands slowly pinned him down, wrapping tighter and tighter, dragging him back. Help! Let me go! Let me go! Help! No! Save me! Save me! Save! Snap! The moment his body was completely pulled into the darkness, accompanied by the sound of snapping metal, his cries for help came to an abrupt end. Along with the sound of dripping energon and dragging, a pool of energon was left on the ground, and the drag marks extended into the darkness. In the long corridor, Almost half of the lights were destroyed, with only a few lights near the entrance remaining on. The last thing illuminated by the lights was precisely a pool of dragged energon traces. Hiss! Hiss! Electric sparks flickered at the location of the destroyed overhead light in the distance. Suddenly, with a pop, a faint orange light turned on and off, vaguely illuminating the figure of a transformer for a split second. It was that transformer who had just died. By the next flicker, only the clean, tidy floor remained under the light, as if the pool of dragged energon and the handprints covered in energon in front of the darkness were just an illusion. From the darkness, that transformer who had just died slowly walked out. It was a projection. He even saluted a passing high-ranking commander. At the boundary line between the darkened lights behind him and the bright lights, there were still the energon handprints from earlier. That high-ranking commander, when passing through this corridor, saw exactly this scene, and only said 2 words. Eerie. But he was more convinced that it was just some guy who wasn't paying attention while walking in the dark corridor and spilled some energon, and this transformer just happened to be passing by. Why use this transformer's projection? Why not just assimilate or eat it, and then take the armor she needed? Because Rosa still had a great use for it. On the other side, Rosa's projection was still sitting in front of the bar with surveillance, swirling the high-grade energon in her hand. She was looking through the energon at something. After swirling it for who knows how long, she finally downed the high-grade energon in one gulp, and then ordered another. No rush, just wait a little longer. Wait until the body is completely transferred back, then walk back to the dormitory through areas covered by surveillance. No one could possibly suspect her. Once she got the armor, she would transport it to her dormitory through the ventilation ducts to use tonight. Of course, she would still need to polish it with a polisher tonight, some scratches might be recognized. Polishing it in the middle of the night wouldn't be a problem at all. After all, she was chosen. She was leaving tomorrow, so what could be the problem with polishing herself before leaving? Hungry in the middle of the night, time for a midnight snack. Since she was leaving anyway, she might as well eat something hearty. How to eat, though? In the room, Rosa's hand retracted and turned into a claw. Seemingly thinking of something, she chuckled. The next day, the instructor led Rosa to a spaceship and told her to stay there and wait for Commander Starscream, then left to prepare for the soldiers, training for the day. It was just a bit strange. From far away, he could see only a few scattered soldiers standing in the training ground. Where are the others? The instructor checked his internal clock. It was already far past the assembly time. They should have been fully assembled by now. Report. We didn't see them when we came online this morning, we thought they had arrived early. A soldier replied to the instructor. The instructor's faceplate under his mask looked displeased, and he immediately asked when they had last seen them yesterday. Strangely, all the missing people were those who had gone to watch the commotion last night. Watch the commotion. According to another soldier, there was a transformer shouting in the Energon bar in the middle of the night last night, saying there was gossip to be had. Because the commotion was so loud, many soldiers went to watch. The instructor first told them to prepare for training, then went to the entrance of the Energon bar, where he unexpectedly saw several other instructors there as well. The Energon bar door was locked tight. One of the instructors found a key, but couldn't open the door. It seemed to be broken. The instructor realized something was wrong. A large group of soldiers missing, all of whom had come to the Energon bar to watch the show last night. It didn't seem like a coincidence. The terrifying scene they saw after breaking down the door confirmed their suspicions. Everything that met their eyes was a scene of energon flowing all over the floor, with severed limbs everywhere. They immediately reported it to the Decepticons' high command, and the matter even alarmed the second in command of the Decepticons, Soundwave. Rosa extended a bunch of mechanical joints from her body, wearing the armor she had just polished last night, and followed behind the commander named Starscream, listening to him mutter about how even if she couldn't transform, he couldn't let that shrew have the advantage. Rosa guessed that perhaps this was another person in charge of the recruit training camp. She watched Starscream muttering to someone next to him, and then he told her to go fight a veteran to test her strength. So, having great strength and speed was really useful. She exerted a little force against the veteran's defensive position and saw the veteran pushed back a few steps. She secretly looked at Starscream. So, those with slightly higher ranks all have faces, but we foot soldiers don't have faces. She didn't intend to show her face either, because he hadn't seen this soldier's face, and this soldier only had a camera inside her head. It was at the level where opening the faceplate would give the game away. She had to keep lying low. Being able to proficiently use what was taught in the recruit training camp, dodging, kicking, attacking, she was a good seedling. He absolutely could not let that Blackarachnia get the advantage. Starscream ultimately decided to let her graduate from the recruit training camp early and find a time to go out with other Decepticons to fight and gain experience. It seemed he intended to groom her. Then the opportunity came immediately. It was said that an enemy had charged into Cybertron alone. The Decepticon that Rosa was disguised as, now a Decepticon recruit under Starscream, was kicked over to test her skills. Go on, show off your strength, and by the way, urge them to finish the space bridge as soon as possible. Then, just as expected, an accident happened. As soon as she saw the enemy, she was hit in the head by an attack released by the enemy. Not the projection's head, hitting that was useless, he hit her actual head. The soldier was a head taller than her, so for the soldier's head, she used something like a camera to support the head sculpt, while other parts were covered in armor, and some exposed areas were disguised with projections, thus piecing together a Decepticon soldier. And it just so happened that her head was at the neck, that place was hit. Next, she passed out and lay flat, waiting for the solver to repair her. When she came back online, she was in the lounge. There was only her and, another relatively short guy she couldn't see clearly. She looked at the message sent to the channel. It seemed Starscream wanted to give her extra training. Immediately after, she realized her identification seemed to have a malfunction, because she could clearly see the scene, but couldn't see the figures of people clearly. Perhaps it was a problem that occurred when she was fighting the enemy earlier. She saw the Transformer coming in from the door. Hi, are you also a newcomer? 6 to 12 greeted them. RC glanced at her Autobot's insignia, then looked at the Decepticons' insignia on the wall, confirming she was in the Decepticons' base and hadn't broken into the wrong place. In that case, this guy must have a problem with his brain. RC decided to ignore her for the time being and go destroy the Decepticons' construction plan first. How is it inside? A male voice rang out. Other than a guy who isn't very bright, it's completely safe, RC messaged the other party over the channel. Seeing the message, he entered directly. It was a sturdy fellow with what looked faintly like a pair of horns on his head. He wasn't using the appearance of a Decepticon soldier, so he might be a high-ranking character. Yo, hello. Cliffjumper greeted Rosa. He looked at her. She appeared to be just an ordinary grunt who shouldn't be of any use, but he asked anyway. Hey, buddy, let me ask you something. Do you know what we Decepticons have been busy with lately? They all seem really occupied, Cliffjumper whispered close to the side of Rosa's fake head. I'm not sure. I haven't been here long myself. Are you looking for someone? Rosa asked. Yeah, I heard they're researching something lately. Do you know where the research area is? A larger facility, that kind of thing. Don't worry. We aren't here to cause trouble. RC, standing to the side, seemed to catch on to something and added, our friend lost something very important related to the research. We've come a long way just to return it to him. Can you take us there? Rosa thought about it. If it was something important related to an experiment that had been lost, that would indeed be troublesome. She led them toward the experimental area, mainly because they might be high-ranking, and it was better to listen to them for now. She had just caused some trouble at the recruit training camp, so it was better to keep a low profile for now. It was strange, there was no one on the way, and they reached the entrance of the research institute smoothly. Just as Rosa was about to open the door, she was suddenly stopped by the one with horns. They looked around, exchanged a glance, and pulled Rosa to the skylight above the research institute. Then, they watched as Starscream shouted beneath a massive ring-shaped device, "It is time for us to embrace a great victory. We turn decay into magic." I truly wish the great Megatron could witness with his own eyes the great achievements I, have accomplished in his absence. Then they heard Starscream's plan to use the space bridge to go to Earth. It was unclear what they had discussed in their private channel, but the female Cybertronian suddenly punched the one with horns and ran off. The one with horns looked at Rosa with a bit of sadness. Sorry, I was coerced. I lied to you. I'm actually an Autobots, but I'm planning to defect to the Decepticons because Optimus Prime abandoned us, he said with a hint of guilt. Rosa. Huh. My name is Cliffjumper. I want you to testify that I really want to join the Decepticons. Look, I didn't attack you the whole way here. I didn't treat you as an enemy, so you'll help me, right? Rosa. Huh. Before Rosa could react, Cliffjumper grabbed her and jumped down. So this is the Decepticons' base. After pulling Rosa down, Cliffjumper said, expressing friendliness toward the Decepticons. He claimed that he had been abandoned by Optimus Prime and wanted to make Optimus Prime pay the price. He also rambled on about how he could be trusted and that it was the Decepticons, Rosa, in front of him who had brought him here, blah blah blah. And then, RC secretly sabotaged the space bridge system, and Cliffjumper punched Starscream directly in the face. Rosa, having just reacted, rushed over to help, preparing to punch Cliffjumper in the face. Cliffjumper was pulled away by RC, and Rosa's punch landed on the control console. The two Autobots watched as the console, which was as tall as Cliffjumper, collapsed halfway from Rosa's single punch, and they gulped. The observant RC noticed that the space bridge was collapsing faster and hurriedly called Cliffjumper over. But Rosa had already locked onto these two targets. 1 second before the collapse and explosion, she entered the space bridge with RC and Cliffjumper, arriving on Earth. Whoosh! The space bridge opened, and Cliffjumper, RC, and Rosa tumbled onto the ground filled with yellow sand. The first two quickly stood up, ready for battle, while the latter felt her enhanced strength weakening under the scorching sun. Her armor could withstand some of the sunlight, but the exposed inner parts, her waist, joints with large curves, had no armor. The interior was projected by herself and the solver, and it had no ability to resist the sunlight. The original enhancement from the solver had been slashed by more than half here. After fighting Rosa for a while, Cliffjumper and RC also noticed the problem. The strength displayed in the current fight was more in line with a normal Cybertronian. There was absolutely none of the power that had punched through the control console earlier, though the opponent still possessed some combat experience. Rosa did not want to expose the solver's abilities here. A cyber vampire, that thing would definitely be treated as a freak and then dissected. So, Rosa prepared to retreat while fighting. But then, with a whoosh, something lit up behind her, pinning her directly to the ground. With a clang, her head slammed into the ground, knocking her identification system back online on the spot. Their backup had arrived. Bumblebee. Fine, I surrender. As soon as Rosa heard that, she knew it was their reinforcements and chose to surrender. This wasn't cowardice, it was following one's heart. She would weaken as soon as she was exposed to the sun. With such a large sun and being in a desert, she was already so weakened and couldn't even use transformation to run away. Even if she could fly, with the debuff, there was a high probability of being shot down, so it was better to surrender. Side story. Decepticons' perspective. This is a calculated murder. Although I do not know how they did it, being able to kill countless Decepticons in such a short time while still remaining hidden in the base. I will find the reason. The only clue related to that massacre right now is that surveillance footage. Not long after Decepticon Soldier 1006 passed through the camera's field of view, he seemed to see something and ran toward the camera. A few pixels after his head module entered the frame, the camera suddenly turned. There is footage here that they did not want us to see. Even more bizarrely, this 1006 did not disappear immediately. Instead, he lived in Base 24 for a long time before suddenly vanishing. Perhaps 1006 had already disappeared when the camera turned. Something had replaced him during that time. He definitely saw something. By this time, he should have already discussed it with other grunts and been recorded by me, but he said nothing. Soundwave did not pay attention when he first saw a few missing persons at Base 24, simply delegating the task to his subordinates. It wasn't until after that massacre that he realized the situation was somewhat serious. Although only 14 Decepticons were expected to have died, why 14? Because after DNA testing, especially using special liquid detection in camera blind spots, they found large traces of energon in almost all camera blind spots in the Decepticon base. This was only detected because they used a special reagent capable of reacting with energon. When they discovered large patches of energon during the inspection, they peeled off the wall surface and sent it for testing. The final result was that a total of 14 Decepticons had died, because the energon's genetic analysis only detected those 14 TFs. However, this result stumped the investigators. The reason was simple. Among these 14 individuals, one was still alive, 6 to 12. He is a non-transformation capable individual and had just left that base a while ago to head to the recruit training camp. After contacting the person in charge of the recruit training camp to confirm, they immediately struck 6 to 12 off the death list. They suspected it was a coincidence and never for a moment doubted whether that TF had died. In the end, only 13 deaths were reported, and to avoid causing panic, they pacified the remaining soldiers, though it seemed even more chaotic after the pacification. Soundwave looked at the ventilation duct in one of the blind spots. There was a brand new section that was completely free of energon, but the adjacent section of the duct was old, and there was a clear division between the energon traces and that new section. It was obvious that this section of the duct was replaced after those 13 were killed. If only this one blind spot had a replaced duct, it would be one thing. But the problem was that every camera blind spot where a TF had died had a section of ventilation duct that had been replaced, and all were installed after the fact. Furthermore, the maintenance crew at the base reported that they had not received any news of damaged ventilation ducts, no ducts had been replaced during this period, and several sections were missing from the warehouse. Soundwave ordered the search to continue. The reason Soundwave did this was because this matter was related to another event. Regarding the massacre at the recruit training camp. At least 1,145 Decepticons died. No cause could be found, no culprit could be found. They were all lured there at night by news of gossip at the oil bar. Similarly, this incident was also handled by Soundwave, and Soundwave even discovered some points that might be related to the previous 13 individuals. Cameras that turned on their own for no reason. The doors were broken again this time. According to the technical department's investigation, the damage was caused by excessive force on the doors, leading to the hydraulic rods snapping. They had sufficient evidence to show that the hydraulic rods were fine. Something had held the door shut, causing it to be unable to open and thus become damaged. Furthermore, they found many energon handprints inside the door and traces of clawing, but they were unable to open the door. But there were clues. Perhaps the opponent was careless. The camera in the hallway outside the door did not turn on its own, and it even captured a strange scene. After the door closed, a strange symbol appeared on it. A hexagon, with 3 arrows extending from each of the 3 corners. After this symbol appeared on the door and rotated once, the door never opened again. They even carefully checked the entry and exit logs and found that 4 individuals never appeared on the DNA test list from start to finish. Judging by the shouting at the time, the protagonists of this gossip were those few, and it seemed to be a dramatic love quadrangle. Soundwave felt something was wrong. He ordered another full base detection for energon traces and finally detected 4 large traces of energon in the corners of the other 4 corridors, along with a small amount of limb fragments. But how did they get out? The place where they fell was far from the oil bar. Did they die before the massacre or after? They had no interpersonal relationships. Where did a love quadrangle come from? While running through logical possibilities, Soundwave reviewed the test information of the previous 13 individuals. While verifying that the testing personnel had not missed anything, he discovered that 1 TF had not been registered. 6 to 12. Apparently his DNA appeared among those dead, yet he was alive. He is currently directly under Starscream's command, was not recorded on the death list, and happened to leave the day after the incident. But he was nearby for both consecutive massacres, and he had a direct connection to the first one. Is this a coincidence? It doesn't seem so. Subsequently, after an autopsy on the limb fragments, there were few optical sensors left that could be tested, but one optical sensor's visual receptor had an important clue in the last image it saw. Several investigators were chilled to the bone after seeing the last image captured by the optical sensor. It was a beautiful and delicate female TF, with a great figure, but very thin. She looked like she would topple over with a push, but she didn't look like a TF. Clearly, this was likely the culprit of this incident. But what about 6 to 12? Why did he leave so much energon at base 24 yet remain alive without suffering from excessive energon loss? 6 to 12 might be directly related to that monster, or even replaced by that monster, and is currently working under Starscream. When he found Starscream was furious because the space bridge operating system was too severely damaged to be used. According to him, 6 to 12 had entered the space bridge with 2 attacking Autobots in the last second before it was damaged. After locating the coordinates, Soundwave sent people over directly. Unsurprisingly, 6 to 12 was already gone. He had definitely been taken away by the Autobots. Starscream. Soundwave, how are things? Soundwave. Seeing this displayed on Soundwave's screen, Starscream knew it was definitely a lost cause. Soundwave was certain that the culprit behind these 2 massacres was absolutely them. Since they had been captured by the Autobots, it was no longer the Decepticons' concern. As a recruit, they didn't know any important secrets, so losing them was no big deal. Moreover, leaving such a dangerous and unstable monster to the Autobots was not bad. Perhaps they would devour the Autobots until not even a scrap remained. However, someone capable of creating those massacres, even if not strong, would be very useful for their stealth capabilities, a rare talent. Even if there was some danger, they had self-awareness and could control themselves. If they could be controlled, they would make a fine blade. The end result was that Rosa was captured, and when being handcuffed, Cliffjumper and RC specifically demanded that the strongest ones be used. Rosa, having been escorted to the Autobot base, enjoyed a solitary cell. She stayed inside obediently. She had considered crawling through the ventilation ducts again, but decided against it. Honestly, resting day after day and having food delivered regularly wasn't that nice. During those first few days, they asked her for some information regarding the Decepticons. She thought about it and provided a brief summary, such as the fact that Starscream and his group were working on a space bridge, after which they hurried off to discuss it. The torture and interrogations she had imagined never came. They gave her a separate cell, and she had shackles on her feet and arms. It was just that the Autobot called Ratchet had been looking at her with an increasingly strange expression over the past 2 days, especially after he stood in front of Rosa's cage and showed something to the Autobot leader, Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime's expression when looking at her also seemed somewhat incredulous. She didn't know what they were thinking, and sometimes Rosa even wondered why the cage she was kept in was occasionally left open. When did it start? It was when she woke up one day. One day after waking up, she saw that the cage wasn't locked. It opened with a gentle push. She took a look, and since no one seemed to be standing outside watching her, she pulled the open cage door so it was slightly ajar and went back in. How careless, Rosa thought, amazed that they had forgotten to lock the door. In reality, there was a group of armed Autobots surrounding the outside of the cell at that time. Until one day, when Rosa woke up, she saw an orange and white Autobot standing in front of her recharging berth, blatantly scanning her. Let's talk. What exactly is this? As he spoke, the orange and white machine showed her the scan results, which displayed a Decepticon suit, supported by countless mechanical tentacles and joints, all clearly visible. I thought my intel was wrong. This remark left Ratchet speechless, but it could be considered a gesture of surrender. Megatron would never accept betrayal, so it seemed she intended to stay here. Don't change the subject. First, explain what's going on here. Do you want to see what I really look like? An abrupt female voice rang out, completely different from the steady male voice they had heard before. Even Ratchet and the few Autobots guarding the door, ready to attack at any moment, were stunned. This was a female voice they had never heard before. Immediately after, with a snap, the lights in the room went out after a flash of blue light. They rushed in instantly and activated their night vision, only to see that the original Decepticon soldier had turned into a female Cybertronian, with a pile of standard-issue Decepticon grunt armor lying on the floor around her. But Ratchet was still stunned there. They hadn't seen the process clearly, but Ratchet had. The moment the lights vanished, the Decepticon soldier's inner parts flickered a few times, then the Decepticon soldier's armor fell away. Several blue dots appeared within its body, then retracted and disappeared behind a slender figure. As these things retracted, the mechanical arms that had been supporting her armor vanished, and the inner part became a Cybertronian. At that moment, the lights came back on. What on earth is this thing? This wasn't like Makeshift's universal transformation cog. Ratchet, having practiced medicine for many years, could tell at a glance that she was entirely without a transformation cog. The female Cybertronian bore no faction insignia. She glanced at the guys who had retreated a few steps in front of her and walked slowly toward the cage door. The other few Autobots who had already entered the room watched Ratchet and the fembot in the cage nervously. Rosa gestured for Ratchet to, please, go ahead, and even stepped back to give him some sense of security. What exactly are you? Ratchet didn't rush to leave. Before this, they had suspected that Rosa didn't have much malice and wasn't particularly hostile toward the Autobots, based on what they heard from RC and Cliffjumper about what Rosa did when they encountered her in Cown. Watching Rosa stay in the cage every day doing nothing, being so well behaved that she wouldn't even leave when they deliberately left the door open, instead closing it herself. They had even specifically tested to see if there was any reaction when they entered her vicinity while she was fast asleep. Nothing, absolutely nothing. No defenses, she was completely at ease with the Autobots. Thus, the Autobots discussed and decided to let Ratchet check if she had sustained any serious injuries. After all, according to RC and Cliffjumper, her strength was considerable. Why had her power suddenly diminished after passing through the space bridge? They were worried that perhaps the space bridge explosion or the Decepticons' immature space bridge technology had caused her to suffer severe internal injuries. And that scan was shocking. Ratchet immediately decided to only show it to Optimus Prime and not reveal it to the other Autobots, giving the official explanation that she still needed further observation. Because this didn't look like a person at all. As for why Rosa didn't resist. When she was first captured and brought here, she had considered resisting, thinking about using the solver to blow up the entire base, or activating the absolute solver to hide if she couldn't win. But after staying for a while, she realized that they didn't seem to be subjecting her to torture or anything of the sort. She had a solitary cell and even had food. So she started just coasting along. Eventually, they assigned a room to Rosa, tentatively classifying her as one of their own, though it was clear they didn't fully trust her. Then, they assigned Rosa the job of cleaning the Autobot base, but there were certain areas she was forbidden from entering. They even installed security locks in some sectors. It was obvious that her identity as a former Decepticon, even if it was just a facade, made them quite suspicious of her. Looking at her new room, Rosa tidied up briefly before preparing to head to the main hall. As she approached the main hall, she heard them discussing her. They seemed to be speculating that she possessed a universal cog, allowing her to disguise herself like Makeshift, as they had mentioned, but Ratchet quickly dismissed the idea, stating that Rosa was truly a non-transformer. She doesn't even have a transformation cog. It's impossible for her to have a universal transformation cog, Ratchet said, waving his hand. Besides, given Rosa's armored appearance, lacking wheels or wings, how could she possibly have an alternate form? Ratchet replied to them, her situation might be more complex than we think. Don't make any rash moves until we figure out which faction she belongs to. She didn't know what Ratchet had whispered to them, but they suddenly seemed to accept her presence and continued waiting for her to arrive in the main hall. She didn't go out immediately. Instead, she waited a while before entering the main hall. Once there, the other Autobots introduced themselves to Rosa before returning to their own tasks. Rosa obediently went to find cleaning supplies to tidy up the base. So, you're still hiding some kind of disguise equipment. Rosa hadn't expected Ratchet to follow her. Yes, but Rosa didn't really want to confess. She understood that the Autobots were still wary of her. Revealing too much all at once would only make them suspicious. It wasn't the time to lay all her cards on the table. It was always better to keep a few aces up her sleeve. That was what Ratchet thought, so he didn't give Rosa a hard time. He simply asked what skills she had and left. However, he paused for a moment when he heard Rosa knew some technology, thought about it for a while, and said he would wait for them to make further arrangements before leaving. For Rosa, as long as she could stay here and have food to prevent herself from exploding, that was enough. Now, her daily routine consisted of cleaning the base. When she had nothing to do, she would just stay in her room with her eyes closed. In reality, she was bored and playing built-in minigames like Tetris or Solitaire. Quiet and silent, she passed by the ground bridge or other consoles without any prying eyes or actions. She was like a robot with a preset path. Finish cleaning, move to the next location, and once everything was done, return to her room to stand by. They had locked Rosa's communications, so she couldn't contact anyone, but she didn't need to while she was here. She was essentially under house arrest, but they provided her with enough energon every day to eat, so she wouldn't go hungry like she sometimes did when she was with the Decepticons. Moreover, the Autobot base was different from the Decepticon base. The Decepticon side was incredibly oppressive. It even made her feel like she was back in that time, which left her with no sense of security. At least the Autobot base was bright and had individual rooms, offering a higher sense of security. So, why wouldn't she just stay put? When the other Autobots went out on patrols to search for Energon, there were a few times they returned covered in injuries. Ratchet would then patch them up and examine them. Rosa would continue cleaning quietly, not even glancing at the open ground bridge. For a while after that, the other Autobots didn't notice any suspicious behavior from her, and their attitude toward her improved slightly. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she always felt like someone was watching her. Was an Autobot still worried about her? And then, one day, Ratchet called her to the main hall, where only RC and Ratchet were present. Follow me, Ratchet said, leading Rosa to a very spacious room. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Bulkhead, and Cliffjumper were all there. Now, Bulkhead said, still not fully trusting her, we need to run a quick assessment. Just to be clear, only fists are allowed, RC added, gesturing with one hand and signaling Optimus Prime with her eyes. Optimus Prime slowly walked up to Rosa. But, Rosa kept dodging the attacks. Several times they grazed her, and it was clear that Optimus Prime was going easy on her. Forced by the situation, Rosa could only keep creating distance. Attack, Optimus Prime said, his eyes serious. The restraint in his fighting style gradually faded. Forced to act, Rosa threw a punch. The blow landed on Optimus Prime's defensive arm, and to everyone's shock, the impact sent Optimus Prime sliding back several meters while he maintained his defensive stance. That was a bit terrifying. Rosa was a medium-sized bot, not a large-sized bot like Optimus Prime, yet a medium-sized bot could exert such great strength. Of course, in the end, Rosa was still being beaten. Most of the time, she couldn't even land a hit on Optimus Prime. He dodged everything and countered with a strike of his own. After all, the difference in experience was just too great. But because of this, they were slightly more at ease. Her strength wasn't so weak that she was afraid to come out, yet she chose to stay put. She realized that when the cage opened, she wouldn't automatically go out, instead, she would close it herself. She didn't have much malice and was honest. In the end, the assessment concluded with Rosa lying on the ground, surrendering. Rosa had no intention of using the solver or anything else. She didn't sense any malice, so she felt a bit relieved for the time being. She would keep her trump cards hidden. Of course, the few hits Optimus Prime landed during the assessment did no real harm. He knew how to temper his strength. To avoid being discovered, she deliberately didn't use the solver to repair herself, letting Ratchet scan and check her. Ratchet only did a simple scan of the outer layer, and he trusted that Optimus Prime had been careful, but the more he looked, the more solemn his expression became. Just as the others thought something had happened to Rosa, Ratchet asked her, "Why is the metal on your body so brittle?" The others breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't seriously injured, but then they thought about it again and realized something wasn't quite right. Did this mean she suffered from long-term malnutrition? Like humans with malnutrition who lack calcium and have brittle bones? If so, with such great strength, wouldn't she break her own hand in the process of throwing a punch? In murder drones, limbs and necks are constantly being broken, and the metal that can be cut with a single blade feels like it might be a bit brittle, so maybe this is hereditary. They remembered what Rosa had said earlier. As long as she had food and didn't starve to death, that was enough. Was this from years of starvation? Although Rosa was a medium-sized bot, she didn't look as sturdy as other Cybertronians. She appeared extremely thin and frail, only her great strength had masked it. They suddenly felt a bit of pity. For a moment, their wariness toward Rosa decreased. Rosa looked only slightly older than Bumblebee, yet she was born unable to transform. If not for her great strength, her appearance alone would have gotten her killed countless times in this war. She had to do more than others just to survive. It was no wonder she disguised herself as a Decepticon to scrounge for food. Rosa had a happy family, just arrived here and was hungry for a few days, then proceeded to scrounge for food and beat up the Decepticons from her batch. Wait, what? The end result was that when Rosa received her Energon that day, she found her portion had increased significantly, almost catching up to Bumblebee's amount. But he was a warrior, and she was just a shut-in, she didn't need that much. Isn't this too much? I only need enough to maintain my vital signs. Look at what she was saying, maintain vital signs. Fun fact. The solver requires regular energy consumption, otherwise, the core will overheat, eventually leading to an explosion. This kind of damage cannot be repaired, so for her, having just enough energy to maintain vital signs and keep her consciousness active wouldn't cause her any harm. Rosa thought that since she was living under someone else's roof, it was fine to take as little as possible, but why were the others looking at her with that kind of expression? Rosa. Well, is there anything else I can help with? I'm capable. It was fine to trade labor for rewards, at least Rosa didn't want to start fighting them yet. But why did that expression in their eyes deepen even more? Ah. Ratchet and Optimus Prime knew that Rosa probably couldn't be measured by normal Cybertronian standards, but she really did look a bit too thin. Optimus Prime had felt it too during their assessment. As a medium-sized bot, she was too light. So, they both agreed to give Rosa a bit more energon. Although they didn't know why, they always felt there was something unscientific about Rosa. Optimus Prime looked at Rosa. Do you intend to continue staying at the base to help, or will you go out on duty with us? Rosa froze for a moment, then thought for a while. In truth, she didn't know how to choose either. On one hand, she actually wanted to just slack off and wait for death, not wanting to do anything, especially not wanting to touch dangerous work. On the other hand, she felt that it wouldn't be right to do nothing while on someone else's turf. Logistics and maintenance would be fine, or doing a bit more of anything, but what she was best at was fighting. The final decision was to make Rosa a warrior. Once she recovered a bit, if there were simple missions, they would try to have Rosa go out and participate, while having other experienced individuals guide her to prevent any accidents. That works too, but weren't they just overthinking things? But when the time comes, she still needs to get a set of armor that can block sunlight. That stuff really affects her. Rosa didn't want to expose her weaknesses, but she remembered the armor left on that original grunt. She had used it as a cover for a long time back then, and it seemed like it could be modified slightly. She could take some scraps to line the inside to block the sunlight. The only issue was needing a reason to wear it without it seeming too abrupt. Maybe she could wear it for her first mission, using the excuse that her own armor was relatively weak. Do you not have any weapons equipped? Ratchet looked at Rosa. Generally speaking, whether it was Autobots or Decepticons, there were two choices for equipping weapons: carrying them externally or utilizing transformation to have them equipped on one's body, ready to be transformed out for use whenever needed. Everyone didn't see Rosa carrying any extra weapons, and they also knew Rosa didn't have a transformation cog, so it looked like she might not have any equipped. Rosa was silent for a moment, then retracted her hand into that conical arm and extended a blade from inside. The Autobots saw this scene with expressions of confusion and surprise, but they all looked at Ratchet simultaneously. Their gazes all conveyed one meaning. Didn't you say she didn't have a transformation cog? Ratchet was also stunned, but he suddenly remembered Rosa's transformation, which wasn't really a transformation at all, just simply opening the bottom of her conical arm to push things out or retract them, and realized that the transformation of her arm weapon likely didn't rely on a transformation cog. It was likely just some simple substitute. She was still a non-transformer. That probably isn't driven by a transformation cog. Ratchet rubbed his forehead. The other Autobots realized that Rosa's transformation was too crude. A real transformation wouldn't just be extending things so simply, but would involve the orderly movement and displacement of parts. They smiled a bit awkwardly. The next day, today was another day of cleaning the hall in the base, and then she saw Ratchet hurriedly calling Rosa over the intercom to help. When she arrived, what she saw were the other Autobots who had gone out to search for Energon coming out of the ground bridge one after another. It seemed like something had happened. Ratchet rushed over, only giving the instruction, "Watch the base," before stepping onto the ground bridge with the other Autobots gathered at the base and disappearing from sight. Rosa stood where she was, her heart filled with confusion and unease. She didn't know what had happened, but from Ratchet's serious expression, she could tell the severity of the situation. During the time she waited for their return, Rosa did not stay idle. Before leaving, Ratchet had briefly taught her how to use the various equipment at the base, including opening the ground bridge, positioning, and other operations. When they returned again, the atmosphere was extremely somber. Then came the terrible news: Cliffjumper was dead. They had arrived too late. At the scene, only one of Cliffjumper's horns remained, and shortly after, Ratchet detected that Cliffjumper's life signal had vanished. They arrived in a stretch of yellow sand to bury the last remains of Cliffjumper. Everyone was mourning for him, and Rosa was among them. Cliffjumper has sacrificed himself, but we must not let anger interfere with our judgment. As of today, there are only 5 of us Autobots left on Earth, and we must cherish all memories of Cybertron. Optimus Prime looked at the others around him. For the sake of the Autobots searching for refuge across the galaxies, and for the sake of humanity. RC walked forward slowly from the back, holding the horn Cliffjumper had left behind before he died. Everyone's face was filled with sorrow. And even more so, we must survive, for our lost comrade. RC slowly placed the item Cliffjumper had left behind on the ground, amidst the sky full of yellow sand, under the afterglow of the setting sun, in a sea of orange. That horn lay slowly on the ground, signaling that Cliffjumper was dead. Yet even after death, he could not return to his homeland, Cybertron, and could only be buried in this foreign land. Because they couldn't go back, none of the people standing here now could return to their own homelands. Rosa suddenly felt a sense of empathy. Unable to go home, left to drift in another world. The only difference was that Rosa was just one machine. But she also had a part that belonged to Cybertron. Perhaps this place could become her second home. I am also considered a Cybertronian, after all. Dad. Mom. Rosa suddenly felt like crying, cleaning fluid welling up in her eyes. I think I will go back to protecting humanity. After RC put down Cliffjumper's remains, she looked at the horn for a while, then stood up, ready to leave. Rosa suddenly realized she seemed to have cried, hurriedly wiping away the cleaning fluid about to spill from her eyes with her hand, watching as RC transformed into a motorcycle and drove away. Optimus Prime, helping humanity will only lead to more tragedy. Ratchet walked forward and stood next to Optimus Prime, watching RC gradually fade into the distance. I understand what you mean. Optimus Prime looked at Ratchet. Afterward, Rosa didn't concern herself with anything else. Today's cleaning work was already finished. She returned to her room to rest and think about life. Perhaps from the very beginning, she didn't truly identify with this world deep down. Everything she did was based on self-interest. Whether she would starve to death living here alone was a question, so they gathered for warmth, looked for Energon together, and then earned what they worked for. Her daily goal was just to survive and go home. She hadn't thought about completely integrating here, she had her own home, and this was just a temporary haven. But now, she needed to re-evaluate whether to gradually integrate into this environment emotionally. She still needed self-interest, but she could relax a little. At least, she shouldn't let herself collapse from too much pressure because she couldn't relax. Socializing and playing were ways to lighten the burden, but unfortunately, playing, she wasn't particularly close with them. Socializing, she didn't want to strike up conversations, so, she would just let everything take its natural course. At the very least, just being able to survive is enough. Furthermore, she was still a shut-in. Usually, she was all about games and anime. Her way of socializing was linking up online or offline with friends for four-player gaming, or discussing some insane maneuvers in her favorite pairings. Lol, there are no otaku here, there are simply no common topics to discuss. Maybe I should just be my tech geek self, find some tools, and build something to kill time. A tech geek is still a geek. She thought for a long time and finally decided to ask Ratchet tomorrow if there was a database or something in the Autobot base. After all, the current atmosphere wasn't exactly suitable, right? The next afternoon, after finishing all the cleaning work, Rosa went to the main hall to find Ratchet. If you want to search for information, you can go to the console. Ratchet pointed to the console in the main hall and looked at Rosa suspiciously. He didn't fully trust her yet and might check what Rosa searched for later. Thank you. Rosa turned and went to the console. Looking at the keys and the screen, she recalled the spelling of Cybertronian for a few seconds, then raised her hand to search on the console. Multiverse. This was Rosa's first search term. The result was that it existed. However, there was a related entry that caught Rosa's attention because it also added information about the angle between two worlds, the Shadow Zone. Shadow Zone. This was the second keyword. It not only explained what the Shadow Zone was but also the method to open it. If two transmission devices were activated at the same coordinates, a temporary space would open at that location, the Shadow Zone. The space within the Shadow Zone was limited and existed between two parallel worlds. So, theoretically, perhaps if two parallel worlds reached a consensus and both opened the Shadow Zone at the same coordinates, the two parallel worlds could connect. But unfortunately, there were no transmission devices like a ground bridge or space bridge on the other side. Perhaps there was a way to let one side directly open a parallel world. She wanted to go home. Rosa set out to search for the principles of the space bridge and ground bridge, and then she tragically discovered. She didn't understand it. She could only understand the principles of short-range teleportation, but that was just the beginning. Both the ground bridge and space bridge were long-range teleportation, which involved areas outside her knowledge. Especially when not using a solver or similar, but rather using a device to excite energy to reach a certain frequency to complete the transmission, such as with the ground bridge or space bridge. She was completely lost. Are you interested in these? Ratchet didn't know when he had looked over and seen what Rosa was searching for. Yes, I was wondering if there could be a more advanced transmission device than a space bridge, the kind that could even tear through the Shadow Zone, Rosa said truthfully. Both the ground bridge and space bridge can do that, as long as you open two at the same coordinates. Ratchet glanced at her. Rosa wasn't doing anything she shouldn't be, so he turned his head to continue his own work, no longer paying attention to Rosa. No, I mean tearing through the Shadow Zone to reach another world. Are you thinking about the multiverse? Ratchet looked at Rosa with some surprise, not knowing why she would bring this up. I don't really like this chaotic world. It wasn't a lie, nor was she talking about the Autobot base. It was this world, and being dragged into a war, with nothing familiar, no relatives, and only being able to huddle together for warmth. She wanted to go home. I was thinking, if one day a more advanced transmission device than a space bridge appears, one that can tear open the Shadow Zone, I could go to the opposite world, to a world without chaos. Rosa hesitated, then continued, the moment I opened my eyes, it was war. Rosa didn't say the rest. She was trying to find a way to go home. Ratchet fell silent. He now understood that Rosa's true heart was definitely not bad. Except her, Ratchet thought. A poor child, starved for so long that even her metal had become fragile. A non-transformer who had to do much more than other civilian units to survive in the war. Even if she had once been a Decepticon, that identity was fake to her. And that appearance, perhaps she only did that to scare people, perhaps it was just a projection or some other method to avoid scanning. Except her. Ratchet thought of the scene where he was shocked by Rosa in the cage. Perhaps it had shaken his understanding, and he subconsciously denied that those things were real, only believing that Rosa had some tool to confuse people and had deliberately made herself look like that to avoid being harmed. Not a bad idea. Ratchet waved his hand. Come over. I'll tell you the basic principles of how a ground bridge is achieved. And so, this scene unfolded. Ratchet taught Rosa some of the mechanisms regarding the ground bridge and space bridge. Rosa had perfectly inherited her grandmother's and mother's talent in worker drone manufacturing, and she understood it quickly. Bulkhead came out and saw this. He walked closer and listened, only to find they were discussing the ground bridge. The key was that Rosa could actually follow along and understand what it meant, then keep up with Ratchet's train of thought. Rosa planned to go and grab something to take notes with so she could record the key points. Suddenly, RC and Bumblebee sent a message over the comms. We have arrived. Was it a mission? Rosa hadn't gotten her notebook yet. She had just returned to the main hall to check the situation when she saw a young boy getting out of Bumblebee's vehicle mode, along with an older boy and girl from RC. 3 humans. Rosa looked at Ratchet in confusion, seemingly seeking an answer with her eyes. When RC, Bumblebee, and the others were out on a mission yesterday, they were seen by humans, but Ratchet also looked at the humans on the ground with some confusion. Why do I remember there being 2? Did you forget? Humans reproduce, RC teased as she walked over after finishing her transformation. My name is Raph, the younger human said. My name is Miko. The girl said, excitedly running over to Bulkhead. She asked for his name and then excitedly bombarded him with questions. Are you a car? How much do you weigh? Do you like heavy metal rock? Have you ever hit a punching bag with a hammer? It seemed they weren't very scared. Next, Optimus Prime arrived and specifically explained some of their questions, including how they got here and the reason for their arrival. Cybertron had gone through thousands of years of civil war, caused by the Autobots and Decepticons fighting over Energon. It was only then that Rosa realized Optimus Prime had known Megatron before the war began. Does that make them arch-enemies? As everyone knows, an arch-enemy is an arch-enemy. Arch-enemies cannot be transformed into mouth-covered. Alright, Rosa only listened to a little bit of the subsequent history, then went to find her notebook. By the time she came out with her notebook, the humans were nowhere to be seen. Had they left? Instead, she saw another human walking out of the elevator. 7 cars destroyed, 34 fender benders, and a 3-hour traffic jam. There's also a report from multiple media companies about an unidentified high-speed motorcycle and a yellow and black muscle car. This human male said to Bumblebee and RC. When he entered, the other Autobots automatically stepped aside to make room for Optimus Prime. Ratchet whispered to Rosa from the side, I forgot to tell you earlier, this is our special contact on the outside, Agent Fowler. In short, after some friendly communication, Agent Fowler left. Before leaving, he told Optimus Prime and the others to be cleaner with their work. Rosa stopped watching Agent Fowler and turned to go get her notebook, only to see those humans who were supposed to have left coming back out. So, had they been hiding in some corner just now? Rosa didn't care and didn't want to talk to them, so she held her notebook and prepared to go back. Jack, Miko, and Raph walked onto the walkway built specifically for humans in the base. They leaned against the railing, excitedly looking around as if they had endless energy. Beep, beep. A sound suddenly rang out from the main hall screen. The screen displayed a map, along with Cliffjumper's avatar and name. Full Earth technology. Cliffjumper's signal has appeared again. Ratchet looked at the others. What? Rosa heard something and turned her head sharply. It happened again, she had just been about to leave and had turned back. It wasn't because she was happy to hear that the Autobots' teammate was still alive, but because she subconsciously associated the news of Cliffjumper, coming back from the dead, with the solver. Immediately after, she realized they didn't have a solver and that it was just a program error, a false report, so Rosa lost interest again. Who is Cliffjumper? One of the three humans asked, but received no answer. The Autobots were more concerned about the reason for Cliffjumper's life signal suddenly appearing. How is this possible? Optimus Prime stepped forward to ask Ratchet. It's impossible, it's a glitch again. Ratchet spread his hands. This entire system is full of glitches. Yeah, it felt like it wasn't worth using, but if needed, Ratchet could pick up a wrench and give it a couple of whacks for a physical repair. A glitch. RC subconsciously thought that perhaps Cliffjumper's life signal hadn't disappeared at the time, but had just been masked. Could Cliffjumper possibly still be alive? RC looked at Optimus Prime with hope in her eyes. Ratchet, Optimus Prime closed his faceplate. Prepare the med bay, we might need it. As he left, he remembered that they seemed to have guests in their base. Nico noticed Optimus Prime's gaze and thought they had a mission too. What can we do? Nico asked, clinging to the railing. Stay with Ratchet. Optimus Prime turned his head and inadvertently glanced at Rosa. Rosa had originally thought Optimus Prime wanted her to stay in the base too and was just about to speak, but the words got stuck in her throat. Rosa, you have weapons, right? I do. You are coming with us. Optimus Prime said. He didn't seem to be joking, it looked like he intended to conduct a test. Huh. Me. Rosa pointed at herself uncertainly, she wanted to use that classic expression. But Optimus Prime didn't give her time to react. With the command, Autobots, roll out, everyone transformed and entered the ground bridge. Rosa had no choice but to casually put her notebook aside and follow. However, she had to run. Fortunately, she had the solver's enhancement, so she wasn't too slow and didn't end up in an awkward position behind them. Rosa. Crying.jpg. Then she watched as the others exited the ground bridge and all coolly, cuckoo, transformed into their robot forms, standing in an orderly line in front with weapons raised, scanning the surroundings, everyone except her, who came running in from behind. The cool factor was gone. R.O. Crying very loudly. Saw. But she still followed, obeying Optimus Prime's order to search for Cliffjumper. Then, somehow, they started fighting the opposition. Finally, both sides engaged in a firefight. Seeing everyone charging up, Rosa closed her eyes, and the screens on both her left and right sides charged forward as well. Beep. Whir. Rosa, go to the back. Bumblebee shouted. He knew that Rosa's metal was relatively brittle and she was easily injured. But because the gunfire from both sides was too intense, Rosa didn't hear him clearly and still charged forward, one after the other with RC. No one knew how she managed to run so fast and jump so high. A blue X was displayed on Rosa's screen. Perhaps because of excitement, she bared her teeth, quite pumped up. With a sprint, she ran left and right to dodge the dense attacks, stepped on a higher rock, and leapt directly into the air. Utilizing gravity, she aimed her dual blades at the number 1 grunt in front and stabbed him fiercely. She knocked him down before her own legs had even touched the ground. She twisted her waist and slammed her leg in midair against the second grunt behind the first one. Then, using the momentum, she arched her upper body and pulled the dual blades out of the first grunt's body. Stepping on the second grunt, Rosa had just pulled out her dual blades and held them above her head, then bowed her upper body downwards, spreading the blades out to both sides. The chest armor of both grunts immediately had a slash mark that cut through their spark chambers. On the other side, RC cooperated by jumping down from a high place, knocking one Decepticon to the ground, then fiercely jumping up to twist the head off another Decepticon with her feet. After killing those few Decepticons, Rosa didn't stop. She continued running forward a few steps, scraped one foot against the slope of a huge rock, jumped up with force, and continued to use the momentum to attack the few Decepticons nearby. This time her body was tilted in the air. She reacted in midair, and during this short downward jump, she forcibly rotated a full circle in the air. Her outstretched arms and those sharp blades sliced those few Decepticons in half on the spot. This was where the advantage of long blades was demonstrated. Is this little girl so fierce when fighting? Bulkhead was nearby. When Optimus Prime had tested her, Rosa had only used her fists and feet. He hadn't expected her to be so brutal when using weapons. She was rushing forward as if she didn't care about her life. Even while complaining, Bulkhead didn't stop his hands. A drill tank was knocked over by a single hammer strike from Bulkhead. Bumblebee utilized the slope, transformed, drove up, and delivered a punch to a Decepticon while coming down from the air. Another drill tank drove over, only to be picked up by Optimus Prime and used as a shield. Finally, everyone transformed and charged up, and Optimus Prime finished it off with a tail whip, sending all the remaining Decepticons flying. Of course, this didn't include Rosa, because she couldn't transform. So, she chose to randomly pick a lucky one after seeing them drive out, ripped out his conduits, and ate his energon directly. She didn't eat much, just a few, then continued to follow the team. After all, the core temperature rose faster during a fight, so eating a bit more to store up was never a bad idea. However, she didn't know why, but she always felt that these soldiers tasted a bit average, not as good as the ones she ate back at the training camp. The corpse's fuel tank had been ripped open by claws, the entire tank torn out, and the head and limbs severed. To lick the energon clean, the head looked as if it had been violently crushed. With no other Decepticons around, Rosa, having just finished eating, was licking the residual energon from her face and claws when she received the message. Explosion. Evacuate at full speed. Ratchet sent the ground bridge coordinates at the same time, and she immediately rushed toward the location. A blue-green light flashed as everyone entered the ground bridge just in time to escape, avoiding the blast. That was close. How is Cliffjumper? Ratchet looked at everyone, who remained silent. Bumblebee shook his head gently, and Optimus Prime also lowered his head in silence. Ratchet understood immediately. The atmosphere turned somber. Yet Miko, seemingly oblivious to the mood, shouted in intense curiosity about what had happened on the other side, until Jack pulled her away. Only after they had walked away did Optimus Prime quietly ask RC what she had seen. Cliffjumper, he's changed. RC's emotions were unstable. She hugged her arms, as if recalling something blood-curdling. He's mutated, he's been mutilated. She placed a hand over her allspark. Like those Decepticon test subjects from the war. RC looked up at Optimus Prime, then suddenly her legs gave out, and she collapsed. Bumblebee moved to help her, but RC steadied herself against a nearby crate and waved him off, indicating she was just dizzy. The culprit behind the dizziness was the purple liquid staining RC's hands. What is that? Everyone's gaze locked onto the pool of purple liquid, which radiated an ominous aura. I don't know. It was all over Cliffjumper, leaking right out of him, RC said, clutching her dizzy head. Ratchet picked up a scalpel and collected a small sample. Go get a decontamination shower, now. Rosa, being female as well, went over to help RC up and led her to the decontamination unit. She carefully guided RC inside, while Ratchet began testing the sample using various instruments at the console. However, Optimus Prime, isn't it getting a bit late? Rosa looked at the three humans with some concern. What do you mean? Optimus Prime didn't understand. It's too late for them to return, their families will be worried. Plus, I recall that phones don't work in the base, so they can't check in with their families. Rosa had realized this when she saw the humans still there upon her return. She used to have a curfew herself, so she understood, after all, families would certainly worry if their children came home too late. She looked at Jack, Miko, and Raph, who all nodded in agreement. Ultimately, for the sake of safety, Optimus Prime arranged for Bulkhead to take Miko home, Bumblebee to take Raph, and RC to take Jack. Thinking of her parents due to the curfew, Rosa hugged her notes and went back to her room to wallow in her feelings. She then channeled her sadness into motivation, staying up all night to organize all her notes and even finishing her armor before finally preparing to sleep. The result was that she didn't wake up until nearly 2 o'clock the next afternoon. She went to the main hall to collect supplies, but as soon as she arrived, she saw the light of the ground bridge vanish. To her surprise, the base was completely empty, with only RC's voice continuously coming through the comm system. RC calling base, come in. Rosa paused. She was fairly certain she hadn't fallen into another dimension again. I'm here. It seems there's no one else at the base, Rosa replied, unsure. Rosa. Where's Jack? Send us back first. Rosa glanced at the coordinates for RC displayed on the screen, locked the ground bridge onto them, and activated it. The ground bridge began to operate. After the blue-green light faded, Bumblebee and RC's vehicle form surged in and quickly transformed. Once she saw everyone was inside, Rosa cut the power to the ground bridge, and it shut down. She then began to pinpoint Bulkhead's location. Where are Jack and Raph? You didn't see them at the base? RC asked anxiously. No, Rosa said, her hands never stopping. I didn't see anyone when I came to the hall. I find it strange too. With that, she locked onto the coordinates and opened the ground bridge. The situation was urgent. Bumblebee and RC didn't speak further to Rosa, simply transforming and driving off to support Bulkhead. Rosa remained in the hall to guard the base. After a while, she received instructions from RC. Now, Rosa finally knew where Jack and the others had gone. She hadn't expected them to have opened the ground bridge to the Decepticons' side themselves. They were certainly daring. She watched as the three humans walked back, still cheering. A message came through the comms. It was RC telling her to keep a close eye on them. Rosa felt a headache coming on. These kids seemed like real troublemakers. So, Rosa instructed them to stay put on the sofa in the hall and not to go anywhere else. Bulkhead requested the ground bridge be opened. However, only he came through, along with Agent Fowler, who was in his vehicle mode. We shouldn't have gone that way. We were ambushed. Bulkhead punched the wall in anger, leaving a large dent immediately. What about RC and Bumblebee? Raph shouted. Rosa, Bulkhead said, looking up at her. You're coming with me. But, Rosa looked back at the three humans, then at Bulkhead. Shouldn't we wait for Optimus Prime to return before going to help? Bulkhead shook his head. RC and Bumblebee can't wait. Rosa was silent for a moment, then opened the ground bridge and followed Bulkhead through. Before leaving, the two of them repeatedly told the humans to stay put and guard the base. The landing spot they entered the Decepticon warship at was the data room they had previously located. Rosa looked around, and no one was there. After recording some blueprints displayed that seemed important, she turned around to look for the warship's route map. Where were they taken? Bulkhead asked Rosa, who was searching the records on the Decepticons channel. Rosa confirmed they were locked in an interrogation room, marked it, and sent the coordinates directly to Bulkhead. Is it the place where Agent Fowler was captured before? Bulkhead raised an eyebrow, and Rosa suddenly saw something glowing in the reflection of the screen. She whipped her head around, but it was too late. The Decepticon soldier had already opened fire on Bulkhead. In her panic, Rosa used the solver. The bullets fired toward them were suddenly deflected by a solver symbol in the air mid-flight, hitting the ground instead. The soldier saw two Autobots sneaking around the data room, not even noticing someone had entered, and immediately felt his chance for glory had arrived. He fired a few shots at the big guy. But when the female Autobot turned around, just as the bullets were about to make contact with the large Autobot, a solver symbol suddenly appeared in the air. He clearly saw all the bullets he fired in rapid succession hit the solver symbol and ricochet, flying in all directions. Seemingly terrified, he looked at Rosa and took a step back, because he saw that same solver symbol that had deflected the bullets appearing in one of Rosa's eyes. Bulkhead turned around just as Rosa's solver symbol vanished, seeing only the soldier pointing his gun at him, but hitting the floor and ceiling instead. He immediately initiated transformation to bring out his hammer. Hey, buddy. Your aim is so crooked, should I fix it for you? Then he rushed forward and struck the soldier. Rosa offered a moment of silence for this Decepticon soldier. Next, they went to rescue RC and Bumblebee. In the dark, purple-toned corridor, Decepticon soldiers kept appearing from the intersections. It was likely that the Decepticon from before had sounded the alarm before he died. Bulkhead was in front, continuously smashing his hammer into the charging Decepticons. While Rosa used her blade to take down the Decepticons emerging from behind, she also took time to help Bulkhead clear the Decepticon soldiers in front. This was the advantage of being a heavy armored soldier. It was a pity she couldn't perform a transformation, otherwise, she could have just run with Bulkhead. Just as she and Bulkhead were attacking one after the other, a door suddenly slammed down, separating Rosa and Bulkhead. Rosa. Bulkhead. Boom. It was the sound of an explosion. Hearing it was on the other side of the door, Bulkhead anxiously asked about Rosa's condition. Rosa said she was fine and told Bulkhead to head to the place where Bumblebee and RC were being held to regroup. Bulkhead hesitated for a moment but agreed. Meanwhile, on Rosa's side, she watched her two arms, which had been blown off and were still crawling on the ground, and the Decepticon grunt who was terrified by those two arms. One Decepticon's hand, holding a bomb, was still trembling. Maybe he was scared. Although it didn't feel like it should be that bad. She slowly looked up and used the solver to twist the surveillance camera against the wall. Then, smiling, she used the solver to give the bomb in the Decepticon's hand a gentle twist. Boom. Taking advantage of the chaos, Rosa kicked her arms into the ventilation shaft. The ventilation shaft was punctured with two large holes on the spot, and she used a short-range solver to teleport away. In an instant, code flashed around Rosa. By the time the other Decepticon soldiers came to surround her, she was already gone. When she checked the map earlier, she had confirmed the location of the interrogation room and the connections of the ventilation shafts, because her path below was a detour, while the ventilation shaft was a straight line. Based on the speed at which her two arms were crawling, they should be able to arrive at the interrogation room at the same time. Rosa didn't plan to give up those two arms. She needed to consume energy to get there, and she didn't want to regenerate her arms, which would speed up the heating of her core. It was best not to reduce the energy in her body. Having extra energy while in Decepticon territory was always the right move. At least Rosa didn't encounter anyone on her way there. They were probably all gathered where Bulkhead and she had been before she teleported. Arriving at the door of the interrogation room, fortunately, the door here only required pressing a switch, not a password. Rosa immediately rammed her head into it. Rosa. Your arms. The moment the door opened, Rosa saw RC and Bumblebee with their weapons locked, hanging from the ceiling by iron chains. Rosa had lost both her arms, so she couldn't unlock the devices holding Bumblebee and RC. Then, Bumblebee and RC witnessed a somewhat horrific scene. Rosa's signature severed white hands suddenly fell out of the ventilation shaft. Then they crawled toward them using their fingers. Yes, severed hands, the severed hands that had suddenly dropped from the ceiling, were crawling across the room, leaving a long trail of energon behind them. But Rosa acted as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. She first walked into the interrogation room, used her head to press the button to close the door, and then went over to bite onto an arm. Bumblebee and RC were both a bit confused about what Rosa was doing, then watched as Rosa used her teeth to fling the arm into the air, released it slightly, and then precisely bit onto the elbow. At that moment, the hand retracted and popped out a cylindrical object, and then she swung her head hard. The cylinder on the hand instantly fired a long beam of laser. This laser was like a knife, immediately cutting through the system controlling the metal locks, extending from the wall to the floor, leaving a smoking fissure on the console surface. Before they could even be happy, the sound of the door opening rang out. Rosa understood that whoever was coming definitely wasn't an Autobot, because Bulkhead had just messaged that he hadn't arrived yet. Oh no. But Rosa right now. RC and Bumblebee both thought this, preparing to go up and protect her. Then they watched as, the moment the door opened, Rosa repeated the move, swinging her elbow with all her might, and the laser burst forth again. A Decepticon grunt was humming a song, carrying the tools to interrogate the Autobots, when he entered the room and saw this scene. As the door opened, a blue ray of light with a trail flew diagonally toward him. Just as he saw the armless Rosa with an arm in her mouth, he felt a chill on his chest, followed by a slight stinging sensation on his arm. Looking down, he saw his chest armor had been cut in two by the laser, and the bottom piece had already fallen off. The grunt hurriedly crouched down to pick up the fallen half of his chest armor to cover himself, only to see Rosa fling the arm she was holding in her mouth and give him a wink tilde. It had two meanings, one of which was very obvious. Come on if you're not afraid of this tilde. And the other meaning was harassment. Then the grunt shouted, "You guys wait," and ran away. Calculating the area of the grunt's psychological shadow. If it weren't for the fact that Rosa had an arm in her mouth, she would have whistled when the grunt's chest armor fell off. Never mind, that wouldn't look good. Then RC and Bumblebee watched as another hand fell out of the ventilation shaft. It was Rosa's other severed arm. After this arm fell, it made a thud sound, twisted a bit, and continued to crawl toward Rosa. Why can it move? RC asked, finding it hard to describe. It's my hand, why wouldn't it move? Rosa released the arm she was holding in her mouth. That's not what I meant. RC hesitated, picking up a severed hand, thinking she should be able to find Ratchet to reattach it when they got back. Give it to me. How do I give it to you? RC walked over and looked at Rosa, who was sitting on the ground, remembering that Rosa had no hands and couldn't take her own severed hand. Just put it on the severed spot. RC doubtfully placed the hand on the severed spot, and then she saw the severed arm align itself gently. The moment the severed ends met, the crack slowly disappeared, and the wound turned into wisps of smoke. What is this? RC took a step back. Rosa just picked up the other arm that was still crawling on the ground and pressed it against the other side. And Bumblebee had been standing there stunned for a while, looking as if his worldview had been somewhat shaken. What? How did you? Clang. Rosa had just reattached her hand when a noise came from the doorway again. Looking up, she saw Starscream lying on the floor, beginning his baby-like sleep, while Bulkhead stood at the door, having just knocked Starscream down with a single punch. Hey, guys, did I miss anything? Bulkhead asked after knocking Starscream down with his hammer at the door, seeing the scene inside the interrogation room. It looked like the rescue was already complete. As for Starscream, just as Rosa was about to leave, she suddenly stopped and looked at him. Beep. What's wrong? Bumblebee looked at her in confusion. Isn't it a bit unkind to just leave him on the floor like this, Tilda? Rosa seemed to have thought of some mischievous idea, a cunning expression appearing on her face. RC turned back to look at Rosa. What are you planning? RC saw Rosa pick up the iron chain at her feet, and this time, Bulkhead and Bumblebee also understood what Rosa was about to do. Hiss. Where am I? Starscream woke up feeling dizzy, not knowing why, and the whole world was still upside down. He struggled for a moment before realizing he was hanging upside down in the interrogation room by an iron chain. Someone. Is anyone there? Starscream shouted in the interrogation room, but the room was so soundproof that no one could hear him. Starscream tried to contact someone on the comms, but after trying for a long time without success, he turned his head and discovered that a signal jammer had been plugged into the corner at some point. Rosa had seen it while looking for tools to secure the chain. It was likely a double insurance measure to prevent any information leaks, so she had just plugged it in. At this moment, the Decepticon's second in command was deep in thought, as if someone was missing. Who could it be? It's so hard to guess. When Optimus Prime and Ratchet returned, they saw everyone laughing. Oh, what's everyone so happy about? Ratchet walked out while holding his injured arm. Seeing that Ratchet had returned injured after going out, everyone's smiles faded. Rosa went to fetch the medical kit for Ratchet, and Optimus Prime stood by to bandage him up. Whoa. Hey, what happened to you guys? It was clear that Miko was in a good mood. We encountered an army of the Cybertronian undead. As soon as Ratchet finished speaking, Bumblebee and RC suddenly turned to look at Rosa. Optimus Prime noticed something. Are they zombies? Why didn't we see them? Miko looked a bit disappointed. Optimus Prime could tell at a glance that Miko had definitely been involved in something. Then Bulkhead got scolded, and Rosa tried to divert their attention by sketching out the design she had seen, successfully shifting Ratchet and Optimus Prime's focus. Currently, they were speculating whether Megatron intended to use Dark Energon to resurrect the army of the undead on Cybertron and then use the space bridge to transport them to Earth. The three humans were listening nearby. At least nothing particularly dangerous had happened this time, and things were peaceful for now. So, after they saw them off, Rosa figured there was nothing else to do today and was the first to return to her room to rest. However, RC waited until Rosa had walked away before approaching Optimus Prime. Those zombies, if you cut off their hands, can the severed arms still move? RC whispered to Optimus Prime, who immediately realized what RC had seen. Beep, wouldn't that be bad? Bumblebee said from the side. Optimus Prime looked at RC and Bumblebee, realizing that something might have happened today. No, once we cut off the zombies' arms, the arms stop moving. Hearing this, RC and Bumblebee inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, but Optimus Prime immediately continued his questioning, "What did you see today?" RC and Bumblebee exchanged glances. After hesitating for a moment, they still gave Optimus Prime a brief account of what they had seen today. Arms that could crawl in ventilation ducts, and even severed hands that could still perform transformation to bring out weapons. However, RC didn't mention the rapid healing. Even so, Optimus Prime still furrowed his brows. He looked back in the direction Rosa had left, and after confirming she had indeed left, he called Ratchet to go to his lab to discuss it. Think back carefully to what happened at that time. Ratchet looked at the two of them seriously. RC nodded and gave a brief account of what had happened. By the end of the story, even Ratchet felt like they were making it up. Wait, are you sure what Rosa picked up wasn't some kind of weapon or something? Ratchet looked at RC and Bumblebee. Were beep beep. No, it really seemed to be a hand. Bumblebee added from the side, but the expressions of Ratchet and Optimus Prime gradually turned grave. RC thought Ratchet and Optimus Prime didn't believe them, but Ratchet waved his hand. No, we believe you. Ratchet didn't say anything more. Rosa's situation is quite special, but for now, we haven't found any malice from her toward us. Optimus Prime added. They didn't say anything else, but these two sentences made RC and Bumblebee feel like they understood something. She has a special secret. Silence. We are waiting for the time when she confesses to us. Optimus Prime's deep voice echoed in the lab. Rosa had no malice toward them. She followed the rules, did nothing unnecessary, and had no suspicious behavior. Although they didn't rule out the possibility that Rosa might be biding her time and just pretending for now, they preferred to think in a more positive direction. After all, they had even taken Rosa onto the Decepticon warship. If she wanted to betray the Autobots, she could have defected back then. Perhaps Rosa truly wanted to join the Autobots. Perhaps they should give Rosa more space, until the day she confesses to them herself. The next afternoon, Ratchet confirmed that the data Rosa had seen was indeed related to the space bridge, and he had already pinpointed the location of the space bridge by that afternoon, but the range of the ground bridge was slightly insufficient, so they needed to use transformation to pass through the ground bridge and use momentum to fly onto the space bridge. Because Rosa could not perform a transformation, she was unable to participate in this mission and had to stay at the base, watching Optimus Prime and the others leave. Then came the good news. The Decepticons' interstellar navigation system was broken, making it impossible to target Cybertron. The bad news was that they planned to use Earth's equipment, but they needed to hack it. The trio had to go to Earth's radio telescope antennas to interfere with the Decepticons. Rosa, who couldn't participate in Optimus Prime's mission but possessed a certain level of combat capability, was sent to accompany them. The security system is really lax, Miko said. Rosa couldn't enter the human building, so she had to sit outside. But when she looked up, she seemed to discover something, a room with a skylight. The skylight was broken, and some steel bars were exposed. It looked like something had crashed down on it. Driven by curiosity, Rosa quietly climbed up to take a look. As soon as she caught a glimpse, she immediately retracted her head and scrambled to find a place to hide. The Decepticons are connecting him to the antenna, Raph explained to Miko and Jack, who were beside him. Suddenly, Miko's phone vibrated, and she picked it up to take a look. Rosa is asking if we are in room 3. Miko looked up and saw the number 3 written on the wall. Why is she asking that? Jack asked, puzzled. Soon, Miko saw something, and her expression became very tense. She even started whispering. She says there is a Decepticon in room 4, right next to us. Jack and Raph were shocked and also began to whisper. Immediately after, Rosa sent another message. Open tortoise shell bracket, don't let him locate you, close tortoise shell bracket. The three of them instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Open tortoise shell bracket, is there any surveillance nearby? Close tortoise shell bracket. Miko looked up to observe the surroundings again and replied to Rosa that there was. Open tortoise shell bracket, focus on interfering with the Decepticons, close tortoise shell bracket. After Miko saw this, she was still replying to Rosa's message when Jack looked at the surveillance camera and suddenly froze. Because he saw a blue ring suddenly appear on the support above the surveillance camera, and there were many arcs in the middle of this ring. Then, the surveillance camera was turned directly. The camera that had been facing them was now pointed straight at the wall. If the opponent knew how to hack, perhaps they could see the other side through the surveillance camera. Back home, having played too many hacker-style runs in Cyberpunk 2077, Rosa began to let her imagination run wild, although in reality, she had done the right thing. After Raph's initial interference, Soundwave did indeed start checking the nearby surveillance, but the result was that he saw nothing. Perhaps he would be confused as to why humans would monitor a wall. But he understood that the problem definitely originated here. Someone was manipulating the equipment. However, he didn't want to waste energy searching for those flesh worms in this cramped building. He needed to locate Cybertron as soon as possible so that the Decepticons could open the space bridge. Therefore, after finishing the targeting, Soundwave simply cut the wires. The result of doing this was that the trio found they could no longer control the radio telescope. Fortunately, they weren't discovered and put in danger. Originally, Rosa had sent a message telling them to hide well and not come out, but it was too late. They had actually rushed right up, and upon reaching Soundwave, they were recorded by him. With the wires cut, they couldn't continue to control the antenna to interfere with the Decepticons. The three of them were a bit dejected and had no choice but to return to the base first. The ground bridge had already been opened, and they were all ready to leave, but Rosa suddenly stopped and connected to Ratchet. What would happen if a space bridge that has already been activated suddenly loses its targeting? On the other side, the space bridge was activated, and Megatron threw a large piece of dark energon into it. Ratchet had already detected a rapidly expanding energy substance inside the space bridge and was just asking Optimus Prime about it when Rosa suddenly cut in with a connection. What would happen if a space bridge that has already been activated suddenly loses its targeting? Ratchet was stunned, but he still replied. During the process of opening the space bridge, if the targeting is lost, the energy will not be able to be transmitted to the designated location, which could cause an explosion. Rosa nodded and turned to look at the three of them. You guys go back first, I'm enough here. Ratchet realized in an instant what Rosa wanted to do. You want to destroy the device used for targeting. Rosa responded. She wanted Jack, Miko, and Raph to go back first, but they seemed determined not to leave. We're staying here. If there's anything you need help with. Raph said from the side. Rosa thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Some secrets could begin to be revealed little by little. The previous missions had already proven that she would not betray the Autobots. The ground bridge was temporarily closed. Rosa looked up at the huge radio telescope antenna. With a flash of blue electric light, the solver symbol appeared on Rosa's hand. Whoa! Miko exclaimed. Immediately after, the solver symbol on Rosa's hand gradually turned into a small black sphere. It emitted a faint blue light, and the word, null, was displayed in the center of the sphere. Suddenly, Rosa squeezed hard, and the sphere burst open. A wave of blue air surged outwards. For the three humans, it was just a gust of wind, but all the electronic equipment that came into contact with the air wave experienced brief malfunctions. Not only did Miko's phone screen go black and display a blue, null, but the computers that were originally controlling the radio telescope antennas also instantly displayed, null. They looked up and saw the antennas moving. It wasn't the kind of movement seen during normal simultaneous targeting, but rather a row of antennas each doing their own thing, moving around chaotically. Rosa. What's the situation on your end? We detected an energy signal from your location. Don't worry, I just interfered with the antenna's targeting, Rosa said over the comms. Ratchet hurriedly opened the ground bridge on Rosa's side, telling them to return as quickly as possible. With such a large energy signal, the Decepticons would definitely come to investigate. When will it recover? Back at the base, Miko held up her black-screened phone and asked Rosa. It will recover in a while, but soon the Decepticons' space bridge should explode, and they won't be able to use these antennas. Rosa crouched down to talk to the humans on the ground, her expression of having done a good deed impossible to hide. Soundwave. What is going on over there? Why is the space bridge's targeting in chaos? Inside the Decepticon warship, the system controlling the space bridge's targeting status suddenly started throwing errors. The space bridge was extremely unstable and had a tendency to explode. Soundwave received the message and immediately turned around to fly back to the antennas. What he saw was a row of antennas constantly moving chaotically. It was obvious that the antennas could no longer be used for targeting, but this was the space bridge's only targeting device at the moment. By this time, Rosa had already returned to the base with the three humans via the ground bridge, leaving Soundwave to try and restore the antenna operating system. Then he discovered that because the wires had been cut by himself, the antennas couldn't be used unless they were repaired. The space bridge was finished. Optimus Prime received the news, saw that the space bridge was gradually developing cracks, and quickly signaled the others to retreat. Megatron, however, did not want to give up his Dark Army. The moment he made contact with the Dark Army, the entire space bridge exploded. All the Autobots returned to the base safely. As for Megatron, it was unknown whether he could survive such an explosion. Word tilde beep. Raph, thank you. You shouldn't be thanking me, Raph said, turning his head to look at Rosa. It's Rosa. Ratchet nodded. It was indeed Rosa who had interfered with the antenna, but, Ratchet turned his head to look at Rosa. Wasn't the antenna out of control? Also, that energy signal. Jack and Raph felt that perhaps they should keep it a secret and were still deliberating whether to say anything, but Miko excitedly blurted out about the absolute solver symbol Rosa had on her hand at the time, as well as that black hole. Bulkhead felt like Miko was making it up, until Rosa asked them to shoot at her, and everyone thought Rosa had gone crazy. Only Ratchet hesitated for a moment, then casually picked up a scalpel and threw it at Rosa. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the scalpel suddenly stopped in midair. A symbol consisting of a hexagon with 3 arrows extending from each corner appeared out of thin air, firmly pinning the scalpel in the air. Rosa changed her hand gestures, and the scalpel rotated in the air. The tip, which had originally been pointing at her, turned around so that the handle floated above Rosa's hand. Rosa raised her hand above her head, and the knife followed suit. Rosa controlled the knife, changed her gesture again, and gestured downward at the knife. Instantly, it multiplied into 5 knives. Bulkhead rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Rosa left one knife on the table and threw the rest at the wall. With a few thwack, thwack, thwack sounds, first one knife was embedded in the wall, then another flew into the exact same spot, splitting the previous knife in 2. Another knife flew in and embedded itself in the wall, splitting the previous one again. When the last knife flew over, perhaps because the continuous impact of knives splitting the previous ones caused friction heat, the heat concentrated at the tip of the knife, directly sparking a flame at the tip. Everyone was too shocked to speak, including Ratchet. He went up and touched the scalpel in disbelief, confirming it was real. What is this? Ratchet looked at Rosa in shock. What exactly are you? Rosa continued to cycle through other functions of the solver on her hand. A hybrid of a solver and Cybertronian life. Cool. Miko shouted. Does this count as God closing a window for her but opening a door? Jack said from the side. Perhaps the mere existence of Cybertronians was already shocking enough to them, so they accepted the matter of Rosa's solver quite well. This looks more like Primus smashed down all the walls except for that window, Bulkhead said, looking at Rosa in shock. Optimus Prime also slowly looked at Rosa. He gradually regained his composure and simultaneously realized that she had once been a Decepticon. She was very young. If she were led astray, the consequences would be unthinkable. Listen, Rosa, Optimus Prime said sternly. I need you to promise us that, no matter what, you will not kill the innocent like those Decepticons, and you will not use unscrupulous means for your own ambition. This statement left Rosa confused, but she quickly realized what he meant and immediately agreed. She understood that great power could also lead to great ambition. Good, remember what you promised us. Whoa, hi, where am I? Agent Fowler's voice rang out. Agent Fowler, who had previously been captured by the Decepticons, woke up. Optimus Prime didn't say anything else, though Agent Fowler did thank the Autobots when he left. So, Ratchet spoke up. What happened to Megatron? He looked at Optimus Prime. I think even he could not have survived an explosion of that magnitude. Afterward, Optimus Prime and the other Autobots abandoned the idea of letting Jack, Miko, and Raph leave, and confirmed that they would be paired with RC, Bulkhead, and Bumblebee, respectively. Just as things were finished and Rosa was preparing to happily go back and lounge around, she was called back by Ratchet. What followed was a comprehensive understanding of the solver's functions, how large an object could be moved, as well as the size and specific precision of objects that could be replicated. Rosa only revealed the basic functions of the solver, she didn't mention the others for the time being. The reason was simple. If too many things exceeded their understanding, it might create a rift or lead to wariness, which, generally speaking, would be detrimental to her integrating into the group. Furthermore, she believed that keeping a few trump cards was always a good idea. Ratchet and the other Autobots understood this reasoning as well, and after discussing it, they decided that Rosa should try to avoid using that black hole as much as possible. Why? Rosa asked, puzzled. That black hole emits a detectable energy, a specific type of energy signal, and one so large it cannot be ignored. We can detect it, and so can the Decepticons, Ratchet said. We are outnumbered. If that energy is detected, the Decepticons will only send more troops to the energy source. Optimus Prime looked at Rosa. And if the Decepticons discover you have these unique abilities, we cannot guarantee 100% that we can protect you from being captured by them. Bulkhead shook his head. After all, their numbers were limited. The Decepticons are always quite cunning, RC added. Of course, if you can ensure you won't be discovered while using it secretly, that's fine, but remember, don't let them know. Rosa understood. That was true. Just as she was about to leave, she was called back again, this time because of her sleep schedule. Because last night, when Ratchet passed by her room, he noticed the lights were still on, and she was still awake in the middle of the night, not knowing what she was doing. So, they unanimously decided today. Starting tomorrow, we will correct your sleep habits, Ratchet said. Huh. We will drag you up on time. You can do whatever you want, but you must get up at that time, RC nodded. Huh. You can also train with us, Bulkhead said. Huh. Finally, welcome to the team. Tomorrow, Ratchet will make you an Autobot insignia. Huh. Rosa stood there, stunned, looking at the surrounding Autobots with her eyes. Because of her emotional fluctuation, her pupils changed into two circles. It was evident that she was probably not very willing. Aunt B, a friend of my grandparents, sometimes I couldn't understand why their behavior would suddenly shift and become a bit crazy. Even Mom was like that. Everyone on my mother's side of the family was the same. I didn't quite understand it, but for some reason, I could accept it. I shouldn't have accepted it. It wasn't normal. Yet I didn't feel much resistance, I just didn't understand. As I grew older, Mother also started to awaken my solver, and I began to understand why they were so crazy. Because my battery also started to leak. Something was clamoring. Kill the enemy. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them. Drain their oil. Eat them. It was so strange, really so strange. I was going crazy, my mind was so chaotic, but at least it was a level one could barely suppress. At first, I didn't understand why I had to awaken and learn these things, nor did I understand why I had to undergo modification to become a murder drone, until spaceships started appearing in the sky. Everything changed. In the darkness, a smaller murder drone was thrown hard to the ground from a height. As she blinked her blue circular eyes, trying to flee in fear, her hand was pinned to the ground by a blade. I really didn't expect that those worker drones would send such a weak murder drone to drive us away. The murder drone, whose silhouette was unclear, looked at Rosa, who was trying to pull out the blade, and directly chopped off her hand. Finally, amidst Rosa's terrified screams, it prepared to disembowel her. Is this normal? It's very normal. This was the daily routine, especially when I was 10 years old. Almost every day, one or two spaceships would land in this area, and a few murder drones would come out. My grandparents were getting old, and their combat effectiveness had declined. The main combat power was still Mom, Dad, and me, but there were really too many of them. With insufficient combat power, being dismantled was a common occurrence. If it weren't for the fact that Cybertronian genes have fuel tanks to store more energy, I would have died long ago. It was like this every day. I would even wake up in a fright while sleeping. It was all images of myself being dismantled, they were all in my mind. What should I do? The fear of death lingered, and even though I knew I wouldn't die, that feeling of suffocation. Every day, I saw images of myself being dissected. When darkness fell, it was the moment for murder drones to emerge. Since the last great battle between Grandma and Canyon, part of the surface of Copper 9 had collapsed, and many passages to underground bunkers were exposed, allowing murder drones to enter easily. We cannot retreat. We cannot let them get close, for the sake of our people, for my friends and my family. I don't know how many times I've been dismembered again, but this time, it seemed a bit different. It doesn't matter anymore. I can't hold on much longer. Everything is meaningless. The numbness, the living, the dead, the enemies, or the people who need to be protected. Day, night, alive, is it safe, am I alive? Silence, family. I am alive. I cannot fall. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, I cannot fall. I don't want my family to be sad. I don't want my friends to watch me die. I cannot fall. Cannot fall, 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 cannot. Gradual despair and numbness, a gradually collapsing perspective, a gradually crumbling defense line, gradually lost sanity, until finally, blue light emerged from my body. My will was temporarily taken over by the underlying logic. When I woke up, I saw my family looking at me with worry, and the ground was covered with the corpses of murder drones. Through the ice wall nearby, I saw what I looked like now. Countless blue camera light points, countless things like cameras, as well as a giant centipede made of various tentacles, scythes, and so on, densely packed everywhere. But I wasn't afraid at all, not afraid of what I looked like now, because I was powerful now. I will not let my family be harmed. Never. Family, command is highest priority. Eliminate all enemies that may threaten us. Grandma and Grandpa said this was the absolute solver. Grandma taught me how to change back, how to manifest a little bit of the absolute solver in human form, and how to extend other limbs from it. After that, every day when a murder drone came, I could deal with it. No hesitation, no reluctance, as soon as they arrived in front of me, I killed them. Later on, Rosa no longer had safety issues. The small-statured murder drone seemed to have opened a tilde killing tilde or a tilde, hacking one whenever she saw one, hacking one whenever she saw one. She even had the leisure to play with them for a while, using them to practice her legwork or something. Later on, she didn't even need to activate the solver, she could just take her weapon and kill them directly. Fewer and fewer murder drones came. Fewer and fewer. Until they were completely safe. It was another patrol out with my father. They hadn't seen other murder drones for several years. On a vast, white, snowy plain, under an orange sky, the bright sun shone on this land. The warm light tinted the white snow, dyeing everything in warm colors, just like before, driving away the night, driving away the danger. This was a scene seen every day, but only now could I truly recognize it and appreciate this beautiful picture. It's so beautiful, we're safe. Rosa's blue eyes looked at the setting sun, her body completely relaxed. Silly child, we haven't seen other murder drones for a long time, it's been very safe in recent years. The block of iron had a smile on his face, leaning against a wall left behind by humans, looking at his daughter. Perhaps in Rosa's eyes, in that nightmare of constant death, only when the sunlight appeared on the horizon, only when she was bathed in sunlight, was she safe. She should thank her father for optimizing her solver, so she wouldn't burn under the sun. It also made her not afraid of sunlight, whereas other murder drones feared sunlight. Her blue syringe tail swayed back and forth. Clatter. After the murder drone in her memory was thrown to the ground again, the sun suddenly rose from the horizon. The bright light dispelled the darkness, the bright light dispelled the murder drones, and the bright light dispelled all fear. She sat up in the snow. Under the sunlight, she turned her head to look at the murder drones behind her that were scattering and fleeing when they saw the sunlight appear. Her shadow was gradually stretched out on the ground. On this snow-covered ground full of light, only her shadow was black. Yes, she was black. They were beings that should not exist in the sunlight. She shouldn't be here, but she was, so she was surrounded by sunlight, and she was safe. Fear was soothed by the light, and the small murder drone buried her face directly into the shining snow. She was safe. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Transformers Prime. Very fragile but hard to kill. Part 2. The next day, Rosa was woken up by RC. Rosa sat on her charging bed, buffered for a while until she gradually woke up, and then tidied herself up before preparing to go to the main hall. Ratchet was already there. He asked Rosa whether she wanted a raised or recessed insignia. Rosa chose a raised one and had it installed on the black armor of her left arm, then found a random spot to sit and wait for Ratchet, deciding to go find some materials later to handcraft a computer. Then she suddenly thought of a problem. She didn't have any game resources from this era, so she couldn't play anything. There wasn't even any audio to listen to. She did have a dozen or so movies and anime she had downloaded previously in her storage, but that was only a dozen, and she had already watched them all. So she thought about searching later to see if there were any fun games for humans in this world. As a shut-in, she still needed some reasons to be a shut-in. Just as she was letting her mind wander, Ratchet had already finished making her insignia and came over to attach it to Rosa. He looked at Rosa, who was dazed perhaps due to lack of sleep, shook his head, and continued connecting it. After the welding was done, Rosa asked Ratchet for some metal and various materials, then went back to clatter away at building things. Not long after, Jack, Miko, and Raph arrived at the base, bringing many materials with them. But Ratchet didn't notice. He was discussing Decepticon affairs with Optimus Prime. Although Megatron was gone, Starscream was still leading the Decepticons. Suddenly, an explosion rang out in the base. Ratchet and Optimus Prime thought they were under attack by the Decepticons. Upon running over, they discovered it was just Raph's science project that had exploded. Cough, cough, don't be too nervous, it's just my science project, Raph said, waving away the smoke nearby, only answering after he had recovered. It failed. Rosa also ran out. She had heard the commotion earlier. When she came out and saw the scene, she suddenly felt a darkness before her eyes. Miko was finishing her galaxy project, Bulkhead was holding up her work, and Miko was painting with pigment, which was spilling all over the floor, forcing her to clean it up. Jack was doing fine, assembling something that looked like a motorcycle or an engine. Since she had received her insignia today, she officially became an Autobot today. From then on, the base continued its rotating cleaning schedule. She was cleaning today, and after she finished, it would be Bumblebee's turn, with the person who finished cleaning reminding the next person at night. I say, you guys, what are you doing here? Homework due tomorrow, Jack replied to Ratchet, while RC was nearby looking for parts for Jack and handing them over. Maybe you could try installing this, RC said, handing Jack an exhaust pipe. RC, you're a motorcycle, can't you build a motorcycle engine? RC lowered her hand and looked at him speechlessly. Jack, you're a human, can you build a small intestine? Good question. Anyway, Rosa didn't have anything important to do, so she just watched from the side for a while. Soon, the base screen showed energy movement. Optimus Prime originally wanted to take Ratchet out to check it out, but Ratchet wanted to take on the responsibility of Jack, Miko, and Raph's science projects, so he sent Bumblebee out instead. Then Ratchet started building the devices for them, while the others watched from the side. For some reason, Rosa always felt that the scale of the projects Ratchet was building was a bit beyond the scope of human homework. But to reduce her workload for the day, she decided to first go clean the floor that Miko had dirtied with pigment. At least she could use the solver now. She was even controlling the cleaning tools to float in the air, without needing to move much at all. So, shall we go help Jack and Miko finish theirs? Bulkhead asked, looking at Ratchet working on Raph's homework. Without my guidance. You want them to do well, right? Ratchet stood up and looked at them. Bulkhead and RC exchanged glances, seemingly tacitly agreeing. Then watch. Let an expert help you get it done. Ratchet held a welding tool in his hand. For some reason, there was an excitement in his blue eyes, and the electric light shone on Ratchet's face. He looked a bit crazy. Rosa leaned against the door, slowly pulling her head back into the hallway. So scary, time to slip away. Walking in the hallway, Rosa looked at the mop in her hand and thought she should finish today's cleaning work before going back to do her own things, but this time she paid close attention to the time and went to sleep when it was time. She wasn't very curious about what the final results of those projects were. The projects were very much in line with the requirements of science, but the level of professionalism not only exceeded the scope of homework, it even directly exceeded the level of Earth's technology at that time, so there would definitely not be a very good result. The next day, Rosa was pulled up as usual, and then she heard Ratchet muttering about what happened last night. Miko's was okay, it was just that Cybertron had fallen off, Jack's engine almost dismantled the classroom, and Raph's was different, his active volcano almost blew up the school. Rosa's eye twitched. Optimus Prime looked at Rosa, who rarely went out, and thought that perhaps he could try letting her go on duty recently. The first sensation upon emerging from the ground bridge was cold, biting, bone-chilling cold. Rosa loved this cold, she found it comfortable. However, for Bumblebee and Bulkhead following behind, it was a different story. They shivered the moment they stepped out of the ground bridge. Bumblebee rubbed his arms and looked at Rosa. Rosa showed no signs of discomfort, which left Bumblebee somewhat puzzled. Thanks to the solver's characteristic of continuously generating heat, and requiring energy to cool down to prevent exploding, Rosa felt the solver's temperature rise much more slowly here. Moreover, the environment was just like home, she loved it immensely and didn't feel the cold at all. Bulkhead took out the scanner. The wind here was too strong. They weren't using their transformation this time. While driving in vehicle mode was faster, the wind would hit them harder, and their temperature would drop faster, so they could only walk slowly through the snow. Bulkhead used his massive frame to block most of the wind, with Bumblebee following behind him, and Rosa behind Bumblebee. They had been walking in the snow for a long time when Bumblebee suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back and gestured for Rosa to move closer to Bulkhead, so she would be less exposed to the wind. As Bumblebee backed up a bit to make room for Rosa, the ground suddenly collapsed into a pit. Rosa was quick to react and grabbed Bumblebee, preventing him from falling. Beep whir. Bumblebee steadied himself using her leverage and thanked Rosa, but he didn't let go of her hand. Bumblebee looked at Rosa with some confusion. What's wrong? Bulkhead heard the commotion and turned to look at the two of them. Whir. Beep. Rosa's hand, it's so hot. Hearing this, Bulkhead leaned in, puzzled, and touched Rosa's arm. He also realized it was very hot. Perhaps this was related to their current low temperatures, but it was so cold here, and they had been walking for such a long time, yet Rosa's temperature remained so high. It wasn't normal. Let's pick up the pace and go back to have Ratchet check it out. Bumblebee nodded, and they continued together toward the coordinate point. Since the remaining distance wasn't far, Bulkhead first reported the situation to Ratchet. After walking a few more steps and descending a bit further, they saw a massive iron sphere encased in ice. Ratchet, we found it. Autobot base. Good heavens, this is incredible. Your temperature is actually about the same as it was before we went to the Arctic. Ratchet picked up his instruments to scan Rosa yet again. He was tempted to complain. Wasn't the frequency of Rosa's medical scans lately a bit too high? Now, just to be safe, get to the freezing chamber. Ratchet put away his instruments and casually pressed Bulkhead, who was trying to stand up, back down. I told you I'm fine, Ratchet. Bulkhead pulled out the tubes used for the defrosting procedure, only to be forced back down by Ratchet. The only way to ensure you're fine is to undergo the standard defrosting procedure, Bulkhead. Prolonged exposure to low temperatures will cause permanent damage to your systems. And another thing. Ratchet frowned as he looked at Rosa, who was currently eating some energon she had taken from her subspace. Get to the freezing chamber. Prolonged high temperatures will also cause permanent damage to your system. Rosa shrugged helplessly. Don't worry, my temperature will go down after I eat something. Rosa said while chewing on the energon. Ratchet rubbed his forehead. He should have realized sooner that Rosa didn't have cooling fans. How had he subconsciously assumed everyone had that function and completely overlooked it the previous times? He knew Rosa was special, but it seemed she was even more special than he thought. Any new findings? Optimus Prime came over to ask Ratchet about the item found in the Arctic. Not yet. The space pod can't be opened while it's frozen. He then went to prepare and calibrate the equipment for a comprehensive scan of Rosa. At this moment, something was waking up from the deep freeze. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and RC prepared to head back to the Arctic to see if they could find any clues. Remember, Ratchet said as he finished calibrating the temperature monitoring devices for Optimus Prime and RC, when your core temperature drops to blue, system damage is no longer just a possibility, it's imminent. Are you sure Rosa can't go too? She's the chosen one for Arctic duty. RC looked at Rosa. Rosa also missed the temperature of her home, and since this temperature wouldn't have any negative effects on her, she actually wanted to go. I'm sorry, but I believe that rather than being a more suitable candidate for the mission, Rosa needs a comprehensive examination. Optimus Prime said. After all, they had never seen a Cybertronian like Rosa, a transformer who could self-heat in extreme cold and not explode at normal temperatures. She looked as if she were born for extreme cold environments. Rosa nodded, indicating she understood. Just then, Bumblebee and Bulkhead returned, carrying Miko, Raph, and Jack. After a defrosting session, they wouldn't have any major issues. Did you miss us? Miko pried open Bulkhead's door and climbed out of his vehicle mode. Oh, Ratchet looked away with a hint of disdain. Why aren't they at school? It's Saturday. School's out for the weekend. We're spending it with you. Miko walked right past Ratchet's feet and happily sat on the couch. I didn't expect to carpool. What's wrong, RC? Jack found it strange that RC hadn't come to pick him up. RC explained that she was heading to the Arctic for a mission. Raph wanted to see the snow, but Optimus Prime told him the environment in the Arctic was too harsh, though he could bring back a snowball. The group watched Optimus Prime and RC leave. Just as Ratchet was about to shut down the ground bridge, the console exploded, literally. Whoa, good heavens. Ratchet looked at the ground bridge console and called out to Bumblebee and Bulkhead, who were preparing to play with Raph and the others, to come and help. You can't just boss us around because the boss isn't home. Bulkhead watched as Ratchet tried to calibrate the ground bridge switch. I need help. The ground bridge is malfunctioning. Rosa, go to the storage area for tools and repair materials and bring some over. Rosa nodded and turned to go to the warehouse. She rummaged through the warehouse where the repair materials were stored, grabbed some, and prepared to leave. It was quite strange. She didn't know why some of the metal materials looked as if they had been bitten by something. Rosa finally found some usable ones, when suddenly, she felt a gaze. She glanced up with her blue eyes, but there was nothing there. Assuming it was just her imagination, she left. However, on her way back to the main hall, she encountered an unexpected person, Raph. Aren't you in the main hall? Rosa asked, puzzled to see Raph. Raph turned around, and only then did Rosa clearly see that Raph was holding something that looked like a small insect. The iron-eating insect looked at Rosa with big, blinking eyes. Rosa, holding maintenance materials, looked at the little creature and suddenly had a strange feeling. It was the same for the iron-eating insect. In its eyes, Rosa looked very much like other, living food, yet she was also quite different. It was bizarre, but the iron-eating insect subconsciously felt that she was not food. It saw contaminated metal. Most of the metal was impure, and there was flesh and blood nearby that it could not eat. Furthermore, small animals usually have senses that surpass those of ordinary people. This little creature sensed an ominous and eerie aura on Rosa. At her core, there seemed to be something that could also devour, something far superior to itself. It was very certain, absolutely certain, that it did not want to take a bite out of Rosa, definitely not. A drop of condensation fell from the top of the iron-eating insect's head, and it shrank back against Raph. Oh, little guy, don't be afraid. Rosa is very friendly. Raph gently soothed the iron-eating insect. Raph thought that Rosa's size was just too big for the iron-eating insect and had scared it. It's cute, but I keep having a strange feeling. Rosa looked at the cute little creature, thinking to herself in her spark, it's so small, what kind of threat could it possibly pose? But soon, Rosa understood what that strange feeling was. When Raph brought the little creature before the Autobots, all the Autobots began to shriek and nervously retreated into the corners. Bumblebee and Bulkhead even raised their weapons. No, no, no. Rosa. Get away from there. Bulkhead shouted. Seeing Bumblebee and Bulkhead aiming their weapons at Raph, Jack and Miko rushed forward to protect their friend. Hey, what is wrong with you guys? Miko and Jack stood in front of Raph, and Rosa stood in front of them as well. Iron-eating insect. Iron-eating insect. Bulkhead shouted in panic with wide eyes. Ratchet was the same. Rosa. Get away from there. Ratchet also urged Rosa to leave quickly. What is an iron-eating insect? Raph asked, puzzled. Ratchet provided the explanation. The iron-eating insect in your hands is the most dangerous pest on Cybertron. Hearing this, Jack and Miko found it hard to believe because, in their understanding, the iron-eating insect was so small it couldn't possibly harm a Cybertronian as large as them, but they were soon proven wrong. When the iron-eating insect began to dodge bullets and rush forward to gnaw, Rosa finally understood what that strange feeling was. It was a feeling similar to that of a kindred spirit. Although they were definitely not from the same source, they inexplicably resonated because they both had the ability to devour. They were kindred spirits. With a crunching sound, the iron-eating insect first bit off some of Bumblebee's paint. Bumblebee was knocked to the ground in fright and, in pain, grabbed the iron-eating insect to throw it away, but the iron-eating insect bit his hand, and Bumblebee let go in pain again. It started biting Bumblebee's arm again. Bumblebee panicked and swatted the iron-eating insect away. Finally, the iron-eating insect fell to the ground and was controlled by Rosa's solver to twist its neck. Although it had no claws left to move, that round ball was still frantically moving its sawtooth-like sharp teeth in its mouth. Finally, Raph smashed it to death with a crowbar and repeatedly beat its corpse. Jack stopped Raph and told him to calm down. Having calmed down, Raph immediately ran over to Bumblebee to apologize. Fortunately, Bumblebee only suffered superficial injuries. Immediately after came the bad news. If an iron-eating insect is discovered, there is absolutely no way there is only one. Ratchet guessed how they got in. It was the thing they had found in the Arctic. It was a giant iron-eating insect trap. Ratchet used the faint light from his welding tool to examine the empty shell they had found. The original plan might have been to launch it into space, but unexpectedly, it fell into the freezing Arctic, causing them to enter a dormant state, Ratchet said. Until we thawed it out. Jack responded. Now they are awake, ready to feast. Miko looked around. So, about how many of them are there? Raph looked up at Ratchet with concern. Thousands. Ratchet transformed his welding gun back. Now, the ground bridge system was malfunctioning, the power was unstable, and all signs indicated that the iron-eating insect had already spread. The iron-eating insect had even chewed through the communication system. Now they could not contact Optimus Prime and RC, nor could they activate the ground bridge. If they didn't drive them out, they would even eat the entire base clean. If you ask me, we might as well just run away. Bulkhead said, feeling somewhat desperate as he returned to the main hall. Now is not the time for us to retreat. Ratchet looked at the circuit system again, emphasizing the severity of the situation. If we cannot restore the ground bridge operation immediately, Optimus Prime and RC will freeze to death. The three humans also realized they couldn't back down. Miko was dissatisfied with Bulkhead's retreat upon encountering the iron-eating insect. Bulkhead, you never run away. Miko, you haven't seen how these bugs eat Autobots clean, but I have. Bulkhead recalled those terrifying images. They will tear you to pieces from the inside out, eating the smallest and greasiest parts first, every weld, every circuit, eating you until nothing is left. Truly nothing is left. Even the optical components. Rose's cleaning fluid slowly trickled from the corner of her mouth. It sounded so delicious, energon and oil, ah, tui, no. Rosa wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and adjusted her spark state. No, she couldn't think like that. She was still hungry. After all, the killing machine and zombie drones used to do this for a living, killing worker drones while eating them, enjoying their screams, and tasting fresh, sweet oil tilde. Cough, stop thinking that, don't think. Finally, Ratchet repaired the circuit system in the base with Jack keeping watch, while the other two pairs of partners went out to scout other parts of the base. Just as they were considering what to do about Rosa, Raph suddenly thought of something. Since the iron-eating insect eats living metal, why didn't they eat Rosa? Raph was the first to recall the scene where he encountered Rosa while holding the iron-eating insect. At the time, the iron-eating insect even seemed to shrink into his arms in fear. At the time, that was also why he had been completely at ease with the iron-eating insect, because it was even afraid of Rosa, but why? How is that possible? Bulkhead looked at them in confusion. Suddenly, he seemed to remember too, the moment he first saw Raph holding the iron-eating insect in his arms. Rosa was present at the time, and she was even standing between them and the iron-eating insect, but that iron-eating insect went straight past Rosa and flew directly toward Bumblebee. Everyone else recalled that Rosa had appeared with Raph at the time. The iron-eating insect actually didn't bite the closest one, Rosa. Ratchet frowned. He realized the situation was not simple. Even if Rosa's metal were brittle, it still counted as living. He really needed to verify Rosa's condition properly. Everyone looked at Rosa in unison. Rosa didn't know what to say. Should she say she felt like she had a sense of kinship with them? That was too ridiculous, it was unbelievable. Finally, Ratchet sighed, we'll talk about this later. First, let's find a way to restore the ground bridge. Following the original plan, Rosa and Jack stay here, and you split into two pairs of partners to scout. Rosa, come over and give me a hand. How's it looking on your end? Jack was standing guard nearby, and for the moment, he didn't see anything rushing toward them. The conductor and the central conduction pipe are both fixed, but Rosa handed the tools to Ratchet. The ground bridge just won't connect to the power. Ratchet slammed his fist against the ground. Rosa frowned, thinking about where else the fault could be. An energon issue. Just as the two of them were thinking, Rosa suddenly sensed something. She turned her head and saw countless iron-eating insects flying out of the ventilation ducts. They can fly. You never said they could fly. Jack yelled, waving an iron rod around wildly. Rosa instinctively entered attack mode, releasing her tail. Screens extended from both sides of her face, displaying a large X, and her mouth split open, revealing sharp fangs meant for tearing. Just as Rosa was preparing to use her solver to block a portion of the iron-eating insects, she saw them detect her appearance and the soon-to-be activated solver, causing them to immediately change their flight path. The iron-eating insects that had been flying toward Rosa and Ratchet abruptly banked in midair, flew to the walls and floor, and as soon as they landed, they scrambled backward, staring at Rosa with wide eyes. There. Jack looked at Rosa, who was baring her terrifying fangs. He had never seen her look like this before. Scared. What? The blue X on her screen disappeared, replaced by two dot eyes. Whoa. Rosa was also a bit confused. Her split-open mouth retracted, and combined with the lively dot eyes on her screen and her mouth shaped like an O from her vocalization, she looked completely non-aggressive, even a little cute and dorky. But those iron-eating insects seemed to still be wary of something. Watching them, Ratchet became completely certain of his hypothesis. They didn't eat Rosa, they were even afraid of her. But what exactly was Rosa? Thinking of the beast-like fangs and the huge mouth she had just revealed, it was exactly the same as the iron-eating insects. Were they, of the same kind? Ratchet didn't mean of the same origin, but rather, the kind that also devoured Transformers, a kindred spirit, of sorts. Ratchet, do me a favor, pass me the medkit. Bulkhead and Bumblebee were covered in bite wounds from the iron-eating insects. As soon as they arrived in the main hall, they noticed the base walls and floor were covered in them. The iron-eating insects noticed the new food, and instantly flew toward them. Just as Bulkhead and Bumblebee raised their weapons, Rosa immediately rushed to their vicinity, opened her mouth, and hissed at the iron-eating insects. Her screen turned into a giant solver. She was preparing to use the solver to block them. The iron-eating insects sensed that ominous aura again and scattered in different directions. In the base, which was swarming with the insects, a vacuum zone appeared only around Rosa. Quick! Get close to Rosa. All the Autobots moved closer to Rosa, and Jack and the others, reminded by Ratchet, picked up the fire extinguishers nearby and sprayed them wildly at the iron-eating insects. Finally, after some time, this batch of iron-eating insects was wiped out. Did we get them all? Jack, Miko, and Raph used their tools to smash all the iron-eating insects. But the base didn't quiet down. In the corridors, on the walls, and in every corner, there was still the buzzing sound of iron-eating insects gnawing on metal. Not even close, these were just the vanguard. Ratchet said while crouching next to Rosa. Since it was temporarily safe, he shifted his feet to move slightly further away from her, and when he stood up, he almost stumbled because he had been crouching for too long. Bumblebee was the same, he finally realized he was hugging Rosa's leg and immediately let go. Bulkhead sat next to Rosa, hugging his knees, his expression one of relief. Originally, they had stayed near Rosa, relying on the fact that the iron-eating insects dared not approach her, to attack them. But as the insects became more numerous, their safe circle became smaller and smaller. In the end, they had no choice but to end up like this. Fortunately, the iron-eating insects still didn't dare to come closer, so as long as they didn't get too close to the perimeter, they wouldn't get bitten. The scene at the time was like this. Rosa stood there, constantly intimidating the iron-eating insects. Ratchet was crouched near her. Bumblebee instinctively hugged the nearest object in fear, and Bulkhead sat nearby, hugging his own knees. After all, the range of Rosa's intimidation was really limited, especially since the space had to accommodate 4 Transformers and herself, who had the largest frame. We must get the ground bridge running again as soon as possible. Ratchet, having regained his balance after nearly falling, said. Could we use that to send the iron-eating insects somewhere else? Raph thought of a solution. Let's send them to the Arctic, I know they're afraid of the cold. Jack picked up the liquid nitrogen fire extinguisher in his hand, and Miko agreed. Ratchet thought for a moment and deemed it feasible, and he pondered the reason the ground bridge wouldn't start. Was there a leak in the energon pipes? Rosa looked at the few Transformers lying on the ground around her. Although Ratchet was almost uninjured, the other 2 were in worse shape, and she didn't know when the other iron-eating insects would come, so she couldn't leave either. In the end, the heavy responsibility of repairing the energy pipes was handed to Jack, Miko, and Raph. The Autobots watched the 3 of them leave, all sprawled on the ground, and began discussing what to do once the ground bridge was repaired. Once the ground bridge is ready, why not open it directly to where Optimus Prime and RC are? After all, sub-zero temperatures can quickly freeze the iron-eating insects. Rosa looked at the other Transformers. But how are we going to send them over? Bulkhead asked while lying on the ground, looking toward Ratchet. We need bait, but first of all, the bait cannot be Rosa. Ratchet looked at Bumblebee, who was lying on the ground with a look of utter hopelessness. They were all resting on the ground where they were. Rosa was walking around near them, and it wasn't until she turned around that Bulkhead noticed there had been a tail behind Rosa the whole time. Whoa, hey, what is that? Bulkhead's voice drew the attention of the other 2. Rosa turned back to look at them, only then realizing that she had subconsciously released her tail while intimidating the iron-eating insects. Oh, this. My tail. Rosa's tail swayed a little. She took the blue needle at the tip of her tail in her hand, then retracted it. Ratchet was stunned. The tail had seemed to suddenly enlarge and extend directly from her tailbone without any transformation, and the same happened when she retracted it. The needle went into the tip, then suddenly shrank and disappeared. Is this scientific? It is not scientific. I usually keep it retracted, afraid of scratching things. Rosa released her tail again. The blue needle swayed slightly, and the blue, fluorescent liquid was a bit dazzling. Does it have any use? It can inject liquid when piercing, to dissolve. Bang! The ventilation duct in the base's ceiling was suddenly smashed open, and countless iron-eating insects flew in. Everyone immediately stood up and moved closer to Rosa. Ratchet! The ground bridge is fixed. Hurry! Jack and the others ran over to notify Ratchet. Upon hearing this, Rosa immediately used her tail to hook the ground bridge switch handle and pulled it down. Meanwhile, Ratchet, who was currently in good condition, ran out of the range of Rosa's intimidation to lure the iron-eating insects into the ground bridge. The iron-eating insects discovered a piece of food, leaving the evil god, and immediately flew toward Ratchet. The starving iron-eating insects followed Ratchet into the ground bridge and were instantly frozen the moment they exited, and RC and Optimus Prime were successfully rescued. Ratchet was bitten by an insect at the very end, but it wasn't serious. Bulkhead and Bumblebee were bitten more severely and were both lying down. RC and Optimus Prime were there because they had been frozen, but RC was in worse shape due to her smaller size, so she was also lying on the medical berth. Now, it was Ratchet, who was less severely injured, and the completely uninjured Rosa who were busy running back and forth, while Jack, Miko, and Raph were also helping to look after the patient's conditions and monitoring the vitals. Although Bumblebee and Bulkhead had been bitten, the main injuries were from when they were scouting. They were conscious now, lying on the medical berths, watching Rosa and Ratchet run back and forth. Bumblebee had nothing to do, so he lay on the medical berth and let his mind wander, thinking back to the scene when he was hugging Rosa's leg. Almost Rosa's entire leg was covered in seamless black armor, but she had deliberately left a gap between the crotch and the thigh. He didn't know if it was for ease of movement, but it just happened to perfectly showcase the soft metal of her thigh. The black and yellow decorations near the bottom of her feet also kept her all-black legs from looking monotonous. Bumblebee realized what he was thinking about and immediately stopped his current process. But soon, he thought about Rosa's screen and mouth at that time. He had to admit, Rosa was truly beautiful, she had good features, and a good figure. Although she was on the slender side, it only perfectly showcased her curvy physique. Even with that mouth and those sharp teeth exposed, it didn't affect her overall beauty in the slightest. On the contrary, because of the upper half of her face being obscured by the screen and the teeth on the lower half, she had a kind of abstinent look where one couldn't see her expression, yet it also had a wild, beast-like quality. Bumblebee suddenly realized what he was thinking about again and wished he could slap himself to wake up. Bumblebee turned his head to look. Rosa was checking RC's data, her blue needle tail swaying back and forth behind her. And her tail, it was kind of cute. Speaking of which, Rosa, what's inside your tail? Miko asked, pointing at Rosa's tail. This. Rosa grabbed the needle at the tip of her tail. The liquid inside was still glowing with a blue fluorescence. A highly corrosive acid. I can inject it into an enemy's body, and it can also act as an aid during piercing. Whoa. Cool tilde, Miko shouted. What if you accidentally prick yourself? Will it melt you? Jack asked. Looking at it this way, this thing was still dangerous. My saliva can neutralize this acid and also heal the wounds it causes, otherwise I would have been pricked into a honeycomb by myself long ago. Rosa looked at the needle helplessly, then let it go. Bumblebee, why are your emotional indicators rising? Ratchet looked up at Bumblebee after seeing the data displayed on the instrument. Whir. Beep beep. Bumblebee said he was thinking about the iron-eating insects. Yes, that was it, yes, he was scared, so his indicators were rising. After some time, when everyone had recovered enough, Ratchet began to check the circuit board of the scanning device, putting the full body scan of Rosa on the agenda. The first scan was back when Rosa still looked like a Decepticon grunt. The layers of parts and various things made it impossible to see anything clearly. Subsequent scans were only shallow scans, which also didn't reveal anything else. But Ratchet knew that Rosa was definitely not that simple. The trait that made the iron-eating insect fear her, that feeling similar to a fellow iron-eating insect, the ability to generate heat even in such cold, freezing regions, yet that heat wouldn't rapidly escalate at room temperature, nor would she explode immediately after leaving the extreme cold. This wasn't right, really not right. He had to figure out what exactly Rosa was. Finally, after some time, Ratchet contacted Rosa via internal comms. Rosa was called out of her room and came to the main hall, greeting Bumblebee and Bulkhead as she passed by them while they were playing ball. Good afternoon. Rosa greeted them as she walked by. Good afternoon, Rosa. Bulkhead and Bumblebee also greeted her and continued playing, but Bumblebee, having just greeted Rosa, seemed to be distracted. When Bulkhead threw the ball over, Bumblebee almost failed to catch it. Hey, buddy, don't get distracted. Rosa walked straight to the scanning instrument. Get in. Rosa obediently entered. After a flash of scanning light, Ratchet pressed a few buttons on the console. The results came out, but Ratchet's optics widened in shock. A pile of problems. Where is your spark chamber? Why is it a ball of flesh mixed with machinery? What is that ball in the center of the flesh mass with the energy levels off the charts? And there is quite a lot of flesh and blood tissue inside the body, all attached to the parts. And it's something like nerves or something. A carbon-based and silicon-based hybrid. What on earth are you? Ratchet gasped, leaned back tactically, his optics wide open. Question mark. He was now a face full of question marks. What's wrong? RC, standing nearby, saw Ratchet's shocked expression. She knew Rosa was undergoing a full body scan and thought something had happened to her. When RC saw the results, she also froze, then reacted, is your scanner broken? They suspected the scanner was the problem rather than suspecting that this was just how Rosa was. I think so. Ratchet composed himself, nodded, and then started by having Rosa get out of the instrument, helping to dismantle the circuitry to check if it had been damaged by the iron-eating insect earlier. Huh. That's strange. No problems here. Ratchet rubbed his chin, looking at the circuit board in confusion, but still performed a simple calibration to ensure there was no poor contact. He then casually gestured for RC to go in first. Me? RC asked, confused. Yes, I want to make sure there are no problems first. RC went in, speechless. The results were completely normal. Seeing this, Ratchet felt relieved. He let RC out and stuffed Rosa back in. The results came out. Inside Rosa's body, especially near the core, flesh and blood were mixed with mechanical tissue, the two even growing together. RC and Ratchet looked confused, their gazes drifting back and forth between the scan results and Rosa. Now there were two faces full of question marks. Is something wrong? Noticing that his old friend and RC both had strange expressions, Optimus Prime came over to check the situation. Perfect. Optimus Prime, come here and stand in there. Rosa, you come out first. Ratchet waved at Rosa. Rosa came out, and Optimus Prime went in. The results were completely normal. Seeing this, Ratchet felt relieved. He let Optimus Prime out and stuffed Rosa back in. The colors representing carbon-based flesh were still displayed on Rosa's body, and the energy index at the Allspark location was even off the charts. This was not a normal energy index for an Allspark. Now there were three faces full of question marks. The three Transformers moved in unison, simultaneously looking at the results, then at Rosa, then back at the results, then at Rosa again. Three pairs of optics drifted back and forth. This time, even Optimus Prime reached out to lift the scanner's cover to check if the internal wiring had any issues. It appeared simple enough and without issues. RC and Optimus Prime turned back to look at Ratchet. Ratchet was currently holding his forehead and shaking his head. He had checked it. It seemed he had finally accepted that Rosa's body was just built this way. Rosa, come out. Ratchet lowered his hand from his forehead, closed the interface, and opened the scanner's hatch to let Rosa out. I'm going to cut you open to check. Don't worry, I'll give you general anesthesia. Well, it seemed Ratchet hadn't fully accepted the idea of a flesh and machine hybrid, and his worldview had been impacted quite a bit. Rosa stared blankly as Ratchet picked up a saw. Her originally beautiful pupils dilated until the outer rings of her eyes became two circles. It was a bit cute, but it didn't conform to the normal optical changes of a Cybertronian. The two Transformers beside Ratchet saw his state and immediately grabbed his hand. Ratchet froze for a moment before realizing he had been a bit extreme. He put the saw aside. The sound of the saw had just startled Bumblebee and Bulkhead, who were playing ball nearby. What's wrong? Bulkhead asked, confused. Nothing. Ratchet held his forehead and pulled Rosa into the research lab. RC and Optimus Prime exchanged a glance. After a while, Ratchet entered, closed the lab door behind him, and shut out the noise from outside. You aren't a Transformer. What exactly are you? No, that's not right. You should be, but how are you? Having finally believed in Rosa's body structure, Ratchet was so shocked that his language module developed glitches. What kind of thing I am? Giving a thumbs up and speaking in a complimentary tone, that is a question even we don't know the answer to proudly. This was a lie. Why are you giving a thumbs up? And what's with that proud, exaggerated tone? I'm asking you a question, not praising you. Ah. Ratchet ranted wildly in his mind. However, if you want to study things like the solver, that's also possible, it's just that taking it out might be a bit troublesome. Do you want it? The solver, wasn't that something you were just spouting nonsense about back then? Ratchet had never heard of what a solver was before, and neither had the other Autobots, but he hadn't expected. So, do you want to study it? Ratchet thought it was some kind of data or something, so he nodded, completely unaware of what he was about to see next. Upon receiving Ratchet's response, Rosa suddenly retracted her hand, transformed it into a claw, and drove it straight through her own chest. Crack. Blood and energon mixed together. The claw was firmly embedded in the area in front of her core. She wanted to pull the core out. It shouldn't be dangerous to pull it out here, right? This was the most convenient way to intuitively study the solver. Stop. What are you doing? She had only just driven the claw in a little bit and hadn't managed to pull her core out when Ratchet grabbed her hand, preventing her from pushing it further in. His optics widened in shock, seemingly not expecting that he would. Didn't you want to study it? This is the most convenient way to study it. Ratchet was so shocked by Rosa's words that he didn't know what to say. Optimus Prime, who had just pushed the door open a crack, worried about Rosa and Ratchet, also saw this scene. Truly. You're crazy. You are truly crazy. Ratchet shouted. This was simply a monster. Rosa didn't exert any more force, and Ratchet pulled her claw out directly. Optimus Prime also rushed in at this moment, directly grabbing the hand Rosa had transformed into a claw. Ratchet. I'm looking for the welding torch. Optimus Prime was also shocked, his large hand gripping Rosa tightly to prevent her from moving her claw and causing secondary damage to herself. She had felt little pain since she was young and could repair herself quickly, so she didn't feel much about being injured. Even if she died, she could force a reboot, so Rosa thought this was nothing. And when Ratchet returned with the welding torch, he saw that Rosa had already repaired the wounds on her chest using the solver. It was somewhat unbelievable, as if what had just happened was an illusion, but the claw covered in a mixture of energon and blood, and the equally messy floor, were undoubtedly real. Of course, in the end, this matter concluded with Optimus Prime and Ratchet lecturing her never to use such self-harming behavior again, and what the solver was also remained unresolved. Ratchet recently discovered that Rosa had academic talent. He watched as Rosa hand assembled a computer host and fell into deep thought. Inherited from her father and Uzi. Oh right, she also had some aesthetic talent. Ratchet looked at the outer armor she had polished herself. Her manual skills were truly strong. Aesthetics inherited from N. Ratchet had discovered all this when he knocked on the door to find Rosa. In fact, he had intended to give Rosa a simple psychological test today, but his attention was temporarily diverted by other things. It was a pity that Rosa was a warrior, but he should be able to try and cultivate Rosa in his spare time. Although he still hadn't fully figured out what the other half of Rosa was, he couldn't give up on such good raw material. Ratchet looked at Optimus Prime beside him, thinking about how to talk to Optimus Prime later. Then, Ratchet simply tested the outer armor Rosa had made herself. The hardness was barely acceptable, indeed very suitable for Rosa, just enough to compensate for the fact that Rosa's metal was relatively brittle. She could wear it on her next mission. Although he had already guessed the reason why Rosa's metal was relatively brittle, a hybrid of flesh and machine, extremely fast regeneration speed. How hard could you expect her metal to be? Then Ratchet was successfully slapped in the face. The hardness hadn't disappeared, it had just been transferred to Rosa's blades and claws. Of course, this included her wings, but they didn't know yet that they had wings, and Rosa couldn't be bothered to mention it. Ratchet was almost stunned when he simply taught Rosa how to maintain her own weapons. He discovered that this hardness was almost catching up to the hardest metal currently discovered on Cybertron. After a moment of silence, finally, under Rosa's, "Why did you suddenly stop talking and moving?" gaze, Ratchet finally began to give Rosa the psychological test. Optimus Prime would also be watching from the side during this test, and would consult with Ratchet based on her performance later. Ratchet was not a psychologist, he could only test Rosa for major problems according to old Cybertronian test questions. After all, digging out one's own spark with bare hands was, no matter how you thought about it. Fortunately, nothing major happened as a result. Ratchet packed up, left with Optimus Prime, and then they went about their own business. Ratchet still had work to do on maintaining the ground bridge. Ever since the ground bridge console was bitten by the iron-eating insect last time, it had had some poor contact, and Ratchet still needed to debug it. Rosa thought about it in her room, took the notes she had previously taken on the principles of ground bridge transmission, and took them out to study. She didn't know what was happening outside. When someone called her out over the intercom, she arrived in the main hall and saw that the ground bridge had exploded, and a TF she hadn't seen before had arrived. "Come on, Wheeljack, meet my other good friend, Miko. She's small but has a big personality." Miko stood up and waved at Wheeljack. "Bulkhead is troublesome. Can you keep an eye on him?" "I'll try my best, but trouble always delivers itself to the door." Miko helplessly put her hands on her hips. Wheeljack turned his head with a smile. "She and I will get along happily." It was with this turn of the head that Wheeljack noticed Rosa. That face was very good, and her body proportions were top tier, but it was hard to tell if she was a wheeler or a flyer. Maybe a non-transformer. A bit of a pity, but it seemed she shouldn't be a warrior. She was good looking, but she looked too delicate, like a vase. "This is Rosa, one of the more special ones among us Autobots. Don't let her being a non-transformer fool you, she's especially fierce when she fights." Bulkhead was also introducing Rosa to Wheeljack. Wheeljack raised an eyebrow, seemingly not quite believing this. That's fine, he'd be obedient once he got a punch from Rosa one day. "Hello." Rosa greeted politely, which counted as knowing the other person. To be honest, she wanted to go find Ratchet to study the ground bridge more, so she didn't pay any more attention to them. However, for some reason, she felt he was weird. The discussion with Ratchet, and the process of Ratchet demonstrating how to maintain the ground bridge to Rosa, continued until the party started. Now, Rosa felt, Wheeljack was even weirder. Especially when the welcome party for Wheeljack was held in the evening. Rosa, she originally wanted to go back and be a shut-in, but she was pulled by Ratchet to finish learning how to calibrate the sensitivity of the ground bridge. After a simple lesson, he let Rosa go do her own thing. Just then, a ball came flying over. The ball first hit the wall, smashing a large hole, and then fell down, almost hitting Ratchet. Fortunately, Ratchet dodged it. The iron ball was about to hit the console when a blue solver symbol appeared in front of the console. The iron ball fell, hit the solver, and bounced to the ground. At least the console wasn't broken. "Be careful. Guys, I'm calibrating the ground bridge sensitivity." Ratchet shouted angrily, pointing at the console. "Sorry, Doc, we got too excited." Wheeljack picked up the ball. He had clearly seen the solver symbol that popped out when the ball hit the console. It looked like some kind of defensive device. Did you build this? Wheeljack looked at the console. Ratchet thought Wheeljack was talking about the ground bridge. Yes. Ratchet continued to calibrate the sensitivity, while Rosa watched from the side. This technology is quite difficult. Wheeljack's eyes were a bit off, as if he were plotting something. Rosa noticed this, so when Wheeljack asked if the ground bridge was also built by Ratchet, Ratchet, feeling suspicious, wanted to turn his head. At this moment, Rosa suddenly stepped up and pointed to the console, asking what this part was for. Ratchet thought Rosa hadn't been listening carefully just now and was just about to scold her when he noticed Rosa's fingers tapping rhythmically. Ratchet looked up at Rosa. One half of Rosa's screen was displayed, covering one of her eyes, with the words, "Don't say that," written on it. Rosa's perspective was well controlled. The displayed half of the screen was just out of Wheeljack's line of sight. Yes, I built it too. Although he didn't understand what Rosa meant, he was willing to cooperate. Are there any malfunctions? Wheeljack's gaze had always been a bit wrong. I wasn't satisfied with its last transmission, so I'm shutting it down temporarily. Ratchet pretended not to have noticed anything and continued to operate the program, incidentally explaining it simply to Rosa on the surface, while his hands pulled up the command panel. What if it's needed? Wheeljack was somewhat persistent. Ratchet answered Wheeljack verbally while typing a few words on the command panel. It is a bit strange. If the program is terminated now, the damage will be irreparable. When Ratchet said this, Rosa realized that Ratchet also vaguely realized something, because damage was only a possibility, not 100%. So, what did Ratchet mean by saying this? Then how long will the diagnostic program take? If it's fast, a while. If it's slow, it could be days. This time it was Rosa who answered. She even pretended to look at the program before turning back to tell Wheeljack. Although this answer was a bit exaggerated, Rosa believed that Ratchet, having heard the other person ask, could at least realize something. Oh. Wheeljack walked away. Ratchet slowly looked at Rosa. Rosa could see Wheeljack by turning her head at that angle. After confirming that Wheeljack had walked away, Rosa turned back to continue using the visual blind spot to message Ratchet. Stalling for time. Text continued to appear on Rosa's screen. Not sure, no evidence. Ratchet continued to write on the command panel, then deleted it again. Worst case, yes. Cannot let the base location be discovered. As fast as possible, send away. Ratchet finished writing the last word, then deleted it and continued the diagnostic program, only faster. Rosa stood quietly to the side, saying nothing, just like a student quietly watching a teacher demonstrate. Wheeljack walked to the other side, chatting with others, discussing past events together, but he also seemed a bit absent-minded. Bulkhead also felt Wheeljack was a bit strange, until Miko took Wheeljack to visit other parts of the base, and RC finally voiced her doubts. What's wrong with you? RC asked Bulkhead. They weren't particularly familiar with Wheeljack and couldn't detect that his personality was a bit different. Nothing, just a little depressed. Personality not quite the same. Rosa walked over from near Ratchet. She even specifically checked the corridor to confirm that Wheeljack had left. Right, how did you? His eyes and what he said don't match up. Rosa leaned against the wall and said. If even the personality wasn't quite right, then there was really a problem. Specifics. RC asked. Intuition. His purpose in speaking is too strong. He can't even handle simple small talk to blur his purpose. If I couldn't even notice this. Rosa stood up straight. Then I wouldn't have lived until now. Imitation was the solver's strength. Simulating personalities, projecting others, being good at these meant her control of acting wouldn't be weak either. Especially when luring other prey. When the Decepticons needed to simulate a personality to occupy the identity of a Decepticon. Buzz, beep beep. Testing is fine, but I can try. Listen, I know Wheeljack better than anyone. Bulkhead walked to the wall and leaned against it, just about to continue, when Wheeljack returned after finishing his round. When Bulkhead asked about what happened in the past, Wheeljack did indeed say it accurately, but he didn't know one thing. Bulkhead hadn't participated in that incident at the time. Without any suspense, the exposure happened. Makeshift gave up on the pretense and drew his blade directly. Of course, he understood that to leave safely, he had to take hostages. It's just, why did he take himself hostage? Do I look weak? Don't come over, or I'll kill her. Wheeljack, or should it be Makeshift, held a blade identical to Wheeljack's and aimed it at Rosa's neck. Rosa thought that if a hostage was taken, one could also think of ways to make the hostage lose the ability to act, so that the criminal might give up on the hostage and escape. At this time, because of her secret conversation with herself, Ratchet had accelerated the maintenance of the ground bridge. Now the ground bridge was ready. Makeshift directly entered the coordinates and then activated the ground bridge. Rosa was just about to use the blade in front of her to slit her own throat, to make him think she had lost the ability to act, when she heard a chilling remark. Don't worry, baby, I'll treat you well. Rosa shuddered. She didn't want to slit her own throat anymore and chose to extend her tail directly, stabbing a syringe into Makeshift's wrist. While the corrosive liquid in the syringe increased the needle's penetrating power, the corrosive liquid would also flow into other tissues along the body. Makeshift's wrist was pierced, and he let go of the blade in pain. Rosa turned around and punched Makeshift's abdomen with all her might. Boom! The whole base trembled slightly. They saw Rosa punch out, and Makeshift flew in a straight line, smashing a large hole in the wall. Makeshift even had a blue trail while being punched away. That hit kicked up a cloud of dust, and Makeshift vomited a mouthful of old blood. Z's, Z's. Under the violent shaking, the lights on the top of the hall flickered a few times. Fortunately, the walls of the hall were thick, but still. Large area contusions, fractures of the limbs, metal burns. Sorry. Rosa covered her face and shouted, her eyes turning into rings due to the emotional fluctuation. Rosa, that's a Decepticon, you don't. Bulkhead hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Rosa. No, I'm apologizing to the wall. This repair is very troublesome, right? It's the same old saying. He'd be obedient once he got a punch from Rosa one day. When the real Wheeljack came in and incidentally turned off the ground bridge, what he saw was such a scene. Wheeljack, who was almost crippled, oh no, maybe already dead, vomiting blood all over the floor in the crumbling wall. Makeshift's abdomen had a large, obvious depression, the metal was all caved in, and the pipelines and internal organs inside had probably been crushed into a ball by that hit. Wheeljack raised an eyebrow and beckoned Bulkhead to come over and pry Makeshift off, then reopened the ground bridge to throw out the trash, referring to Makeshift incidentally tying a bomb to the trash to send a gift to the Decepticons. Optimus Prime came to Rosa's side. Don't worry, Agent Fowler will handle these things well. Optimus Prime smiled and nodded, looking at the humanoid hole in the wall that was still shedding dust. To be honest, I feel Rosa is more suitable for this job. Bulkhead, who had thrown Makeshift out, said, looking at Rosa and swallowing some electrolyte at the thought of that force. Wheeljack looked in Rosa's direction. He really couldn't imagine a fembot who looked so soft could exert such great force, but he also understood that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Makeshift was punched into the wall by that little girl. Bulkhead walked to the side of the ground bridge and turned it off. He had already imagined how terrifying the lethality would be if Rosa really went crazy. So, Miko ran to Bulkhead's feet and asked, "Can we continue the party?" "No, Miko, let's continue tomorrow afternoon when you come back. It's already very late." The party continued the next afternoon, but Rosa didn't participate much. Or rather, Rosa had been staying in her room all day, researching how to replicate a certain weapon she had seen before, so she barely came out except to collect supplies. She had thought about killing all those life forms, but she also realized that if she wanted to go back, she had to rely on the resources possessed by one of the sides to research and build a device to return. It could be the Decepticons, or it could be the Autobots. But she preferred to join the Autobots. The reason was simple. Just speaking of the recruit training camp, a group of TFs mocked her for being a non-transformer, and only became obedient after she beat them all up. All the machines held a contemptuous attitude toward non-transformation, they were a bunch of bullies. Could she stand firm among the Decepticons with her abilities? Perhaps, but after standing firm, what about the future research on how to teleport home? She could not entrust her own future and the future of her family to a group with major moral problems. So it would be better to wait for the war to end among the higher quality Autobots, and then wait for Cybertron to revive and have resources to research and develop a way home. Originally, she thought the Autobots would have one more teammate, but she didn't expect Wheeljack to leave that evening after fixing his ship. When she received the news, Rosa also went over to see Wheeljack off. "You're not staying." Rosa came out to say goodbye to Wheeljack, while Bulkhead patted Wheeljack hard. "Old Jack never stays for long, but he always comes back." The ground bridge opened, sending Wheeljack to his ship. Rosa didn't go because she was called away by Ratchet. "Sorry, but as a doctor, I still have a few things I need to ask." Ratchet looked at her seriously. Rosa hesitated, wondering if it would be impolite not to see him off. "Go ahead, little one." Wheeljack saw Rosa's thoughts and nodded at her. "You might be able to become a powerful warrior." It was considered encouragement. Rosa thanked Wheeljack and obediently followed Ratchet into the medical bay for another conversation. First, Ratchet looked at the somewhat dazed Rosa. At this moment, she was still wagging her tail, the blue needle twitching back and forth. "What is the essence of you solvers?" Ratchet still remembered that conjecture. The iron-eating insect feared her, a suspected kin. Her core would gradually heat up and require energy to cool down. Seen individually, it might be fine, but combined together, it was hard not to imagine that the solver might also have a certain essence of consumption. "That is a question that even we don't know." Rosa tilted her head. "But I can tell you, the solver is our underlying logic. We are born with it. The only difference is, this battery is leaking." As she spoke, the solver symbol appeared on Rosa's hand. "The essence of consumption, our core will gradually heat up over time, and energy can cool the core down. If the core temperature gets high enough that the body cannot bear it." Rosa looked up at Ratchet. Ratchet guessed the answer and responded to Rosa. "You will explode and die." Rosa nodded and continued to explain other countermeasures before exploding. Before that, if the core temperature reaches a threshold, consciousness will be taken over by the solver's underlying logic. "What does that mean?" Ratchet frowned. Rosa did not explain, but found a medical bed to sit on, crossing her legs in Ratchet's line of sight. One of the items in the solver's underlying logic, Rosa placed her hand on her leg. Consumption. If energy is insufficient, the underlying logic takes over consciousness, eating everything we can see that contains energy. Ratchet was puzzled. This was just like how humans want to eat when hungry, and how TFs want to eat energy when their fuel tanks are empty. It was very normal, right? Immediately after, Rosa's words made Ratchet realize he had misunderstood. Including living ones. On her near-perfect face, Rosa lowered her head slightly, sharp teeth slightly exposed. Her beautiful face cast a shadow under the ceiling light in the laboratory. It was impossible to see her expression clearly, impossible to see her specific look. The only thing that could be seen was that pair of blue eyes, glowing with a faint blue light, staring at Ratchet. These eyes seemed to be looking at prey, treating anything with energy as prey. This was their instinct, but her true form looked somewhat deceptive, so even if she showed such a look, no one would notice if they didn't look carefully. Rosa looked up, the shadow disappeared, and she looked perfectly normal, just like an innocent little girl. After being controlled by the underlying logic, even if the core returns to a safe temperature, it will still follow instinct. Giving certain stimuli can recall the will. Rosa held up her index finger and nodded, considering the basic operation of the core explained. Ratchet was somewhat shocked by the speed of the shift in Rosa's aura. And what she meant just now was, if the core temperature was too high, she would instinctively eat the people around. As long as there was any object with energy. Including carbon-based life forms. Including carbon-based life forms. Ratchet was shocked after hearing this. Even the TF Nightmare, the iron-eating insect, feared her. Now he believed everything she said. And Rosa's conversion furnace, which could convert anything, was the best proof. Now he knew why he felt that Rosa and the iron-eating insect were the same kind at that time. Don't worry, I haven't reached that point yet. Hearing this, Ratchet held his forehead. Of course, he knew Rosa wasn't hungry now. What he was afraid of was that one day Rosa would lose control and eat her own people. I know, but don't you have any other countermeasures? Ratchet looked at Rosa. I mean, the part about eating TFs and humans. Don't worry, if there are TFs, I won't choose humans. Fresh energon and engine oil are more to our liking. Rosa clearly missed the point. That's not what I meant. I'm afraid that if you go berserk during battle, you might eat the Autobots. Ratchet said with black lines on his face. Sometimes he really wanted to take apart Rosa's brain module to see what was inside. I will carry a canister of energon in my subspace, I can control it in time, and. Rosa leaned close to Ratchet and lowered her voice. Even if I go berserk, it will be among the Decepticons. Wouldn't it be great to enjoy a Decepticon buffet? Ratchet's black lines deepened. He really couldn't accept the idea of eating people, especially from Rosa, who shared Cybertronian genes. Rosa, we cannot eat people. This is something even the Decepticons wouldn't do. Optimus Prime didn't know when he had entered, and closed the door. This is our instinct, Optimus Prime. Every awakened solver has this instinct, because exploding and dying is the only way for me to truly die. Rosa walked to Optimus Prime. It is also what we fear. Two pairs of blue eyes looked at each other. In Optimus Prime's eyes was compassion and pity, while the emotions in Rosa's eyes. Optimus Prime couldn't explain. It was like numbness, like bloodlust, but within that, there was a gentleness and integrity completely opposite to it. Chaotic, disorderly, yet orderly. But that bloodlust made him think of someone. He would never let Rosa become that person, become a second Megatron. We are not asking you to completely resist your instinct, just to restrain it where you can. Optimus Prime squatted down to look at Rosa at eye level. At least ensure, do not harm your family. Family. This word made her dazed. She hadn't seen her parents or family for a long time, and naturally, she missed them very much. Highest instruction, the yearning to go home. She wanted to go back to see her family. So far, the Autobots were not her enemies, but they hadn't reached the level of family of the highest instruction. However, for the Autobots, other Autobots seemed to be their family. And they also couldn't go home. Drifting in a foreign land, a hometown that only existed in one's memory, a hometown that one could not return to. Fine, I will try my best to control myself. She was a bit dissatisfied, but she would try her best. They were not her family, but they were not enemies either. If she could avoid eating them, she wouldn't. Also, give me some of your saliva, and an acid sample from your tail. Ratchet thought for a while, and still said this. After the collection was finished, there was nothing else, so he let Rosa go back. The next day, Rosa came online on the recharge berth. She sat up for a while to adjust before RC knocked and entered. That's rare, you're actually awake. RC opened the door, intending to wake Rosa up, but didn't expect her to be awake already. She still remembered how difficult it was to wake Rosa those first few days. Seeing Rosa lying on the berth back then, she almost hallucinated. What was it called again? A human salted fish. I've gotten a bit used to it. Hearing Rosa's words, RC smiled slightly and closed the door. It seemed Rosa was gradually getting used to waking up early. Perhaps she wouldn't need her to call her anymore, and she could manage on her own. Rosa tidied herself up and headed to the main hall. Everyone was there, and Ratchet was still analyzing the acidic substance in her tail. Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. The voice of Agent Fowler came through the main hall's screen. What brings you, what else? The Decepticons. I finally tracked them here, but at the critical moment, my plane was shot down by them. Agent Fowler interrupted Optimus Prime. His plane had been shot down by the Decepticons during the pursuit, and he had received important intel. The Decepticons were going to steal a nuclear-powered weapon. Although it was a bit strange why they would want to steal something so primitive for Cybertronians. Agent Fowler wanted to take the weapon via the ground bridge, but the nuclear-powered weapon was unstable. To prevent the radioactive elements from spreading across the world through the ground bridge during transport, Optimus Prime and his team had to transport it themselves. Therefore, this mission did not include Rosa. She could not initiate transformation, could not drive at high speeds like a car, and would be discovered immediately if she appeared on the road. She could only stay at the base and stand by. She stayed at the base with Ratchet, as well as Jack, Miko, and Raph. Oh, what a shame, Rosa can't initiate transformation. Miko leaned against the railing, feeling somewhat regretful. Raph, however, knew that being unable to initiate transformation was considered a disability among Transformers, so he gently tugged at Miko, signaling her not to talk about it. It's fine, isn't there already a remedy for it? Rosa wasn't angry. The solver compensated for her shortcomings, not being able to initiate transformation was nothing. Ratchet also knew the general reason for Rosa's inability to initiate transformation, a flesh and machine hybrid. What did you expect her to transform into? Twist the flesh inside her body on the spot after transforming. While they were chatting, Optimus Prime and his team, who were transporting the nuclear weapon, were attacked by a large group of Decepticons. Agent Fowler also recognized the helicopter that had attacked him. But Ratchet did not detect any Decepticon life signals. Just as Ratchet thought they were using some kind of stealth technology, Agent Fowler watched as a human stood out from the sunroof of the Decepticon vehicle. The ones attacking us aren't the Decepticons, they're humans. Humans. Raph and Jack exchanged a look. Come on, fighting the Autobots. That's like an egg hitting a rock. Miko shouted excitedly. On the other side, Optimus Prime decided to use minimal force, only disarming them. After all, they couldn't exactly drop their vehicle forms in front of humans, could they? They kept trying to force the Autobots to stop, but their physical strength was no match for the Autobots. Several mech vehicles kept flipping over during the collisions. I am Agent William Fowler. Who exactly are you? The helicopter was still following in the sky. I am Silas, but more importantly for you, we are mech. I warn you, we must obtain the nuclear weapon, even at any cost. Silas, in the helicopter, looked at the big truck on the ground as if it were already in his grasp. Through Optimus Prime's broadcast, the people at the base also heard Silas's words. Rosa's mouth twitched. This guy was truly arrogant. Is that so? Then could you tell me how much money you intend to exchange the nuclear power for? Who said we intended to sell it? Agent Fowler. The meaning was clear. Agent Fowler looked at the helicopter in the sky. They wanted the nuclear power for their own use. The lead mech vehicle received an order. A person fully equipped with gear stood up from the sunroof, holding a weapon, and breached the back door of the truck's cargo hold. So, Silas, do you think your equipment is sophisticated enough? A motorcycle rushed out from the back of the truck. The lead mech vehicle slammed its steering wheel to dodge but failed, flipping over on the spot. Goodbye. Seeing two vehicles flipped over in the rearview mirror, Fowler said his last words and hung up the walkie-talkie. Silas's ambition made Optimus Prime somewhat vigilant, because before the war broke out, Megatron had once had the same thoughts as Silas. He reminded Agent Fowler not to underestimate mech. With mech vehicles continuing to flip over, the Autobots finally entered the train tunnel, placed the nuclear weapon into the train carriage, and separated from the train upon exiting the tunnel. Mech did not know that the nuclear weapon had been transferred and continued to follow the Autobots' team. Then, the Decepticons also joined in. The final result was that the empty shell that had originally carried the nuclear weapon fell off. Optimus Prime and the others were forced to fight the Decepticons. Fortunately, MECH's ground troops couldn't keep up for the moment, only the helicopter Silas was in was still following. Otherwise, it would have been a real chaotic brawl. But it wasn't much better. Listening to the call between Agent Fowler and Optimus Prime, Mech had already discovered that the nuclear weapon was not in the vehicle carriage, but on the train. And Optimus Prime, distracted by the call, was knocked unconscious by a Decepticon minion with a log. The rest of the Autobots were entangled by the Decepticons and couldn't free themselves. Tisk, just transport me over there. Rosa covered her forehead. This was the best solution she could think of at the moment. Rosa, mech is in the sky. It's fine, as long as I can interfere and make them afraid, that's enough. Let Rosa get on the train first and engage them in close quarters combat. Miko said, waving her fist and gesturing. If we can transport Rosa onto the train, Mech will have to weigh whether or not they can beat Rosa. Raf also agreed with this point of view, but how should they send her over? But this is too dangerous. I not only have to transport her into a confined space using the ground bridge, but it also has to be traveling at 90 miles per hour. If it fails, she could suffer extensive contusions, fractured limbs, metal burns. Hearing this, Rosa slowly raised her hand. I recover very quickly, there's no prob. I'm not talking about that. Ratchet shouted, looking at Rosa's expression, which completely failed to realize the severity of the situation. He thought back again to that time when Rosa had directly reached for her own spark, as if she felt no pain. As if she had no self-awareness regarding anything that harmed her. As if this life wasn't even her own. Ratchet covered his face. But this is the best solution, isn't it? If we don't stop them, people will die. Miko looked at the others with some disappointment. Ratchet finally lowered his hand from his face. Why can't Rosa use that black hole she used to disrupt the antenna back then? Jack proposed another hypothesis, which was immediately rejected. It's possible, but the range is too large. It could disrupt the train's systems too, which would cause trouble. What if we can pinpoint the train? Computer genius Raf successfully located the train, which meant that now, they could safely transport her onto the train. The others exchanged looks. Silas stunned the people on the train, and the aircraft landed steadily on top of the train carriage. When they sawed open the top of the carriage, what they saw was empty. No, they weren't sure if it was truly empty, because for some reason, even with the roof open, the illumination inside the carriage remained pitifully low. They could only see the area directly beneath the cut, while the rest was shrouded in darkness. But they didn't think anything was wrong and jumped down one after another. Rosa, why has the sound on your end cut off? There was no reply. Just when they thought something had gone wrong, Rosa's voice sounded again after a while. Sorry, I clicked the wrong thing, just finished taking care of the trouble. Rosa had just swallowed what was in her mouth. She certainly knew that the Autobots would not allow her to kill the native organisms of this planet, especially those with sentience. But they were scum, and a group of scum who knew about the Autobots at that. Who knew what they would do next. So, after the ground bridge transport finished, she used a projection to hide herself, and incidentally closed the door, the only source of light, covering every corner and crevice of the carriage where light could enter. She had long been prepared to kill all the mech members who entered the shadow zone of the carriage. But before taking action, she had to mute the sound. Not a single noise could be heard, and she couldn't be detected. Silas, on the helicopter, sensed something was wrong. All the team members who went down lost contact after a series of clicking sounds, which indicated that they had all been killed. Silas frowned, realizing there was something else down there. After all, even if they had been killed by traps, there would have been some shouting or something similar, it wouldn't be this quiet. Silas looked at the sawed-open carriage roof and peered down, only to feel that it was somewhat eerie inside. Sir. The pilot saw Optimus Prime rushing over from the distance. Optimus Prime had already woken up, and seeing the mech helicopter parked on top of the train carriage, he realized that mech was stealing a nuclear weapon. They were wary of Optimus Prime, so Silas gave the order to retreat. The pilot immediately flew the helicopter up, but Silas picked up a rocket launcher and blew up the railway tracks ahead. Optimus Prime transformed into a truck, drove straight to the front of the train, and used his hands to pry at the train to force it to stop, because there were still many humans inside. Z's, Lala, KRR, the train was forced to a stop by Optimus Prime, avoiding a major disaster. Optimus Prime turned his head and saw Rosa crouching in the train carriage. The carriage was still a bit small for Rosa, forcing her to crouch. Behind her was a knocked-out guard, the nuclear weapon, and several fallen mech members. Of course, there was no blood. Rosa used a projection to cover all the blood, including any traces on her own body, pretending that those mech members were actually still alive, as if nothing had happened. But a mere projection wouldn't stand up to close scrutiny, so, she had to find a way to blow this place up so that nothing could be discerned. Rosa first placed the guard on the ground, while Optimus Prime was busy moving the nuclear weapon, placing it off the train so it would be convenient for Agent Fowler to arrange official transport later. Just as Rosa looked up, she saw the helicopter carrying Silas trying to escape, so she immediately formed a black hole. Optimus Prime had just finished moving the nuclear weapon down when he saw Rosa throw something that flew upward, flying in a straight line, with a long blue light even trailing behind it. Beep. The helicopter was struck by that object, creating a small hole. 2 alarms flashed on the aircraft, and then the alarms were quickly shut off. The helicopter's system displayed errors, continuously showing garbled characters before the screen went black and the word null appeared, followed immediately by a symbol of a hexagon with 3 arrows. Next, the symbol disappeared but the screen remained black. Only after the screen went black did messages start to appear. Initializing. Pray. UWU less than 3. The helicopter's system was messed up and could not be controlled. The pilot, who originally wanted to parachute out, discovered that some of the machinery inside the cabin began to detach, reassemble, and turn into countless hands, firmly grabbing the pilot. The pilot could not escape, while Silas and the remaining 1 or 2 team members reacted faster. As soon as the helicopter's alarms went off, they had unbuckled their seatbelts, preparing to jump out. Silas, having opened his parachute in midair, watched the helicopter plummet. As it fell, the pilot was still desperately reaching out of the window, and one could even faintly hear the pilot's screams, until the aircraft hit the ground and exploded, and the screaming came to an abrupt end. Wow! Rosa looked at her hands, somewhat stunned. So it has this function too. Rosa had just discovered that the solver could not only disrupt systems but also hack them, so she tried leaving a message while hacking the helicopter. It could even assimilate, though it was equivalent to temporarily taking over the system and then using the helicopter's parts to assemble a part of a body. Clearly, Rosa was not skilled at using it. But fortunately, the helicopter crashed, so even if there was any evidence, it was gone. Rest assured, those Decepticons are being tied up and cannot come over to check the energy signal. Rosa, Optimus Prime didn't have time to say anything more to Rosa before he heard a sound coming from the carriage next to her, a beeping sound that was becoming increasingly rapid. Back up! Optimus Prime shouted. Rosa didn't react in time, and the carriage exploded directly. Fortunately, they had taken the nuclear weapon and that agent out beforehand. Oh, forgot about those mech members. Sorry, I did it on purpose. It's not like those mech members were already eaten by me to avoid being discovered. If one were to use a hand to simultaneously obstruct and continue a program process with the solver, it would explode due to instability. She specifically extended and generated a hand with very little mechanical content, used it to form a black hole, calculated the explosion time, and then severed the hand, letting it use the remaining energy to continue the process. Then she caused trouble for the escaping mech members until the explosion, that severed hand became a timed bomb. To prevent people around from not realizing it was a timed bomb, she specifically used a device like a camera, capable of both projection and sound, to simulate the beeping sound of a bomb. In the end, Rosa was blown away by the severed hand she had set up that was holding a black hole, flying into a nearby pond with a splash, creating a huge spray of water. Oh right, that severed hand, apart from a tiny amount of mechanical content, was mostly flesh and blood. The extent of the explosion, which was enough to blow herself away, made it impossible to investigate what exactly caused it, so the blame could only be dumped entirely on Mech. Up until now, she had been blown into the pond, conveniently cleaning off the residual blood on her body. Perfect tilde. Rosa. Optimus Prime immediately ran to the edge of the pond to check on Rosa's condition. The calm water surface, the surrounding swaying greenery, and breaking this calm surface, a familiar white mechanical hand reached out from the center of the pond's surface. It was Rosa's iconic white hand, with black joints between the fingers and a triangle on the back of the hand glowing with blue fluorescence. Then, the hand gave a thumbs up, indicating she was fine. Optimus Prime was relieved. He contacted the others to gather here, and in a while, Ratchet would open the ground bridge to return together. As for the thing Rosa threw at the helicopter, Optimus Prime didn't care about it. He understood that the world they were in was not quite the same as they had imagined, and humans were not all very friendly. There were their own Decepticons here, just wearing human skin. Rosa, having fallen into the water, was heavy as a robot. Falling into the water meant sinking to the bottom, unable to float. She needed to walk step by step. So by the time Bumblebee and the others arrived to gather, Rosa had just walked out of the water step by step. Her entire armor was wet. To prevent the water she shook off from flying onto the other Autobots, Rosa began to move slightly while only her feet were still in the water, shaking the water off her body. In the process of moving, she inadvertently turned her head and saw the sunset behind her, along with the boundless green grass. Orange light shone on the water, reflecting some of the greenery growing by the water's edge. In the distance, there were insects chirping and birds calling, and on the horizon was a fiery red sunset glow. Pink, purple, blue, orange, various colors blended together in the sky, neither chaotic nor abrupt. This was different from the icy, snow-covered world that was forever a vast expanse of white where Rosa used to stay. Here, it was full of vitality everywhere, greenery and living things were everywhere. It was no longer a world of only cold tones, with other colors constantly colliding, blending, and merging, giving new experiences. Just like the scene of the sunset glow filling the sky right now, it was very beautiful. Rosa was stunned for a moment. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was stunned. Rosa's body could be repaired by the solver no matter how many times it was damaged, even for a single scratch, so the appearance of her body would not have any damage. Furthermore, half of her body was white. As everyone knows, white is the easiest color to refract light, and coupled with the lack of any scratches or scuffs, the body had a very high reflectivity to light. When she turned back to look at the colorful clouds across the sky, some Transformers were also watching her. With the high reflection, the orange light shone on her body, emitting a strong orange glow, and the scattered water droplets on her body distorted the light in all directions, making her look shiny and sparkling. Rosa, time to go. Bulkhead shouted. Rosa only then reacted and ran toward her teammates' direction. Coincidentally, the ground bridge opened at this moment, and everyone returned to the base together. What was up with Bumblebee just now? Watching the others leave the main hall after returning to base, Bulkhead asked RC quietly. Perhaps he was dazzled by the light. RC showed a meaningful smile, then greeted Jack as usual, leaving Bulkhead alone to ponder this profound question. Hope they won't be scared by me in the future, he. Ahem, steel claws, hands, dual blades, chainsaws, guns, cannons, lasers, EMPs, is there anything you can't stuff inside? Ratchet demanded. Rosa fell silent for a moment, retracted the EMP, and a rolled-up object popped out from within. The moment it fully extended, Ratchet saw clearly that it was a small red and yellow flag with the words, "This looks very wrong," written on it. Although the content on the small flag perfectly matched Ratchet's current thoughts, it also made him even more frustrated. Why could she stuff everything inside? The origin of all this was when Ratchet was demonstrating how to weld circuits to Rosa and suddenly couldn't find his saw. When Rosa asked if he needed her to saw open the conduit so he could weld it, Ratchet chose yes. Just as Ratchet wanted to ask Rosa to wait a moment while he went to find a saw better suited for cutting the conduit, Rosa said, "No need." Then, right in front of Ratchet, she retracted her hand and performed a transformation, producing a chainsaw longer than her arm. Following that, while Rosa was still bewildered, she was stopped on the spot by Ratchet. Honestly, Ratchet could understand the few weapons Rosa had used in front of them, steel claws, dual blades, and the like. The dual blades could be combined and extended piece by piece, and the claws could be pushed out by clenching a fist, and so on. After all, her transformation looked very simple. But the scene before him now made Ratchet doubt himself. If the previous weapons could be explained, the blades were thin and could be assembled, The chainsaw was uniquely large, exceeding the length of the arm segment Rosa was using for the transformation. How did that come out? Then what about the space reserved for the blades and hand transformation? Could all of that really fit inside one arm? Then came the scene from the beginning. Ratchet made Rosa display all the weapons she had equipped. His brain module was screaming that it was unreasonable for her to be able to stuff so many things inside one arm. Even that last bit, this looks very wrong. But then, it suddenly became reasonable again. Because when Ratchet raised the question, this is what Rosa said. The end of science is metaphysics. Ahem, very reasonable. My foot. Ratchet kicked Rosa out of the lab and began to ponder this problem independently while searching through literature records, trying to understand what on earth Rosa was. And now, his thoughts were jumping back and forth between whether Rosa had a transformation cog or not. Rosa, having been tossed out the doorway, looked at RC, who was passing by, and the two stared at each other. RC saw Ratchet push Rosa out and then close the door, clearly signaling, I am conducting research, do not disturb me. RC sighed softly and beckoned Rosa to the main hall. She didn't know what was up with Ratchet lately. He frequently looked like his worldview had been shattered and would go off to check data. Although she could guess who it was because of. RC turned her head to glance at Rosa, who was obediently following her to the main hall. RC's first impression of her was that she was silly. After all, when they first met, she couldn't even tell the difference between Autobots and Decepticons, and even thought they were Decepticons and led the way for them. However, she later learned that Rosa was actually very smart. The inability to distinguish them must have been due to other reasons at the time. Regardless, she could distinguish them quite clearly now, though she was still a bit ditzy sometimes. Do you know where Ratchet went? Optimus Prime walked into the main hall. He's in the lab, I'll go call him. Saying this, Rosa turned and walked away. No need, Ratchet is likely busy. Optimus Prime turned and left. Rosa wanted to return to her room to do her own thing, but she remembered that was also the direction of Ratchet's lab, and she didn't need to go there. So, for some reason, perhaps her directives conflicted, she took a step in that direction, remembered she didn't need to go there, turned back in the opposite direction, then remembered she needed to go there and took another step that way. After pacing in circles like this for 2 seconds, her buffer finally succeeded and she walked toward her room. Sigh. RC sighed again. She really was a bit ditzy. However, Rosa hadn't been on many missions recently. For example, she didn't go to the museum for the Energon Harvester mission because it required stealth, and during Jack's recent unauthorized racing incident, she had to stay at the base because a vehicle form was required. Perhaps she should take Rosa out on the next reconnaissance mission. After all, Rosa was considered a warrior, and she still needed to go out and gain experience. Detected an Energon signal. Raph saw a marker appear on the base's display screen. Ratchet also received an alert from his internal system and rushed out of the lab. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Ratchet pinpointed the location directly and then handed the synchronization device to RC, who was on shift this time. Ratchet still understood that when there was a mission, other matters had to be put aside for the time being. He stayed in the main hall on standby, waiting for RC to get ready to activate the ground bridge. Although the look he gave Rosa at this moment was still. RC thought for a moment and contacted Optimus Prime on the internal line to report that she was taking Rosa this time. RC saw the expectant look in Jack's eyes. Can I go? I specifically brought my multi-tool. RC hesitated for a moment, then added Jack to the report as well. Rosa suddenly thought of something and asked RC to wait. After a while, Rosa returned to the main hall wearing her armor. Whoa. Cool. Miko said when she saw Rosa in her black armor. RC froze for a moment, smiled helplessly, and took the two of them into the ground bridge together. Rosa Dorman wore that suit of armor this time. It fit perfectly, covering her completely so that not a single ray of sunlight could shine in. It was fantastic. She also specifically added a function for the mask to retract to the left and right sides, inspired by her own visor-shaped screen. It's just that this outer armor has too many scattered parts, making it a bit troublesome to put on. In the future, to prepare for sudden missions, she might have to wear it often. Along the way, Jack happily shared the things he had prepared with RC. Originally, everyone thought this was just a reconnaissance mission with almost no danger, but when they saw the traces of a massive spaceship crash landing, they realized things might not be so simple. Jack, Rosa, you two stay here. RC said, sliding down the slope, then initiating transformation into her motorcycle mode to dash toward the spaceship for reconnaissance. When RC went over, Jack looked back at Rosa, then looked in the direction RC had left. After hesitating for a moment, he still ran in the direction RC had gone to investigate. Rosa hesitated for a moment behind him and followed as well. By the time they were almost at the outside of the spaceship, RC came out. Her condition didn't look very good. She was leaning against the outer wall of the spaceship, seemingly remembering something. RC, what's wrong? RC shook her head as a memory replayed in her mind. Jack ran to RC's side, and only then did RC snap back to reality. I know whose ship this is. RC quickly composed herself and immediately opened her comms to try and contact the base to open a ground bridge, but there might have been some device around the ship interfering with the magnetic field, making it impossible to connect to the base. Looking at Rosa and Jack on the side, RC told them to wait where they were while she walked a distance ahead to check the ground. When she saw a row of footprints, it further confirmed her suspicions. Another memory. RC recalled the memory of Tailgate being killed. She realized the danger and immediately initiated transformation, telling Jack to get on. Rosa, you stay here and wait for me. After saying that, RC carried Jack and dashed off at top speed. She needed to get Jack further away first. Rosa waited on the spot for a while, wandering around out of boredom, but only within the immediate vicinity. Not long after, she saw RC in her vehicle mode driving over. Listen, go to the XXX coordinate point and wait there with Jack. RC said while initiating transformation, heading straight in the opposite direction from Rosa. Rosa brushed past RC, and she felt that RC seemed a bit different. It was an emotion of fear. Rosa watched RC raise her gun, looking around vigilantly. 2 seconds later, she looked back and saw that Rosa was still standing there. Hurry up and go watch over Jack. RC turned her head and continued into the depths of the forest. Rosa was silent for a moment, then walked in the opposite direction of RC. She crossed a deep fissure and scanned the area, but couldn't see Jack. Jack. Rosa circled the coordinate point RC had given her but couldn't find Jack. There were only RC's motorcycle tire tracks on the ground, along with human shoeprints. Could Jack have gone to look for RC? Rosa followed Jack's shoeprints, by which time the sun was already setting. She didn't know how long she had been walking when she suddenly heard RC's shout. Jack. The color of the sky gradually turned orange, the light faded, and in a little while, the sky would turn completely dark. RC. Rosa rushed out of the forest and arrived next to RC, seeing her trapped by white spider silk. Just as she was about to step forward to help. Hurry. Help Jack first. They went in the southwest direction. Blackarachnia is hunting him. RC struggled and shouted, it's a spider-like transformer. Upon receiving the order, Rosa immediately ran in the direction of Jack and Blackarachnia. The sky had turned completely dark. Visibility had decreased. Because this was all grassland with very little sand, Jack's footprints were a bit hard to discern for a moment, but the tracks of Blackarachnia's spider legs were easy to find. Rosa didn't find Jack, but found Blackarachnia first. Fortunately, Blackarachnia didn't seem to have caught Jack yet. It seemed she was enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Hunting. Rosa suddenly had an idea. True hunters often appear in the form of prey. So, shall we play? Jack climbed over a log and discovered there was nowhere left to hide. The spider transformer was getting closer and closer, and he could only hide under the trunk. Click, click. The sound of spider legs piercing the soil and grass. Blackarachnia stood in front of the log. Just as she was about to discover Jack, suddenly, a scream of, Jack, came from afar. Ah! Hearing the sound, Blackarachnia immediately followed it. Jack, having heard Blackarachnia walk away, was just about to run when he suddenly realized something was wrong. That voice sounded like his own. Why? Or did he hear it wrong? There was someone else in the forest. Jack hesitated for a split second, then quietly walked in the direction of the scream. Blackarachnia didn't seem to realize that the direction of the Jack scream was quite far from where she had been. Clearly, when she was chasing him, he was right nearby. How could the scream appear so far away? Perhaps she had lost patience with the chase. Crossing a ravine, when Blackarachnia arrived at the source of the scream, what she saw was Jack, having accidentally stepped on a bear trap that had appeared out of nowhere. His lower leg was bleeding profusely, and he widened his eyes in horror upon seeing Blackarachnia. He was even trying to move while dragging the leg still caught in the bear trap. Oh tilde Jack, you really shouldn't have partnered with RC. You don't know, now her former partner was also, by me. Blackarachnia deliberately didn't finish, circling Jack, as if enjoying the praise fear. Click. Hiding behind a tree trunk, Jack covered his mouth, watching in shock as, himself, was impaled by Blackarachnia's blade. He hadn't seen it wrong, it was indeed someone identical to him, wearing the same clothes, with the same face. So sorry, I originally wanted to, aha. A giant scythe pierced Blackarachnia's shoulder, lifting her directly off the ground. Blackarachnia struggled, then suddenly felt that the thing she was holding was wrong. Sure enough, that Jack dissolved into blue light in her hand and disappeared. It was a projection. How is this possible? Blackarachnia looked up at the top in shock. Something even more terrifying appeared. Jack, behind the tree trunk, opened his mouth wide. First someone identical to him appeared, and then a second Blackarachnia. That creature identical to Blackarachnia suddenly appeared in a flash of light, clinging to the tree trunk and watching Blackarachnia, who had been stabbed in the shoulder. Yes, clinging, she was clinging to the trunk upside down, with her elbows touching the trunk and her hands resting under her chin. Regardless of appearance, tone, or even body language, everything was identical. Only, on the back part with the spider legs, there was an extra side with joints connected to a metal bone. Pray tilde hooked. The Blackarachnia on the tree trunk mimicked the tone of the other Blackarachnia from just a moment ago. So sorry, I originally wanted to hit the mark accurately, but you kept moving around. The Blackarachnia, clinging to the tree suddenly flashed with blue light and transformed into Rosa. At this moment, behind Rosa were extended appendages, pincers, claws, a scythe, and something resembling a camera. These things all extended from the slot Rosa had originally reserved for wings. Stay still, I won't kill you. Jack's mouth couldn't be opened any wider. He stared, eyes wide, at Rosa on the tree. At this moment, the countless joints behind Rosa, and that dark outer armor, made her look just like one of Blackarachnia's kind. RC. Jack inadvertently caught a glimpse of RC in the distance. He hid behind the tree and waved, signaling that he was fine. It was just that the distance was indeed too far, it would take RC some time to get over. From afar, RC only saw Jack. The other two machines were blocked by the bushes and couldn't be seen clearly, but it looked like there wasn't any major problem. Click. RC was already preparing to come over. Jack was still looking in RC's direction when he suddenly heard a sound. Turning back, he saw Blackarachnia trying to use a spider leg to sneak attack the Rosa clinging to the tree trunk, only to have it snapped off by a pincer from Rosa. You're not being good. A calm tone, a face that couldn't be seen, and somewhat eerie conduct, yet her body hadn't moved at all, maintaining that same posture, just watching Blackarachnia. Blackarachnia saw it very clearly. She hadn't turned her head, so she couldn't have spotted that sneak attacking leg. How? While the cameras extended by Rosa hid themselves, they were staring at Blackarachnia from a higher position, naturally seeing Blackarachnia's small movements. The cameras saw that RC was almost there, so she stopped clinging to the tree. Rosa released her hands from clinging to the tree trunk upside down and did a backflip, landing steadily behind Blackarachnia. The scythe piercing Blackarachnia just moved slightly, and the bracket connecting the scythe twisted in the air. Rosa was still in front of Blackarachnia, even exposing her back directly to her. Jack. Rosa spoke. After steadying herself, her body shifted to the right, once again dodging the spider leg Blackarachnia continued to use to sneak attack. Her shoulder brushed against the sharp blade on the spider leg. She didn't turn her head, nor did she look anywhere else, just watching Jack. After directly dodging the sneak attack by sidestepping, she reached out, grabbed the spider leg attempting the sneak attack, and snapped it with force. A burst of sparks erupted, and a segment of Blackarachnia's spider leg remained in Rosa's hand. Naughty, referring to Blackarachnia. Rosa looked at the spider leg in her hand, rotated her wrist to examine the blade, turned around, and backhanded it, jamming it into the middle of the gun Blackarachnia was preparing to fire at Rosa. Oops, so sorry, did I hurt you? Rosa feigned covering the mouth part of her outer armor. The Decepticon-style dark-colored armor wrapped around Rosa's entire body, making her face impossible to see, but when she said this, her body language and tone were exceptionally expressive. It was hard to tell how credible this sentence was. Blackarachnia's gun was still equipped in her palm. Tisk tisk tisk, that must hurt, right? Children shouldn't copy this. Rosa sidestepped again to look at Jack, one hand on her hip, the other making a fist with her thumb pointed at Blackarachnia. What? Are you? You are not a spider transformer. Blackarachnia looked at those things behind Rosa. It was hard to say in one word. It was truly. Rosa's outer armor was all black, and with the opening she had specifically made in the back, a bunch of metal bones extended from it, along with all kinds of pincers, scythes, cameras, and so on. She looked a bit like a spider transformer, but spider transformers didn't have such sanity-draining tentacles, nor did they have these sharp scythes and pincers. Rosa looked at Blackarachnia. I suppose, not really. Rosa spread her hands. A bit like an insect, but not a spider. The absolute solver form was a bit like a centipede, indeed like an insect. As she spoke, Rosa retracted all the extended appendages and let go of Blackarachnia. She thought that with her shoulder pierced, Blackarachnia shouldn't be able to run. But Rosa underestimated her. She didn't know that Blackarachnia could actually burrow. The moment she touched the ground, she immediately used her remaining spider legs to dig a hole on the spot and escape, without any hesitation. Ah, looks like I've caused trouble. Ha ha. Rosa squatted beside the hole Blackarachnia had dug and laughed awkwardly. Troublesome. She had originally wanted to save her for RC to play with. Rosa thought by the hole Blackarachnia had dug, and Jack also came over at this moment, looking at the pitch-black hole. Keep it a secret. Rosa turned her head slightly to look at Jack, and just then, RC finally arrived. Jack. Rosa. RC's motorcycle form practically flew down the mountain, and when she saw that both the human and the Cybertronian were unharmed, she finally felt relieved. RC. Jack went over to greet her happily, while RC, having completed her transformation, immediately raised her weapon and scanned the surroundings, left and right. Where is Blackarachnia? The human and the Cybertronian both pointed at the hole in the ground simultaneously. She ran away, they said in unison. Jack didn't go into detail about how Rosa had defeated Blackarachnia, and RC wasn't in the mood to ask. She had been worried that Jack might be killed by Blackarachnia, and now she just wanted to get them out of there as quickly as possible. Let's go a bit further away to contact Ratchet. With that, RC transformed into her motorcycle mode and carried Jack away, though this time she specifically slowed down to let Rosa keep up. By the time they returned to base, RC suddenly felt that something was off, something quite rare. Jack hadn't said much about what happened on the way back, only describing it in general terms. Although he was still very excited, it just felt a bit strange. When Rosa and Jack were about to head in opposite directions, they suddenly exchanged a look and smiled at each other, keeping silent about the things that had been behind Rosa at the time. Now came the time to test Jack's improvisational storytelling skills. Hey, Jack. How did that adventure feel? Miko greeted Jack, eager to discuss the mission experience. It was awesome. RC and Rosa were both incredibly cool. Jack had been thinking about how to fabricate the story all the way back, and now was the time to test the results. Whoa. Tell me all about it. Miko pulled Raph over to listen excitedly. Rosa's armor had almost no damage, the only scratch was a cut on her shoulder where she had been grazed. If anyone were willing to investigate carefully, they would discover that with the combat power she had currently displayed, it was impossible for her to have fought Blackarachnia and sustained so little damage. So, what she needed to do now was polish her armor. As soon as Rosa sat down, she picked up a polisher to buff the exterior of her armor. Perhaps later Jack would say he drove Blackarachnia away, and perhaps someone might realize she had too few scratches, but as long as the polishing was done, no one else would have any evidence to prove otherwise. Rosa didn't want them to discover the appearance of the absolute solver for the time being, including the extended limbs. She knew how sanity-shattering that form was to Cybertronians. If she wanted to survive, she needed to integrate well into a group. It was clear that compared to the more oppressive Decepticons, she preferred the atmosphere of the Autobots. So yeah. After Rosa polished her entire armor, she set it aside. You stay here nicely, okay Tilda. In reality, when Megatron had just returned, Soundwave had already informed him about the massacre at the recruit training camp. Megatron was still somewhat shocked when he heard the death toll. Over a single night, over 1,000 Cybertronians had died, and it was suspected to be the work of the same individual. Was it caught? Megatron looked at Soundwave, who shook his head and played the final footage seen by one of the remaining optical sensors from that time. It was a scene very much like a horror movie, so much so that it didn't seem like something that could happen in reality. It was originally a beautiful Cybertronian, but suddenly, the moment the lights went out, she was crawling on the ground, her head rotated 360 degrees, with countless cameras, tentacles, and sickle-like pincers emerging from her back. She kept extinguishing the lights on the walls, and countless hands and tentacles kept crawling along the walls. The sharp, enormous sickles and pincers, and even those cameras emitting blue light, no matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a Cybertronian. For a moment, Megatron even thought this was a scene from a horror movie, but he immediately realized that Soundwave wouldn't play such a joke on him. And then there was the scene where those 1,145 recruits had died. The oil bar was combined with a high-purity energon dance hall, and the entire vast area looked as if it had been drenched in a layer of energon. There was almost no part of the floor in sight that wasn't covered in energon. The dance floor lights were still flickering, yet the entire scene was like hell. According to the investigation, there were also signs of violent damage at the ventilation duct openings. Soundwave then played the surveillance footage of the 14 soldiers at Base 24 whose DNA had been detected, as well as the footage showing 6 to 12, who should have been dead, still alive and following 2 Autobots to Earth. That monster might have been captured by the Autobots, or it might have escaped. Find that monster. It must be used for my purposes. Megatron had just recovered from the shock of those tentacles and sickles. He had lived for so long and had truly never seen something that made a Cybertronian lose their sanity. The moment those countless cameras, tentacles, and sickles emerged from the darkness, he could feel the pressure even through the screen. Although there were many other strange-looking life forms in the universe, this kind of horror, being like a Cybertronian yet not, was more capable of shattering a Cybertronian's psyche, especially the transformation between a beautiful Cybertronian and a terrifying monster. This footage could only be seen by those with slightly higher authority within the Decepticons. For the grunts below, there was only a simple text description, a single screenshot from the beginning, and a note indicating that it must be captured alive and that the danger level was very high. Perhaps it was because Rosa's face was too deeply ingrained in their sparks, but when Rosa went with other Autobots to find Cliffjumper that time, her faceplate retracted and her teeth were exposed, yet not a single grunt connected her to the footage in the channel. Of course, no soldier could think it through either, because all the soldiers who saw her that time were obliterated. In order to not let the Autobots benefit, Megatron blew up the entire mine. Later on, after some time, that space bridge explosion occurred, and Megatron fell into a coma. Truly, it is quite nice. A new bow. The murder drone's blue eyes turned yellow, and even her voice became strange, like a stuttering mechanical AI female voice. However, no sooner had she changed like this than another female robot with purple hair, purple eyes, and a hat slapped her hard. Get out of my granddaughter's body. CYN. We had a deal. You are not allowed to possess anyone else. The purple-eyed robot shouted angrily. Angry, this is not someone else, this is your grand. Slap. The yellow-eyed robot was interrupted by another slap, this time by a taller murder drone with silver gray hair and yellow eyes. Get out of Rosa's body. Do not touch my granddaughter. This time it was a male robot. After the consciousness possessing Rosa said, sad, the yellow eyes flickered a few times and turned back to blue. At this moment, the purple-eyed robot's eyes changed back to a yellow-purple gradient, clearly indicating that the consciousness had returned to the purple-eyed body. Grandpa, Grandma, was I just? Rosa looked at Uzi and N with some confusion. Uzi, we. The robot called Grandpa looked at the one with purple hair. Listen well, Rosa. Now I will teach you how to possess others and how to resist consciousness invasion. Uzi took Rosa's hand, and the young, blue-eyed murder drone nodded hesitantly. Ah, how sad, you actually. Uzi's eyes suddenly turned purple again, and a snake-like tail extended from behind her. The snakehead's eyes were yellow, and just by hearing the voice, one could tell this was the guy who had just possessed Rosa. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted again. This time it was a murder drone with silver gray hair but purple eyes, who suddenly pulled out a rope from nowhere and tied the snakehead's mouth shut. Mom, I'm going to patrol now. After tying a big bow on the mouth of the canyon snakehead, the silver gray-haired, purple-eyed murder drone prepared to leave. All right, Mia, rest assured and leave Rosa to her grandparents. The robot with yellow-purple gradient eyes happily patted Rosa's head. At this time, Rosa had not yet grown to the height of a Cybertronian, only about 1 meter tall. Your grandma was possessed by that guy several times in the past. N looked at Uzi's tail, implying something. Rosa's blue eyes were a bit confused, and Uzi patted Rosa's head. I will transfer your memory permissions to me first so that Canyon cannot easily view them. Come here, my good granddaughter. Regarding Thea Snakehead, it is from Murder Drones. This is the official art of the Murder Drones. Ding a ling. Ding a ling. The built-in system alarm went off. Rosa tapped her screen to turn off the alarm and woke up online on her charging bed. It seems I dreamed of things from the past. Is it because I've been missing home too much lately? Rosa looked at her surroundings, tidied herself up, and prepared to go to the main hall to collect today's supplies. Morning, everyone. Rosa stretched, walked into the main hall, greeted the other TFs, and went to get her supplies. Morning. Ratchet was still busy in the main hall. After getting her supplies, Rosa wagged her tail and obediently returned to her room to do her own thing. The priority was to try to replicate that, make your life 3000. Ah, the name was given by Grandma Uzi. In reality, it is the magnetic energy enhanced photon counter rifle. It is said that Grandma even used this gun to blast Grandpa N's head off back then, which is how she met Grandpa. Rosa had already roughly worked out the blueprints for the original version, but the original blueprints were based on the human size of murder drones and worker drones, which she definitely couldn't use. Therefore, it needed to be modified. If some parts were enlarged, the mass they could withstand would also change, which required her to adjust it slowly. Rosa took a sip of her supplies. Under the light of the desk lamp, her blue eyes were fixed on the blueprints. Her solver core was performing calculations. After getting a rough idea, she put the blueprints aside and started drawing the modified version. Once the drawings were finished, she started making the parts. Rosa could be said to have stayed in her room all day. She didn't leave except to get supplies, not even coming out when Jack, Miko, and Raph came to the base after school. Where's Rosa? Is she still in her room? Miko leaned on the railing. I always feel like I basically never see her in the main hall unless there's something going on. She really does come out very rarely. Basically, she only leaves her room if it's for business or academic discussion. Bulkhead looked toward Ratchet. Wow, she's almost becoming Ratchet. Miko also looked at Ratchet, who was busy nearby. If Rosa continued like this in the future, did she have the potential to become a second Ratchet? BZZZT. Bumblebee added. Indeed, and going on missions. RC nodded. Suddenly, a beeping sound appeared. It's truly incredible. I just found the exact location of the Decepticon warship. How did you crack their stealth technology? Optimus Prime asked, somewhat puzzled. No, in fact, I discovered it by accident while experimenting with variable frequency wavelengths. Ratchet looked at the panel in the base's main hall, which displayed the coordinates of the Decepticon warship. What is certain is that their ship has experienced some kind of malfunction, likely an electromagnetic leak. Great. Ratchet shrugged. Besides discovering the coordinates of the Decepticon warship, they also found an Autobot distress signal. Optimus Prime and Ratchet went, while the others called for Rosa to come out and stand by on the internal line. Rosa put down what she was doing and also came to the main hall to stand by. So, Rosa, what are you researching in your room? Are you researching some super cool weapon? Miko asked curiously, gesturing in the air. Yes, to be precise, it's the magnetic energy enhanced photon counter rifle. The technical term made Miko and the other Autobots silent for a moment. She's really going to become Ratchet. Bulkhead whispered something on the side. Rosa didn't notice, she was still calculating the values in her core again. After confirming they were correct, she began to think about the specific manufacturing process for the next weapon parts. But soon they received news that they needed the base to prepare a medical bed and open the ground bridge. Because Optimus Prime was infected with the Cybertronian plague. Beep, beep, beep. When the scanner approached Optimus Prime's eye corner, it kept making sounds in Ratchet's hand. Cybertronian plague. You get infected by touching contaminated energon. At this moment, Optimus Prime's optics were flickering slightly, and the corners of his eyes were rusty due to the infection. How could there be a plague on an Autobot ship? The passengers were infected. This virus once claimed millions of lives. RC answered Miko's confusion. The Autobots did not have an antidote for the Cybertronian plague because this plague was a Decepticon biochemical weapon, a masterpiece of Megatron. If they wanted the antidote, they would need to go to the Decepticon warship. At least for now, they could still lock onto the Decepticon warship's location. Bumblebee, Rosa, come with me. RC directly confirmed the location of the Decepticon warship, then opened the ground bridge and took Bumblebee and Rosa in. RC, please hurry. Ratchet looked at RC, then turned his head to continue caring for Optimus Prime. I can't find the cure. RC's hands searched constantly across the console in the Decepticon warship's data room. Are you sure, RC? I've searched everything. It's not here. Then search again. Upon hearing this, RC exited the interface, stepped back, and clicked search again. They had just arrived at the Decepticon warship via the ground bridge, sneaking into the data room to search for a cure that could save Optimus Prime, but it seemed the database here didn't have it. Did you use the redundant quantum algorithm? I don't need you to teach me. Do you think you're the only one who cares about Optimus Prime? Rosa clung to the side of the door, listening for any movement outside to prevent anyone from suddenly walking in. Buzz, beep, RC, come look at this. Bumblebee was walking around the room when he seemed to spot something. He pointed to a door further inside. RC was somewhat confused, but when she went over, she also let out an exclamation. My God! RC opened the door. Rosa, standing by another door, also saw the scene inside. It was Megatron, covered in devices plugged into his body. The good news was that Megatron was dying, his life signs were entirely maintained by equipment. RC wanted to take the opportunity to kill Megatron, but Ratchet stopped her over the comms. Megatron's brain activity was still very strong. If the Cybertronian plague was created by the Decepticons, then Megatron was the most likely person to know the cure, as this might be the only way to save Optimus Prime. Because he was the leader of the Decepticons. But someone had to enter his brain to find the cure. Enter Megatron's brain. Have you lost your mind? RC was baffled. This was simply too risky. I'll go. Rosa raised her hand first. She had some experience with possession. She had previously tried to possess other murder drone enemies and had also been possessed by the consciousness in the grandmother's tale. She just didn't know if the cortical psychic patch could bypass the grandmother's permissions to view memories. It was still a bit risky. She couldn't let her memories be seen, otherwise they would know the true way to kill her. Rosa. That's a cortical psychic patch. No one here has ever performed such an operation. Not even Ratchet. RC shouted at Rosa. I haven't performed the operation itself, but I have carefully studied the research papers. Let me guess, when you first go in, they aren't aware of it, and only later do they realize someone has entered their brain. Rosa mused. Correct. How did you know? Ratchet was stunned upon hearing her words. Have you encountered this before? Can you delete the other party's memories or recover memory files? Or can the viewer log out unilaterally at any time? Ratchet recalled his research. I didn't see those in the papers. The version I saw only covered the part about viewing memories. So you really do have relevant experience. RC and Bumblebee both looked at Rosa. Yes, but it was just a similar device, maybe not as sophisticated as this one, and I was the one being possessed. Of course, she had also tried invading others, but obviously, Rosa didn't say that last part out loud. She paced back and forth, hesitating on whether to use the cortical psychic patch. Buzz beep beep, buzz beep whir beep. Bumblebee is right. If Rosa has experience, she really should be directing from the outside, not going in. But if that's the case, RC muttered. Then who goes in? Buzz whir beep. Bumblebee interrupted RC, saying he was willing to go in. Rosa was silent for a moment. In reality, she wasn't sure if the cortical psychic patch could bypass the solver's permissions, nor was she sure if the devices on both sides were similar. She had been thinking about whether to take this risk, but now, if someone was willing to go in. Bumblebee and RC looked at Rosa. Rosa nodded. Let's get this straight, the device I used might be different from this one, so it might not necessarily help. Rosa picked up a tube used for the cortical psychic patch, walked over, went behind Megatron, and connected it. Everything is ready. RC saw the signal Rosa gave and responded to Ratchet. Initiating cortical psychic patch. As RC connected Bumblebee, he shuddered a few times and fell into a dormant state, entering Megatron's consciousness. Just as Rosa had thought, this equipment was indeed very different from the one back home. The communication downlink was activated, allowing Ratchet to see what Bumblebee was experiencing in Megatron's subconscious. Bumblebee was currently wandering through Megatron's consciousness, and after gradually walking deeper, he finally saw Megatron. Megatron was killing Optimus Prime in his subconscious. Well, it was clear that this was what he wanted to do most. However, Bumblebee subconsciously shielded the Optimus Prime in Megatron's subconscious. The attack pierced through Bumblebee's body, which also made Megatron's consciousness notice him. When Megatron tried to attack Bumblebee as well, he found he couldn't. As he wondered who this was, the Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Bulkhead in his subconscious arrived. Megatron gradually realized something and broke free from the unconscious connection. If this is my subconscious. Megatron looked at Bumblebee. Then what are you doing in my head? Megatron roared at Bumblebee. With the sound of a door opening, some TFs entered. It was Starscream, Knockout, and Soundwave. Starscream and Knockout seemed to be trying to persuade Soundwave to let Megatron rest in peace, even though Megatron's thoughts were still active. But if Megatron died now, Bumblebee's consciousness, which was inside Megatron's brain, would die in there along with him. The only way you could enter my consciousness is through a cortical psychic patch. But the question I'm more concerned about is, what on earth happened to me? Megatron's appearance startled Bumblebee a bit. He had seen it in Bumblebee's memories, the space bridge explosion, and his own accident. So it was the space bridge explosion. But now that you've invaded my brain, it means I haven't departed this world yet. Megatron slowly looked at Bumblebee. Tell me, Scout, am I still alive? Bumblebee, we're out of time. Soundwave, can I assume that your silence means you agree with Knockout's medical proposal? Starscream was still trying to persuade Soundwave, but that was not the reason for Soundwave's silence. There was a cortical psychic patch device on Megatron. Bumblebee used verbal tactics to get Megatron to release the Cure equation. Even though Megatron only released the Cure equation for a split second, Ratchet successfully saw the equation through Bumblebee's perspective and immediately contacted RC via internal comms to disconnect the cortical psychic patch. The consciousness connection began to collapse. Bumblebee's consciousness returned to his body, and his optics flickered a few times as he woke up. Who's there? Intruders. And that monster. Starscream shouted, but by then the ground bridge had already opened. Before leaving, RC fired a shot at the instrument maintaining Megatron's spark. Although, in the end, due to pressure from Soundwave, Knockout managed to save him. That monster. Why hasn't that monster eaten those Autobots yet? Starscream was shouting and yelling in the command center. He had, of course, seen that clip, the clip where that monster caused a sanity drop. In fact, ever since they kidnapped Agent Fowler and the Autobots came to the rescue, they had known that the monster was still alive. He had even seen the monster's silhouette himself. But perhaps it was the recruit training camp massacre and that clip that made him subconsciously think the monster was lying in wait. He thought that monster would definitely eat them, yet she didn't. She didn't. She didn't. Ratchet developed the antidote as quickly as possible. Optimus Prime was fine, and the entire base was celebrating. Afterwards, there wasn't much to do, and the humans were mostly leaving. After confirming everything was fine, Rosa prepared to go back to being a shut-in. That magnetic energy-enhanced photon counter rifle could unleash great power, though it took 30 minutes to charge. There was a charging device among it, which was a bit difficult to research, along with the battery used to collect energy. She wasn't sure if, after charging was complete, the charging device would cause the excess energy to have nowhere to go because the battery was full, eventually flowing back into the charging device and causing an explosion. As Rosa thought about this, she polished the basic parts. It was already late after the celebration, so she would build the important parts tomorrow. She still needed to consult Ratchet on some technical aspects. The next day, the Cybertron Cup basketball game officially begins. Nico stood on the walkway above, convenient for human repairs, and blew the whistle. Below, Bulkhead and Bumblebee were playing. Rosa ignored the commotion over there and discussed the rationality of the charging device with Ratchet. Ratchet knew what Rosa wanted to do, but he believed that an autonomous charging device was not as good as manual replenishment. After all, most autonomous charging devices he had seen were quite slow. Until Rosa took out a blueprint, Ratchet's optical sensors lit up. It was quite ingenious. The autonomous charging speed was faster than any charging speed he had ever seen, but this device isn't very stable. I've seen a stable version before, but I don't know how it was made. I thought maybe you could give me some help. Rosa explained her thoughts, and Ratchet rubbed his chin, thoughtful. Actually, in my opinion, it is already quite stable. It can stably output enough powerful energy, and unless there is excess external force, it won't easily explode. Ratchet moved his gaze from the design draft and looked at Rosa. That is the problem I want to solve. I will provide a battery to collect energy for it, but I want it to be able to stay on stably without being blown up by its own overflowing energy after the battery is full. Rosa thought of the magnetic energy-enhanced photon counter rifle her grandmother had made. It seemed generally the same, but she didn't know what was missing in terms of the overall feeling. Then I think it is missing something. For example, the charging device might be lacking. Clang! A loud noise interrupted the conversation between Rosa and Ratchet. Hey! That's a foul! Nico slid down from the ladder, blew the whistle, and shouted. It turned out Bumblebee had thrown the ball at the wall. That's a bit strange. Would Bumblebee do that? Bumblebee, the hoop is over there. Bulkhead pointed at the hoop. Looking at the direction the ball was thrown, it was clearly thrown towards Bulkhead's side, which was the opposite direction of the hoop. It was too abnormal. In an instant, Rosa remembered something. Looking at Bumblebee's side, she quietly approached Ratchet's audio receiver. Let me ask an off-topic question. Is the cortical psychic connection bidirectional? Ratchet was also stunned by Bumblebee's recent abnormal behavior. What do you mean? Rosa nodded. Let's observe a bit more. After talking with Ratchet, Rosa went back to try and continue building parts. Finally, before going to sleep at night, She assembled all the parts, but it was too late, and she was afraid of disturbing the other Autobots, so she would test it tomorrow. At 8:30, Rosa was already online on her charging bed, but she wasn't very hungry, so she didn't go out to the hall. She stayed in her room to do a final check of the device results, making sure it wouldn't go wrong when she turned it on in a moment. Yes, continue, little spy, follow my will. Megatron's voice echoed continuously in Bumblebee's brain module, blurring Bumblebee's will, controlling him to walk to the flashlight Ratchet used for repairs. Crunch. Bumblebee crushed the flashlight. Bumblebee. Ratchet's voice sounded behind him. I still need that. Ratchet clearly felt that Bumblebee definitely had a problem recently. When Bumblebee said he often saw Megatron's face, he was even more convinced of a guess. Beep beep. The internal channel of Ratchet was knocked on by RC. Ratchet, is Bumblebee with you? Ratchet looked at Bumblebee on the side. He is here, what's wrong? Jack just contacted me. Raph doesn't have class today. Bumblebee was supposed to pick him up today. What's wrong with him? RC was still training. She had gone back to the base to train after dropping Jack off at class. She had just received a message from Jack that Raph was still waiting for Bumblebee at the door of his house. There's a bit of a problem. We need to ask Rosa. Is she still in her room? I'll go contact her. RC hung up and chose Rosa's communicator while walking towards Rosa's room. Ratchet opened the ground bridge and brought Raph to the base first. Raph originally wanted to chat with Bumblebee, but he saw Bumblebee sitting on a chair in the hall, looking somewhat dispirited. Bumblebee. What's wrong? Raph ran to Bumblebee's feet, hugging his laptop. We'll wait for Rosa to come over and check the situation. She has been possessed before. Maybe she knows how to deal with this situation. At this moment, Rosa had just turned on the device to test it. She received RC's internal call. She had just connected and hadn't had time to respond when she saw the originally green device in her hand becoming redder and redder. She hurriedly cut off the energy supply. Rosa. After cutting off the supply, Rosa finally had time to respond to RC. Sorry, just a bit. Rosa got up and left the chair. She took 2 steps out and suddenly heard the sound of glass shattering behind her. She immediately turned back. Snap. A crack faintly appeared on the device's shell. Looks like it's going to boom. As the glowing red device cracked, before she could finish speaking, Rosa watched helplessly as the device exploded. With a loud bang, even the door was warped by the blast. Rosa. Sizzle, RC, who was just passing through the hall, heard the commotion from Rosa's side and felt something was wrong. She rushed over immediately and saw from afar that the door to Rosa's room had been warped and bulged by the explosion. And Rosa was using her claws to pry the door crack open a little to try to leave the room. RC, you go with Optimus Prime and the others to the Arctic to stop Starscream from melting the glaciers. Leave this to me. Ratchet also came over to help Rosa pry the door open. RC hesitated for a moment, then turned back to the hall to go on the mission with Optimus Prime and Bulkhead. Cough. Rosa waved away the thick smoke in front of her. With Ratchet's great effort, she finally successfully escaped the room, which was full of thick smoke and a pungent smell. How did you manage to make it like this? Ratchet covered his face helplessly. The last time he saw a scene like this was when Bumblebee and Raph did their science homework. It overloaded. Rosa patted the dust off her body. Ratchet's mouth twitched as he said, next time, change the word, use overload. Why? Rosa followed behind Ratchet back to the hall. She didn't quite understand why she needed to change the word. Perhaps she didn't know what overload meant in TF. Don't ask. Also, Bumblebee said he always sees Megatron's face recently, like a hallucination. Rosa's footsteps paused. There's no saving him, find a plot of land and bury him. Ah. Ratchet turned his head in confusion to look at Rosa, who was making confusing remarks. Just kidding. Where is he? In the hall. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.